And we're back. Oh, we'll just run right to it. How you guys doing? So I watched some guides, and apparently you can parry it, like Malekith's attack. I mean, I went and compared my parry. It looked like I should have got it, but it's it's fine. I saw them parry and I was like, what the fuck? That's exactly what I parried, but I died twice. I was like watching them do it. I was like, that, what the fuck? Like, and then I was upset because I'm like, now it's going to work and I'm gonna have no explanation as to how the fuck I died. But we're gonna try and get Malekith today. That's the one opening that we know we have. Kind of like a, so far, it seems like a true opening. Walk towards him and then back left. And when he misses, you should actually have iframes to get away from that too, but holy shit. Okay. And then you run behind a pillar and heal. How the hell did I... Whatever. I went through... Before I rolled, I walked between the fucking thing that always kills me. I died like all day yesterday to that. That's why I'm like, what the fuck? I just walked right through that. Phase 2 first try. Oh shit. Okay, so we're gonna die immediately though. But I will acknowledge that I saw them. They parried the attack. Like, not that attack, I should say. The other one, the non-explosive one, exactly when I did. Let's see if none of these are them. It's the one where he spins and then comes and explodes. That's like when he jumps at you. That landing and the one he just killed me with are two different landings. I almost parried it, but I was like a fraction of a second off. My character started the parry, but didn't explode. So the thing is, I died yesterday and I parried. I did the thing and he just fucking killed me anyway, so. But I think it's the same thing that just happened where I tried to parry the explosive attack. No, because I parried the last hit of the spin move and died perfectly. And I was like, well, I guess you just can't parry that because it looked so clear that I should have been able to parry that if it was possible, which it is, which is why it's confusing. I was like, how the fuck did I die to that yesterday if I got the timing so good? Immediate phase 2 though. little too early. It was like a half second too early. Game's very unforgiving. That's how I'm accepting of hours or days of fighting the same boss, because it's like, even though I know the boss, all it takes is one tiny slip up like that and then we're back to the fucking spawn. I should get used to doing this at the start of stream. Hey, what's up, Dragon Knight? It only attacks me if I get like really close. And for some reason that move goes through me and doesn't actually do damage. Not complaining, just curious. Wonder what the hitbox looks like. See? The third one. Right after I was rolling and just walking back. How did that not make any contact? Goddamn. I need to heal. Shit. I feel like my my shield up should have saved me, but I guess not. I'm not entirely sure what killed me there. I'll be honest. That's what this copy is for. Actually, I know the boss killed me, but I was holding guard. Maybe that's it. It turned into a sprint and I wasn't aimed at him. But it was like the split second I turned, so it looked like the frame was hidden in the attack. The only explanation, because I was like, that shit happened like right as I guess ran. I was trying to roll. There we go. It's best to analyze those kinds of deaths because it's like, well, I don't want to die randomly like that again. Yes, but I don't like dwelling on. Damn it. I couldn't see the path. He was like in the pillar. It was a little glitched out there. Visually. Like I needed to see the path of the sword, but his sword was like in the wall, like that. I couldn't see the trail of sparks. But I think I fucked up on positioning already. I was already dead. Again, I rolled like a half second too early. It's the same thing that got me yesterday. He has a move that splits off into two. So the animation where he slams the ground, he can do two different moves from that. So it's not like it's not even like, oh, that's two moves that look the same. It's like that is one move that he can either, or it is kind of just two moves with the exact same opening animation, but really how it plays out is he like slams the ground and then he can either keep pressing down and then it explodes, or he turns his hand around and does a claw like he just killed us with, and he shoots only a couple of blasts forward like that. Damn it, dude. I'm noticing that that's another thing that keeps killing me, is it's not just, it is kind of random, but it's like a 50-50. It's like they'll do a move and then it's like, guess which of the two moves it is. See how there's kind of like a jitter in his animation before he turns his hand around? It's because the first part of that animation is literally the same part as the other one. So that's why it keeps tricking me. It's because it's not even like, oh, that's a similar animation. It's like, that's the same fucking animation. He just changed it. God damn it. It's kind of the same as animation canceling. You're used to one thing and you're prepared for that, and then halfway through the thing you're used to, they go, actually, it's something else. Sorry. Good luck changing your momentum halfway through. Okay, that was weird. He did the explosion move, but then there was no explosion at all. He jumped and did the double spin, and then did a different landing. And then it did the... Okay, what the fuck? I need to draw out how that was complicated, because that shit was crazy. What the fuck just happened? Well, I know. That's why I'm going to draw it. That was crazy. Alright. So he... Say he has attack 1. Right? Where he lands and explodes. He chained that into the spinny move, right? Where he like twirls around. Twice. Right? Here. I'm drawing with the mouse, forgive me. He then has 2 different moves that he could do from there. The one where his blade lands outward, like that, right? And this is the ground. Or one where he stabs the ground while standing on top of his sword. Right? Instead of ending here, he ends up here. He just used this one, which is the same animation as this. After using this one, he's got multi-path combos. And he didn't even use the, like, ranged attack where he's shooting blasts. Yeah, oh my god, this fucking boss. I don't even know which moves I can pair, and they all look the exact same. All that to say, he can just randomly choose to fucking slam down. I'm gonna keep trying to parry, but it's not looking good. Looking like it's truly random. His combos aren't even preset. Ugh. I mean, even in phase 1, his combos aren't preset, but goddamn. That was rough. I was like prepared for 3 different things, and like the opposite of what I was used to would happen, and it was like, that's new. Oh, he can put that there. Okay, that's cool. And then I was like, I knew about the explosion, but that means that that spinny move is a combo he can change. That's not good. Fuck me, dude. We just have to not even gamble. We just have to spam the parry and see which moves you can parry. What's the timing on them, if there is any. And sometimes you might do it a bit early. I hate that sometimes that shit misses me and sometimes it kills me, I'll say it. He literally, like, in this 10-second span, he used that move. He missed me the first time and then hit me the second time. It really does feel random, and it looks like it should hit me sometimes and then completely misses me, goes through me. It's like normal. Again, I don't like saying inconsistent, but it genuinely I'll be like walking backwards, not blocking, and he'll swipe through me with his entire arm and sword, and then nothing happens. And then shit like that where I roll away from it and then he still gets me in the middle of my roll. I'm like, I just wish that it was, you know, more aligned with the fucking visuals so that I can understand based on what I'm looking at. That's the only thing. Accurate hitboxes. The random shit, whatever. It just means it's not as skill based, sadly. But when he's like clipping into the pillar or inconsistent hitbox that I can't learn because it's not based off the visuals, how am I supposed to learn how to fucking play? I just gotta feel around in the dark, the invisible hitboxes. Like, I understand because I make games, but if you're a normal player, right? This is one of your first games. You're like, oh, all my friends are playing Elden Ring. I got a console just to play it with them, right? Those poor bastards. How the fuck are they supposed to learn the bosses if it doesn't align with the visuals? What the fuck are they supposed to do? I understand it's a hitbox and a trigger and stuff. Someone who's used to watching movies is gonna kick their monitor, dude. Like, why doesn't that hit me that time, but it hits me when I'm out of it diagonal? I make games and I don't have an answer for you. God knows. Miyazaki is the man alone on this earth who knows why that fucking happens like that. Oh, my game is lagging now. They heard me complaining. Awkward. That right there, it killed me. It hit me. That time it looked like it went right through me in the exact same spacing, exact same timing. It did nothing. It did no damage. Miyazaki explained. I'm probably one of the only players who's crazy enough to go back and try again. It's something that killed me because I'm like, that shouldn't have killed me before. And then it didn't kill me. I'm like, I was right. That shouldn't have fucking killed me before. Most people would be like, oh, I guess I'm just not supposed to do that. I'm like, no, 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 no. This game is supposed to be programmed a certain way. Fuck. I dodge, I have iframes. I parry during an attack, they get parried. The parry thing, we need to learn. I'm just gonna... First of all, his armor looks cool as fuck. If I could paint my Warhammer army like that, colors, like my Space Marines, Black Templars with like gold trim, that's the shit. Anyway. The parry thing... I think you're supposed to do it before he hits the ground. But again, that was the other animation. That was... Let's draw it again. That was this one of the two. Say this is the floor. His sword stabbed like this. We want it like this. Right? And now I realize his sword actually does that. It's like a broken crescent moon. So because it's this attack that he keeps doing, I also think the guy parried that in the guide yesterday, which is even more bothersome. But this is the one that I didn't parry on time. Right? Yo, what's good? Been focusing on exams, I'm still failing. You got a bleed build, I'm assuming, since you got bloody slash. I'm doing no level. What's up, Vixen? Sorry, I don't know if I missed your chat. I had my second monitor off and was locked the fuck in. But yeah, I'm doing no level, and I have just a basic Lord Sworn straight sword that drops off of the chat's back on. Nice, yeah. Actually, chat. I know it says chat's back on here, but it doesn't. There we go. There we go. You see, it finally happened on stream. It's glitched a little bit, and I see your guys' chats popping up, but then it's actually not working. Another assumption is chat is off and he's focused, locked in. Yep, yep, yep. Using ChatGPT and memorizing 3 essays. I say, if you're going to use ChatGPT, use it as a reference and ask it for its references, right? Because teachers are going, and then search it through those. because you're gonna be reading. It's like, it just ask it for the references, and then teachers can't just be like, oh, you use ChatGPT, right? And you are actually learning. It's like, it's going to just copy and paste the shit off of the reference page. The teachers think you're smarter if you just go click one link and go to the reference. That was my problem with Wikipedia, was they were always like, where's the references? Where's the references? And I would have to be like, they're at the bottom of the fucking Wikipedia page, teacher! Like, literally losing my mind. Like, they would be like, you're not supposed to do this. It doesn't have any references. I'm like, actually, if you look at Wikipedia, it has all of the references. So I never understood that. But you could just click on them and then reference them and be like, oh, here. But in another language. That is pretty cool, actually. That shit always bothered me though. When teachers are like, Wikipedia, you can't use Wikipedia. You need to cite a reference. I'm like, I don't know if you know this about Wikipedia, lady. It kind of has all of them right at the bottom, telling you exactly where everything is. It's almost like it's the perfect reference page. It's like a source of references. Oh my god, could you imagine? I used to get so mad at teachers. And then I used to argue, and then after bringing that point up, they'd be like, oh. I'd be like, because you don't want to do one step of work? I'm not in it for the grade that requires all that yet. But yeah, no, I should. I would always. I'd be the one guy that corrected the teacher. I was annoying. I was the opposite of the teacher's pet. I'd be like, actually, this is what other professionals say. I'm not going to say it's 100% the truth, but you're spouting what you're saying is true, but it's actually up in the air. If any, like, we know that for sure at all, right? Like, I would constantly get into it, be like, you're just saying it like you know it, but the truth is, in the field, no one knows it. Isn't that crazy? And they'd be like, yeah, well, yes, technically, but that's just the textbooks. And I'm like, these are the newest textbooks. They changed this year. They change all the time. Can't even reference these. You're talking about references. No, I'm just kidding. I used to get in arguments with that all the time. It's why I feel bad, but I use my friend as an example. I say friend. They do not like me. I do not like them. I'm indifferent, but I know they don't like me, which is okay. That's a better way to put it. So I'll use them as a learning example. My references, trust me, lol. Yeah, exactly. I put the references though. Like, I would say the Wikipedia page and where it is on the page and then what the reference was. But when the teachers would be like, you can't just cite Wikipedia, I'm like, as someone who does use Wikipedia, it tells you stuff at the bottom. But that's the thing. They don't want you to use ChatGPT because it's just copy pasted from traditional sources, aka references. So if you just ask ChatGPT to cite the sources and link it, and then you go there and you cite and link those things and read on that page instead of your ChatGPT. I mean, you can even read both, see what's different, but then literally you can't get in trouble. That's the one thing your teachers want you to do, is just don't copy paste it. You said you're not in trouble for all that yet though, so it doesn't matter. But teachers haters, yeah. But my friend, he went to school for game design, right? He went to school and ended up meeting, he was telling me about it, we were at a party. No, I think I need to be closer. That time I did hit the timing, it looked like, but the spacing was off because there's kind of a bubble around me and it looked like he was just outside of the bubble. Anyway, I ain't gonna read all that. Yeah, exactly. No cap, Wikipedia is way too long. I used to do you read lore pages ever? You ever go through and just read texts of meme posts? I used to point out to people, like, do you know how much you actually read all the time? You read so much. You're like, I'm reading right now your text, but no chatting focus. Yeah. No, we're good. I'm trying to just learn the parry. I got phase 1 down because we already beat Garank earlier in the playthrough. I'm just fucked on the parry. I watched No Hit players do it yesterday or last night, I cannot, for the life of me, parry Malekith. What's weird is that I'm trying to replicate what they're doing, but I'm just bad. What's weird is I thought it was possible like yesterday. I did it and it wasn't possible, and then oh god, I went and watched a guide and he did exactly what I did, except his shit parried. So I was like, what the fuck? Like, my brain in that moment lost faith in the coding of the game. I was like, I did the exact same timing. I had to like go back and check. I couldn't believe my eyes. I was like, but that's exactly what the fuck I did. Exactly when and where I did it. How did I die but he didn't? Like, what the fuck? Like, my brain could not believe my eyes. It was like, wait, go back. I had to watch it back in slow-mo and shit. I was like, what the fuck? But again, I'm still dying, so it's got to be like a little microsecond that I'm off. Don't replicate others, use your own playstyle. Yeah. Well, that's what I mean. Like, I just wanted to see if you could parry Malekith's attack in phase 2, and if I know you could, but which ones? And then the guy that I'm watching immediately parries the one that I tried to parry. And I was like, what the fuck? Like, I was upset. I was like, I tried that shit. 1, I was right, but 2, my timing was right, and 3, I died anyway. What the fuck? And then that means, like, if I didn't go and watch that guide, I would have just assumed that you couldn't parry that there, when that was the exact time I should have parried. So that's why I was like, what? You're right that I shouldn't replicate others' playstyles, but going and checking from better players is always good. Because that, I was like, what? I was like, as long as that doesn't happen, and then that happened. Like, oh, come on. I told my friend who wants to be like some other pro. Yeah, it's good to study the masters to see why they do what they do. Right? What kind of advantages they're trying to get, right? And then maybe you can come up with your own recipes for your own play styles to have, you know, your own advantages. That's the beauty of the RPGs. But then it kind of goes back again. Study the masters. I was talking about my friend. I keep saying my friend. I'll say it anyway. My friend who went to school for game design. We were at a party and they were telling me how, like, or they were like explaining the project that they worked on, you know, like, oh, I made a game for a school project, and the pillar thing happened again. He barely clipped my foot and killed me. Anyway, so he worked with like someone who did 3D models, and she was apparently so good at 3D modeling that like a AAA studio stole her 3D models that were a mod publicly available. It was kind of scummy of them. I feel bad for her. And then he's got like a couple of other people that were working on the project, right? Which is like when you're in a game studio, that's normally how it is, right? But it was just set up for that. He's not like in a studio. He was just set up for college like that. Like what I'm doing right now, like adding extra skills to your playlist and not copy pasting. Exactly, right? Learn the fundamentals, right? Learn the rules, and then you can learn how to bend them, right? Not break them. Bending the rules. But anyway, he was the idea guy. Right? This is the joke that we were making before. Is that like he was just the designer, right? Like, which is a thing in studios, but when you're an indie dev like me, there is no such thing as that, right? Like, if I want to make a game, I have to learn to program, I have to learn to do the art style, whether it be 2D or 3D. I happen to have studied both because I've been doing it for like 20 years. But no, probably not that many. Damn, barely missed the timing on that. I ain't been in my friends with Fortnite yet. What happened between you and your friend, if you don't mind me asking? It is a complicated story, but I'll summarize it quickly. We had a mutual friend that was a girl who he had a crush on. and she and him asked me, can you throw a birthday party for girl? And I said, okay. Weird of you to ask me. I barely know her. And they said, well, can you ask your friend to use his house? Because we're not really that close of friends. And I said, okay. So I asked my friend to throw a birthday party for this girl that they both have a crush on. And then at said birthday party, we're setting up, we have a good time, everybody's having a ball. She gets a little drunk. She gets there early to help me set up. I'm there setting up early because I'm the only mutual friend between them. And then my friend whose house it is, who barely knows them, is there, but he's okay with it because he has a crush on her. She starts pre-gaming the party, gets a little drunk, whatever. You know how it is. I don't judge. It's your birthday. Party like it's your birthday. And then during the middle of the party, when everyone's there and she's pretty toasty, she asks me to make out, and I was like, no. I look around the room immediately and lock eyes with like all 5 people that have a crush on her. Like, oh fuck! Like, you just put me in friendly fire territory, lady. You don't know what you did. And so I reject her because one, she's drunk, and that's, she was like really drunk. So I was like, no, you're drunk. And also, we're friends. She said specifically, we can make out and still be friends. That's me quoting her. And I was like, no. That's all I said. And then I gave her the most awkward high five of my life. She liked you, right? Yeah. And then it didn't matter. Me rejecting her was like the worst thing I could have done anyway. Because the guy that had a crush on her, who has a girlfriend, he had a crush on her, asked her out, she rejected him, and then he went and got a girlfriend, like, afterwards. So he was like supposedly over it. They went into Discord that we were all a part of, like a group chat, and they were like shit talking me, and I didn't even know. I didn't even care. I was like, whatever. But I was in the Discord too, and I was sharing progress about my game design and game dev, like my YouTube progress back when I had like 30 subscribers. I was like, yo, you guys, thank you. And I was thanking them for the views and stuff, and they thought I was like bragging, but I didn't know. They kind of outed themselves. They were like, oh, oh, we were talking shit, and you being here is making us uncomfortable. I was like, I barely talked to you guys after the birthday. I was like, I don't, again, I like barely knew her. So I was like, what do you mean? Whatever. So I just posted Kendrick Lamar, bitch, don't kill my vibe. And that was before the Kendrick and Drake beef. So I've just been on that shit. Anyway, that's the summary of what happened with me and my friends. The friend that asked me to have a birthday party with her, right, to host a party at a other friend's house. He was the game design friend, right? And at this birthday party, literally, this is the party that I was talking about, that they told me the story. They were talking about how, like, the game crashed, they didn't back it up, they lost a lot of progress of their game that they made, like, right on the final day, the deadline. And someone had it backed up, but they didn't know at the moment. And the teacher gave him like a little bit of an extension, but he like went outside and had a panic attack, and I felt bad. I have panic attacks too. I have anxiety. I have medication right here, little lavender stuff that I fucking rub all over my face. I don't have a panic attack. I understand anxiety, but like I went for philosophy and psychology, even though I dropped out because it's expensive. I know that, like, you shouldn't set deadlines and all these things, like the way that you should study. There's a way you should do it to make progress. There's like the 2-minute rule, right? Even if you don't want to do anything related to the project, just start and do 2 minutes of the work, and then 90% of the time you will just go off and enjoy it and start working anyway. It's the initial hump of spending energy that starts you. Here. Similar, sometimes I kind of say something similar, like I'm bragging, but later on I realize I don't know how you make it seem like I'm not bragging. I am bragging. I've accepted that I'm an asshole and the villain of people's stories, so it's like, whatever. Keep it humble, but, you should also be your own advocate, right? No one's gonna be your, like, as big of an advocate as you. No matter what. You gotta be your own hype man. Be other people's hype man though, right? You gotta love people. You gotta make sure. No, dude, you can't parry that. I'm bad. If you can, I'm fucking terrible. I am so bad. Again, though, he landed with the sword down and not forward. So that could be the thing. But God, that parry was so, like, I knew he was in the bubble. I knew that he didn't land yet. That was, like, perfect. Anyway. These people hate me, so I'm okay with talking shit. I'm not gonna ID them or anything. But they know I mean, like, fuck them. Whatever. It's not like they really wronged me. They kicked me out of a Discord I barely was in for thanking them for something that they didn't actually do or deserve, right? Maybe it was the guilt eating away at them. They're like, we actually aren't supporting you and we don't like that you're thanking us, so we're kicking you out. Anyway. Again, he's kind of the idea guy, but he went to school for it, right? They went to school, and you put yourself in debt with setting all these deadlines and stuff, but then they don't actually end up leaving there with the knowledge of how to make a game. Sure, you know how to design a game, right? But again, there's like one 20-minute YouTube tutorial in my playlist that can teach you how to design a game and set up the principles of like coding and artwork and all this stuff that's way more advanced than that. But it's like, it's fucked up, but he didn't need to spend all that money going to school to learn that he wasn't a good game designer, right? But he could still learn, right? The panic attack aside and everything. But at that moment when someone was asking me like, why don't you two make a game together? I was like, well, in my head, I didn't say it out loud, but in my head I was like, well, he doesn't know how to program, he doesn't know how to 3D model, he doesn't know how to do 2D art, he doesn't know, like, he barely knows how to design. He's still learning that now. I've been researching it since like high school, middle school. I was like, I have years of practice and development and projects that I've made. So it's like, again, with the like looking for experience, I didn't want to shit on them at the party or anything, but I was like, oh, that's interesting, why don't we? You know? But like, the truth is, like, I didn't go into debt. I learned it from people who are way smarter than me for free on YouTube. That's like the humbleness. It's like, I'm humble enough to know I have no fucking clue how to make the games that I want to make, so I gotta look up how to code these things. And that's why I suggest going with Unity instead of Unreal, because there are a lot of assets for Unreal and stuff, but Unity has a lot more tutorials and projects that are public domain and open source and are available to teach you shit and stuff, and you can learn that, and it's applicable in other game engines. Like, I know how to use Unreal, I know how to use Unity, I can make my own game engine because I know how to code in C#. But you gotta just start somewhere. He never started, and that was my main criticism. It's like, but again, he was the same guy that, like, I worked for years on like a comic and an animation that never got up anywhere in middle school and high school. And then when I started showing people, everybody started making comics, right? He was one of those people. And then I started making a board game because my friend's dad taught us Dungeons and Dragons because he grew up with Dungeons and Dragons. And then me and my friend worked on Dungeons and Dragons, our board game, like homebrew, for years. And then because we knew each other since middle school, we show people in high school, again, that same guy starts making a board game. Then the reason we set up the board game is maybe one day we can make it into a video game, right? And then we never really told anybody that. And then years down the line, I'm like, oh, well, that was actually the plan all along, is imagine if I could make a video game, right? I told my friends, and then this same guy now starts to learn game design and make videos and stuff, right? It's more of like a follower situation, but I have years of experience before I tell him or anyone what I've been doing. So of course I have like a large head start. It's not like, oh, I'm so much better naturally right out the gate. It's like, I didn't tell them this, and then when I did, just to tell them, like, to confide in them, like, oh, this is what I enjoy, this is my passion, you know? They just like, they copy my style. I know it's fucking weird to say, but genuinely, it's like, they don't have any dreams, aspirations, or goals of themselves. They just go, that's a cool idea, I want to do that too. They don't have any, it's like all of my you know, progress was natural through life and taught through other people, right? Dungeons and Dragons from someone who played it their whole life, my friend's dad. Coding and stuff from like Brackies and the playlist I have publicly available on my YouTube channel that is just hundreds of videos, or 100 videos of game design and like 100 videos of 3D modeling from a bunch of creators and stuff. It's like those people are way smarter than me and way better, but I'm acknowledging that and learning from them and making a playlist so other people can learn. So it's like, yeah, I'm not immediately starting from square one really good, or even getting to that place that like I think, oh, like again, Miyazaki analyzing Melania's fight in the design, like visual designs, tying into the theme, tying into the story, like, oh my god, Miyazaki and all the people at From Software, insane. I actually feel like I almost made that, but I don't know. I feel that every time. Look, yeah. Oh my god, I can't believe you just said that. Here, I'm gonna do here. I'm gonna hit you with the nostalgia. First of all, It's a Wonderful Life. Why is that in my fucking PlayStation? No, Demon Souls, Devil May Cry 4. This is my PlayStation 3 disc set. Ready? Naruto Shippuden. What is that? Naruto Shippuden Ultimate Ninja Storm 2. Remember when I said I've never watched Naruto, but I played the game? This is the game that I played. Diablo 3, because I'm a Blizzard shill. Little Big Planet 1. Little Big Planet 2. I love these games. The Little Big Planet 2 really taught me a lot with logic gates. I'm coding stuff now that's like really advanced systems, and I'm like, holy shit, I learned these fundamental principles using the microchips in fucking Little Big Planet 2. So the chip system in this game, like years ago, literally taught me game design. But it's like, that's the point of the game, is to teach you game design and make stuff. But that is funny that you brought that up, because it's like, yeah, I love games too. You're right, we do. It does feel kind of similar, but that is funny. That is funny that you brought that up. I have other games too, but we'll go through the list just for that. That was fucking such a nostalgia trip. But all of the stories I've told from all the PlayStation days, it's just a couple of panel flips in my PlayStation 3 disc drive. That's the beauty of gaming, right? It's like, oh, dude, I remember that shit. But I totally know what you're talking about, and I understand that inspiration. I remember seeing people make the craziest levels in Little Big Planet 2. And then being like, dude, that's so cool. Holy shit, I'm so inspired. How do you even make levels like that? Looking up YouTube tutorials, not even understanding them. They were too complex. And then trying to make a level and failing, making like a really shitty level. It's pretty much just Mario 1-1, but still being proud of it. It's like, that's where you got to start in game design. If you have a panic attack, I said this before. If you have a panic attack over like your game being buggy or crashing, it's like, it's not done yet. You need to keep working on the systems, right? That just means you're still working on the game, right? You don't have a fucking panic attack. So again, it's like, he didn't just tell me that he could be a really good designer, but what he told me with the panic attack thing is, when I make games, all of the 3 projects that I've released and like the 20 unreleased ones, they're constantly broken, and I constantly have to restart and go from a backup save, and I'm backing up my fucking files all the time. I have like 9 backups for like barely released projects. You fail so many times, and you are trying to make a Lego piece and then make another Lego piece and then try to fit them together. That's like coding and game design. So of course, if you make a piece that doesn't fit well with another piece perfectly snug, it's gonna be a little weird, it's gonna be a little buggy. We just call that a loose fit, right? You can just remake the piece, but it's like, what he told me with the panic attack thing was that like, my method of like fail faster and eventually you'll do something. How many times did I die on Melania? We eventually got it done, right? that shit isn't for the faint of heart. You can't die that many times without spiking your controller. If you're not, I have a mental illness. Okay, I know sane people can't do that shit. So I don't think everyone should do a level 1 playthrough. I'm deranged. But that is like the opposite. Ah, I rolled backwards instead of forward. See, but I have to analyze my failure to move forward past it and make progress. I don't care that I only got him 75% down, whatever. We got him really low one time, and we're only getting killed to like the gimmick move, right? As soon as we learn to parry, we got this guy. Even if it takes a day or two. I don't care. I just gotta take a really aggressive piss or punch a wall. Yeah. Sometimes it's not healthy to hold in. Sometimes, yeah. Posture check, go to the bathroom, take a break, run a lap. My friend with anxiety who taught me the lavender stuff, I was diagnosed, but so were they. They go on runs for their anxiety, right? They need to, I mean, I exercise just in my room, open the window for fresh air and fucking lift weights and kick the air, right? Shadow boxing. You can just work out at home. But some people need the motivation. Some people want to go and sightsee. Some people need the distance. They need to just get out of the fucking house. It's, you know, I don't know what your situation is, but there are a bunch of solutions to one problem. But I hope anyone with anxiety like me, you know, gets the help they need. Get some lavender scrub or whatever the fuck. But it's like, again, I'm not judging him for the anxiety thing. What he pretty much was telling me was that, like, oh, your method of design isn't, I can't work with you, right? It's like, oh, well, if you're worried about failing, or like you worried about missing a deadline and losing some progress in your project, well, guess what game design is? You will be doing that nonstop until your projects are done. That is entirely game design. If you can't fail, you're not going to do anything, because you're not going to get anything done. You're almost never going to make your project perfect the first time, especially the larger it gets with like project creep and all this stuff. It's like, dude, fucking, it's not, it's like, it's just a game, but you have to tell it to a game designer. It's just a game that you're making, dude. It's not like the end of the world. You missed a deadline. But again, we use it as a teaching experience. He had to go and pay money to learn all of that and still can't 3D model, can't program. I feel bad laughing, but it's like, yeah, don't be like that guy, right? And don't even be like me. It's like, I learned from people who made games, right? I watch like Indie Dev the movie and stuff like that. I go and get assets that are really generic and low poly, and then I use my 3D modeling skills to make custom stuff or alter them, or, you know, change the textures or do stuff like that. Like, the more skills you learn and practice and fail and get better at, the more comfortable you are with doing it good. All right, hold on, give me a sec, BRB. I gotta fix the printer jam. No problem. See, that's it. Fail faster. But that is how we got to phase 2 of Malekith, right? Is we failed fast enough. I originally kept walking in here and I didn't even know how to hit this fucking guy. And I was like, is there even an opening? It's because there's a deceptive opening in between his attacks, right? The only time I'm hitting him is when he's swinging at me. That's scary, but it's like we had to die how many times to learn that spacing and find that timing out. Now we've locked the fuck in and we can just get to phase 2 if I mute the mic and lock in. But again, I would rather use that guy as an example. And I know another friend who I sat with and watched him learn to code and was helping him make a game for his game design class. It's a different friend entirely, and he quite literally, like how you see people get mad at Call of Duty, like he got mad at the game. Okay, I did it like way too early that time. He got mad at the game he was making because he couldn't understand the like logic paths and coding and how scripts intertwine. This is an important thing, and I should draw this out, and this is like a game design principle. There are references. I gotta draw this upside down. So say each circle is a script, right? You make a script. So this is the player movement script. And then this is like the gun inventory and ammo script or scripts. You got to be careful with how things reference each other, because when something is unloaded in a scene, it breaks that connection, and then when you reload into it with certain engines, if you don't set it up to look for the new one in the scene, then it breaks the connection. It's looking for one that's not there, it's looking for one that's not there, then you fuck it up. So like you have to, it's like there's an architecture of for how you set up the program scripts and how they reference each other, right? So if you just sit down and start making a game, yeah, you can probably make a game real fast. You probably won't make it'll probably end up being spaghetti code. But if you sit down and design the architecture of how the, like, what are the types of game you want? Let's do Dark Souls, because I know that's, if you're watching this, you probably want to make a Dark Souls game if you want to make games, right? So how do you make a Dark Souls game? Well, you're gonna need 3D models and animations and stuff. It's actually way simpler than you'd think, because even Miyazaki and From Software reuse assets that are for the public. They didn't 3D model all these things. They actually did what I just said I do, which is they buy an asset pack and then they give it to their professional 3D modelers to then sculpt as a base. Mesh is what it's called. And then they add like any details that they want, right? And then things like this, these are just textures with height maps. So this is just like, this is probably like one panel of a blank wall, like one flat square, and then it hits that, and then it's like a couple of you know, triangles of architecture to make a smooth arc, and then they just texture it to look like that, right? You can kind of see actually right here what I'm talking about. You see this line in the mesh, in the polygon, in the texture? That's showing you what I'm talking about. And then there's a line here, and then there's a line here, and then there's a line here, right? So like, I know how these games are made. How would you want to make these games, right? You have to go, okay, it's an action RPG, right? What does that entail? Do I want an inventory system? Do I want the player to level up? Do I even want them to craft items? Like all of these menus and stuff, these are like design pillars, but also like systems, right? So they all intertwine and have to reference each other, and this guy could drop an item that goes in your inventory, but then he's not here if you kill him. So what happens to the data, right, from him and the item? It has to go into your character's inventory and be stashed somewhere, because it can't be stashed on him if he's deleted and just, you know, stored away. That's why some models are just stowed away way beyond the borders of the skybox, because they need to be in the files of the game, in the scene somewhere loaded, or they might not even need to be loaded, but they need to be essentially used if they're going to be repurposed later on. Like this guy is the second time we fight this guy. The second time we've seen this character model. Second time he's used these animations and these particle effects like fireballs, right? And then our UI has to dynamically understand how to lock onto him, even though he's not the same guy. So it's like, it doesn't actually lock on for every enemy. It just locks onto the closest enemy, because that's better for data, right? You could program it like, what's his name? Yandere Dev, where you don't reference people and you're not humble and you can't say that there are, you know, people smarter in the community than you, so you just program the and or systems by hand manually fucking 1,000 times. Yeah, sure, you could do that. Or you could just, you know, understand that this guy's AI jumped off of the pathing, right, when he hit the railing. Here, this one we can draw, and we'll use the staircase. See these lines on the stairs, right? The actual borders where the mesh connects to the wall. So when they're making a path for the AI, how they do it is, this is like a flat, or well, this one might not be flat, but right, and then this room is its own fucking square. Ready? This is all filled in, right, with a it's like an inner AI mesh, right? Imagine just like a small little mesh that goes over this mesh, and it's filled in blue, right? This is how Unity does it, but it's a good visualization for AI pathing, because I could tell by how they glitch out that it's just the industry standard, and it's a good practice to do. So you see that little gap where the mesh is connecting but the AI isn't? That is actually there, coded into the game. Why is that there? Because you're a bean shape. You're shaped like this, and so are the enemies. And position wise, right, when you walk into a wall, they want the enemy to stop here, even though you are right here or right here, item wise, object wise, collider wise. If you get rid of the colliders and you have to put a point where your player model is, you're probably most likely here, and then everything's above because it's easier to calculate shit when they do that. So I'll erase the middle one. So to stop the AI, this little gap right here, I'm gonna draw it in red so it's clearer. This little tiny gap is this little tiny gap right here. They're trying to stop that from happening. But then they also adjust the AI's colliders, and then this wall has its own thing going on with the AI pathing that stops it from walking. That's why your character, you're controlling them along this pathing, and you don't bounce anymore when you walk against the wall. See how my legs clip into the wall? And my character should be like bouncing back and forth off of the knees, because and then my sword should be pushing me, but I'm like straight up just clipping in. My shield is clipping in. I'm just flat against the wall. But as I rotate, you can kind of tell now that I've drawn the bean. There are no corners to my character model. I am a bean. I'm just a bean shape. So that's how the AI pathing is. But look at where the particle effects are stopping, right? So why does that matter? The bean collider isn't your hitbox collider for combat. So this is your pathing, because that simplifies things. But here, they also have triggers to detect on each bone, right? They're just spheres. We already know this because we've seen the debug thing, but this is how like fighting games do it too. Sometimes they give you shoulders, right? They just give you the same bean collider that's on your sword. And what happens when you take an oblong shape and cut these parts off and then connect these two top parts? You get a circle, right? So that's why they have spheres for heads. It's just the bean compressed. Okay. We're probably going to reference this again. And that's again why sometimes it's a little bit off and you'll jump away from things and they'll hit like the outside part of your shoe next to you and you still die. It's because that is technically where your collider is, and it sucks. So, and then they can turn the colliders off or make them intangible, or like, you could do two things when you roll. I actually don't know how the fuck they do it, but how I would do it is a flag which is detectable, right? So if you are rolling, you still have your colliders so that you can tell when the player lands, but or gets hit by something else while they're rolling. But just mark you as, or have it so like when you hit and the collider for the attack is detecting things and it's searching for tags in the collider, when you roll, they just disable that tag and then re-enable it, right? It's the easiest thing because it is not a lot of programming. That means every attack is dynamically coded to iframe you through, and you can invincibility frame through all attacks at once, which is exactly how you do it in these games and why you would want to do it in these games, right? Because you need the invincibility if they offset their attacks and if they're like 10 things at you. So that's why you can roll through things. You're just not targetable. I think you still have your colliders, but I do not know. You can just turn the colliders off and the pathing is still there though, because it's not part of the combat coding, which is what I was getting at. You can have the pathing as one coding, one fucking folder and script sections and its own thing, doing its own code, and then it's you have the combat section of your folders where everything is coded together, and it could reference any script on it. It's like, if there is a movement script on this object, then, or an enemy AI movement script on this object, then do this, right? Or do that. But if not, then just ignore it, right? Because that's what the and or gates, again, that Little Big Planet taught me. But it's like that complex architecture of setting up a game is why making games like this are so hard. Sure, you could just make a fighting game, but then like trying to make a Dark Souls game with so many scenes and an open world and shit that loads in and out and characters that die and fucking don't come back and the items that drop in a certain place and can't be picked up, like the complexity and the lore is one thing. Like the lore is cool, but the complexity of the scripts to make a game like this, it does take that many people, and they are so complex that coding them is like a pain in the ass. So that's why I say, like, I like these games, but I don't know if I could ever make one, even though I know how to, because it's such a complex. I could make like a really simplified, like a dummies first Dark Souls, right? Like that's easy. Again, anyone could pretty much do that. You just follow YouTube tutorials, but like me, there is a step that like I had to get over the bump of like learning the intermediate and advanced boring shit that has nothing to do with coding, or not nothing to do with coding, nothing to do with playing the game and all to do with coding the game, which then became exciting to me. I was like, yo, now I understand how to make the games, and this is like, it's weird how the perspective changed of coding. I went from like it's complex and scary to like now I understand it and it's fun. It's weird, but playing these games and trying to understand how they're coded is why I can like trigger this guy's slash like this, because I walked backwards to the left. Backwards to the left. Nah, I didn't. I hit a little earlier. I think I actually could dodge there, but I hesitated. Hesitation is weakness. Hesitation is defeat. Fear not failure, or it is a merciless teacher. I don't know. I forgot the quote. There is a quote. I wasn't just making that. There's something about like fear being the best teacher. I forget what the fuck it is though. Yeah, I've been wanting to be a game dev since a kid because I love games. Is what the one chat that I've missed. Yeah, I also miss every time a girl pulls up on me or talks to me, I get uncomfy since I just love playing games. Yeah, that's funny, Vilixen. I understand that. Essentially, we were friends, me and that girl. Like, we just weren't acquainted too well. Like, I didn't... Like, they were a friend of a friend, essentially. If anything, to be fully honest, it was like a friend of a friend of a friend. And that's not an exaggeration. It literally is like, I'm 3 times removed from this situation. How am I getting hate? For respecting a drunk girl. What the fuck? Fuck all of you. I don't need to be your friends. But no, they were... I understand. It's like a miscommunication thing, which is why I'm like, I'm just indifferent. Fuck them. They didn't want to communicate. They were talking shit, and then they, you know, they dislike me for. I wouldn't have assumed it was about the rejection thing, like about me rejecting her, but she was super friendly until that, and then afterwards she just, we used to play Phasmophobia all the time, was so fucking mean for no reason. Like it was like a 180 personality overnight. Like it was insane. And like to not notice it, I would have to be blind and deaf and dumb. Like, oh, you're just a completely different person all of a sudden. So like, again though, I didn't really like play Phasmophobia with them. It was weird. I would play Phasmophobia with friends, and she played Phasmophobia with those friends, and then sometimes she would be in the lobbies with me, but she would always be nice. And then after that, she was always mean. So again, I was like, okay, whatever. Then that didn't even make me think about it. I just told our one mutual friend, like, hey, let her know. Or I didn't even say let her know. I was like, I don't really want to hang out anymore because she's a little weird since her birthday, you know? And I didn't even say like let her know or anything like that. I just let him know that like, hey, things have been weird in Phasmophobia. I'm actually not gonna play, you know? And then she messages me out of the blue, oh, I know, I'm sorry, things have been weird, or things have been weird since my birthday, but it's not because you rejected me, is what she messaged me on Discord. And I'm like, well, one, this message is out of the blue, and two, why are you bringing that up weeks later then, if it's not about that? What the fuck are you talking about then, lady? So it was like very obvious that that's what it was about. I was like, whatever, I'm done. I don't care, I don't give a fuck. I did it way too early. I tried to kind of get him in the twirl there, but he went too high up. But that was the situation with her. It just made me completely like confused. Like, no, thank you. I don't know. Again, she was nice in our encounters. Me and our mutual friends, we would play Phasmophobia all the time. And then when she would occasionally, she's not like a gamer or anything, when she would occasionally join because it was Phasmophobia, not because we were like gaming or anything, she was nice. So I was okay with throwing a birthday for her. I was like, whatever, yeah, you guys are cool. Like, whatever. Yeah. You know, it's not like I've known her for years and spent a bunch of days with her. You know, like I could like count the amount of times we hung out on my hand. So it's not like, okay, we've known each other and, oh, I'm sorry that I rejected you. That it's been cleaned. Nice, you got it. But that was that story of what? Excuse me, ma'am. Huh? I just wanted that for the history books though. I've explained the story before, but it's like all of my hours in Phasmophobia are hanging out with that friend group because of my other friends. But I still have people, you know, this is the most vindicating thing, right? Where you get into an argument with someone in a friend group or something. I don't even want to say that I got into an argument. They were like arguing amongst themselves about me because they didn't like me, and then they kicked me out of the Discord. But after you argue with a friend, if one of your mutual friends comes to you after witnessing the whole argument and goes, actually, I'm still friends with you because that was bullshit, that is I've had that happen in both of my arguments, which made me like, all right, we're good. I feel vindicated. Of like people coming to me afterwards and going, well, actually, yeah, you're kind of right. And I'm like, I might have been an asshole about how it's not about being right. I'm kind of an asshole, but I guess it's like they said it on Smosh really well recently during the Am I the Asshole thing. It's like you're an asshole, but like someone was a real piece of shit to you, right? Like someone was a real asshole to you. So I mean, it's kind of okay. It sucks to say it, because it's like an eye for an eye makes the whole world blind. But then it's like it goes back to the whole, what is it, the Malcolm X quote or whatever, the whole like, is the sheep preaching hate if he says I'm not gonna let the wolf eat me anymore? Right? It's like, if I'm an asshole because I'm fed up with your bullshit, if you being an asshole to me to like the 10th degree, does that really make me the asshole? If so to you, then I'm okay with being an asshole, right? And you can go fuck yourself. That's the thing that I think puts it over the top. Only reason I would drop a friend is if their ideals are not good. Yeah, the first friend group that I dropped was like the women should be in the kitchen sexist idiots that I outgrew from childhood, you know, like they don't, whenever they were the dipshits that when we would be in a voice chat game and a girl would come on the mic, they would have to say something. And it always made me uncomfortable, and I always spoke out against it and been like, I just don't even play games with you guys anymore, right? And I stopped playing games with my friends, which was weird. But then we got into like an argument at the beginning of COVID, and then I was like, all right, you guys are douchebags, right? And I'm okay with being an asshole to you. Fuck you, I'm out, right? Like, it's not just like the sexist thing, but it was a bunch of ideals that just misaligned with me. And it was like, it's like, I guess I've made mistakes, I'm okay, right? Like with people making mistakes, but it's the active choice to be an asshole that I'm like, oh, okay, fuck you then, I'm out. Like one of my friends was asking if he should cheat on his girlfriend. Yeah, fuck that guy with his hotter girl kissing. And his friend started to support him, and I was like, what the fuck? Yeah, fuck that, dude. I've been cheated on. It's not good. Ah, damn it, I held dodge too long. Yeah, fuck that. Those, I mean, someone said it best of like, I don't agree. It's like people who are gonna do it, that were destined to do it, right? But it still should be shunned, because people think, like you just said, if they get support and they're encouraged and everyone's okay with it, the reason they wouldn't do it is because they're like, it's a bad thing to do emotionally to someone and I will be shunned for hurting that person emotionally. So if you are an asshole and you are encouraged and supported by your friend group, then yeah, you're going to continue being an asshole. So it's like, that deserves to be spoken up against, right? And again, with the other people, I feel like I'm indifferent. He just pushed me right off the edge. I tried to dodge, I'm gonna be real, and that one I'm upset with. People just asking the question, is a red flag? Yeah, and his friend saying he should is fucked up. 100%. Like, on God, I would cut a dick off if a girl tried using me to cheat. Yeah, and if I didn't know she had a BF, I would be suspicious of all girls. Yeah, like, you see, I feel like I have to fight that inherent, like, suspicion of everyone, because it's like that right there, right? I also am like that, like, I'm suspicious of everyone, right? So of course I'm suspicious of girls who are trying to date me, but I don't really date. It's just, what do you want? No. But straight up, yeah, but no, I don't know. I don't even like hang out or talk to women like that anymore. I have friends that like have children and have spouses and stuff, and I'm like the unrelated uncle, right? Like, I would kill for them because we grew up in an apartment, like a studio apartment next door to each other, and I would like always go next door and check on them and help out, you know? So it was like, we got friends that are adults, but then you sometimes have friends that don't grow up like that, right? Like, it's weird, and you got to make a choice. But that's part of growing up, is like, how were they raised, and if they think cheating is okay, or if anything like that. They think sexism is okay. I think the harassing, again, I've told this exact story. These are the same people. Well, the people that I'm no longer friends with, the sexist weirdos who would always speak up in game chat, voice chat, they were also the one, this is why I don't play League of Legends. They are the friends that played League of Legends, and the 1 or 2 times, I have like 11 games as Lux ever on my account, because I played with them for like a day, and it started good when like they were in my low elo and I was still learning the game, but I played Dota as like a kid, the original, with Warcraft 3 and StarCraft, just games, right? So I know how to play these games. And we did really well. I did actually pretty good for like a new player. But then when we got like a random teammate, this is what made me just stop playing League of Legends. It was like a 3-game successive run of my friends at the time just telling people like KYS and all of the most toxic, imagine the most toxic gamer shit you can imagine. I was stun locked. Genuine. I was like, this is really, what the fuck? This is what you do in this game? I never play League with you guys. This is what you do in your free time? You're fucking crazy. So it's like, I couldn't see them the same after that. I couldn't see them. It was like they started losing in a game that, like, yeah, sometimes you lose in a 30-minute match, and they flipped the fuck out. I was like, oh, what the hell? Like, I haven't gamer raged like that ever in my life. Like, I've gamer raged, you know, I've punched drywall, but that shit is deranged, dude. The level that they got to. I do that, but only toxic people are my friends playfully. Yeah, I guess playfully with your friends is different, but no. The way that they were like mad in voice chat at the teammate, they're like, I wish this person could hear me, da 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 da, you know, that kind of shit. But they were like fuming over losing a league game, and I'm like, yeah, I've been tilted. I've been mad. I've screamed fuck so loud that I think my neighbor's windows rattled just this week on Millennia. Gamer rage is a thing. I'm not gonna deny that. But like telling people they should fucking kill themselves because the character they picked or whatever the fuck is deranged. Yeah, and they like are so mad. But then again, it was like 3 games in a row of like harassing the enemy team, harassing our own teammates. I was like, holy fuck, dude. You're just a shitty person. Like, it made me realize, like, all of those other things out in the real world, I was like, even when you're enjoying yourself, like playing a game, when you're seeking enjoyment and escapism, you're a piece of shit to people who are also enjoying themselves, or, yeah, trying to enjoy themselves and seeking escapism. What the fuck is wrong with you? Just start spamming the N-word. Exactly, like, one of the people, I hated him. He was like almost never considered my friend, if I'm being honest. He was that kind of edgelord that would say the N-word as a joke, quote unquote, I would say. And I fucking hated it. And I would always speak out actively there and be like, bro, our friend is black. Like, you're probably making them uncomfortable. And they were like, yeah, what the fuck? I was like, because I could see it on their face. They just don't want to speak up. And I'm like, you know, what the fuck is wrong with you, dude? Like, I've known them longer than I've known him, so it was also more upsetting. But it was like, dude, that shit always upsets me. I say this all the time. There's no way to get that. I swear to God, I did it too early, or too late. But so it's happened like my whole life. I'll go and crack a joke and make people laugh, and I feel like, oh my God, that joke got a laugh, dude. I can't believe it. Yeah, and then some dipshit in the group of people that I made laugh will think, oh, everybody's laughing. Time to say something racist. I don't know what occurs to them. They think, oh, it's a safe space here. Everyone's relaxed. I can be myself. Time to be a piece of shit and ruin the vibes. Like, actually, I don't know what the fuck, but it's happened like so much my whole life. I think what it is they don't know how to be funny and want to be part of the joke and in on it, so they don't understand that that makes people laugh out of uncomfortable like feeling. So it's, yeah, using well-timed racism jokes are fine. I guess that's different. I've had black friends make that like a joke about being black, and I guess it's a racist joke, but I am not making a joke about black people. My black friend is making a joke to me about like the existence, about what it is like, you know? So it's different. It's like I'm in on the joke. I love this person as a friend. Of course, this is a welcoming joke, more so, right? You're in on the joke and it's not insulting anyone. I think that's the main focal point. This guy that I'm talking about, right? He isn't black. He's Jewish, and he's not practicing or anything. He was just like raised Jewish in a Jewish community and family. And he says the most offensive things about Jewish people and black people. And then he's like writes it off as I'm just joking. And it's like, jokes have to be funny. Dog, like you're a fucking idiot. Am I really racist if I'm racist to all, right? No, I guess that's what it is. I hate everybody equally, but it's not about their race. It's about their prejudice. It's an eye for an eye makes the whole world blind. No, I missed a lot of your messages. And just getting a girl with a good personality and is a 2 out of 10 ain't a bad deal with it in this economy. See, that's what it is with the whole, you shouldn't be rating people, but I understand the joke. But like, it's like everyone is beautiful to someone kind of thing. It took me a long time to genuinely experience that, not like see it and believe it, but like it's like a mushroom trip later as a joke is what I'll say. For legal reasons, but it's like, yeah, everyone is beautiful, right? Humans are beautiful creatures in the complexity of what we look like compared to like a round rock that got beaten down by a river, right? So it's like, whatever. I think everyone's beautiful. It's the inside that can be really fucking ugly. But I don't know what IWL stands for, I'm gonna be honest. My brain is trying to process it. But like, I guess that's different. When you're, again, like, I have tons of friends who are a bunch of different ethnicities, but I don't, when I was growing up in high school and middle school, it's like I didn't see color, but I didn't think about it like that. How I made my friends is someone turned around to me in health class and was like, do you play World of Warcraft? And I was like, yes, I fucking do play World of Warcraft. You know? It's like, that was how I made friends. I wasn't like, this guy's white. That's a weird and limiting viewpoint. Fucking, that must suck to live like that. But I luckily did not get raised like that. I didn't live like that, so that shit's weird when I finally experience a true racist that like half of his jokes are just racist jokes or religious jokes. And it's like, hey, look, I think religion's the bad guy, but not religious people who were brought up and don't know better. That's the problem. They don't know better. You can't blame the system, or you can't blame the people for falling subject to a system that's like, I'm going to try and sneakily subjugate people. It's like they don't know that it's happening. But anyway, that's the whole point of the Elden Ring lore. We'll tie it into Elden Ring lore. The Golden Order. I'm talking about the Golden Order. Anyway, so I'm seeing that some of your messages are popping up on the left side, but not actually in chat. And I'm going to show it in a second because I noticed. But again, this was a study, a scientific study, which I appreciated. In like 2008, they checked gamers, like the whole racism epidemic. Now, it is a problem with gamers that like when you go into voice chat and you might get dipshits like my old friends. They exist, but hopefully this helps people. Is that most of the, or not even most of the time, like all of the time when they were, it was like a 1-for-1 every time it happened. they checked and it was like lined up perfectly. The people who are, well, I should start from the beginning, explaining the scientific study. They were testing gamers by just going into public lobbies and seeing how they respond to a girl teammate, right? Like a girl comes on a voice chat and says something. What happens? What is the reaction? And usually the sexist people are doing the worst, but they speak up because it's like they've analyzed it with science and psychology. They speak up because they view their like position in society is at threat, because they view women as like a lesser creature, which is a mental block already. So now they're limiting themselves because they are now viewing someone who is beating them as someone that shouldn't be beating them, when it's not the case. The person is just a person who outskills them. It doesn't matter if it's a man or a woman. You know, it's like, if you've lived long enough, you know there are people who can do things you can't. But it's like the inability to accept that is typically shown. Dude, I'm never catching that. I'm never catching that. How the fuck did the... I want to pull up the guide in the middle of this walkthrough. But anyway, the people typically reacted to the girls being in their voice chat negatively and sexist when they were doing poorly, and that is the reason. Like, I just don't know what to say. No cap, girls get me sweaty in this game. See, that it's like, just, I view them all as people. That's the best way to... Everybody's a person. Sure, biology, I find girls attractive. That's how it works. Same. Girls make me nervous because sex. Let's just say it out loud. But I'm not monkey brained anymore. I'm human brained. So it's like, I know that it's more than sex. So I have friends who are girls, again, that like our relationship has nothing to do with sex. We were neighbors, we were friends, we were just part of a community. And then I have friends who were like, they were my friend, and then I introduced them to their partner by proxy, and then now they're with their partner, right? And it's like, I love that for them. I hope their relationship goes forever, right? But it's like, I don't view that girl in any sexual way. I don't like her like that, and I'm happy for her relationship. It's like, you need to be able to be happy for other people, and also you need to not be always objectifying women, right? It took me a while to understand what objectifying was. I was like, I don't objectify women. I view them as a person, and I respect them. It's like, there are different ways that you can do it. You might not even realize you're doing it, is the problem. So if that's your initial reaction, you get defensive. That's the immediate time to analyze if you're objectifying women. Why are you getting defensive is my question. But no, but yeah, I'm asking my past self that. But yeah, it's like, I'm in puberty, that's why. Yeah, exactly. I'm past puberty, so I could talk to women. But I had that same thing. But you know, it's like, if you want healthy relationships with just everyone, you're gonna have to view them as like normal people and respect them. But I think that was the reason I couldn't hang out with those guys, because it's like, if I wanted to have friends that were girls and ever be in voice chat on Discord, I could not hang out with those friends, because they would be like, make me a sandwich, you should be in the kitchen, like the fucking dumbest. Ugh. And I would always have to be like, shut the fuck up. Like, it wasn't just like a, oh, ha ha ha, she's in on the joke thing, because like the girls that we would have in chat would call them out and be like, you are fucking annoying and that's stupid as shit and dated and you're an asshole, and then leave and then never come back. So it's like happened twice where they're like, I don't like playing with those friends, and I'm like, actually, you're right. And it wasn't long after like those girls let me know that it was a problem, where I was like, it's not like a funny thing just because it's funny to them and I'm laughing out of like, they don't mean it, right? Ha ha ha. It's like, one, they probably do mean it if they're joking about it, because the thing with comedy is like, some people, right, it's like, oh, it's funny because it's kind of true. So if they're trying to laugh at it, It's like they think that's true. So that is the problem. Or it's the absurdity of it, right? It's how not true is it? And that's the joke. But people don't realize that's what it is and get it twisted. If they're, let's be honest, if they're autistic, it's the whole point is social cues. It's not trying to be mean or anything. That is literally what it is. You don't understand social cues. So that happens sometimes. So I don't judge people just because they don't understand. It is after being corrected if they've made a conscious choice to continue being an asshole. Right? It's like you've been told by women that it makes them uncomfortable and is a mean thing to do. Just stop. Your friends tell you it's kind of a douchebag thing. And then you've driven them to a point where they are confronting you in an angry manner and they don't care about your feelings anymore. It's like you can play the victim and be like, oh no, they were mean to me. Or you can analyze like, were they mean to me because I was a douchebag? It's like, I think about that all the time. I'm like, damn, my friends, you know, the people who I respected and played games with for a long time, they kicked me out of a group chat. And it's like, oh, it's because I refused to be sexist. Or I refused to support breaking into a fucking gym at the start of a pandemic and ruining a local business and not like a conglomerate business. It was like you just broke into a mom and pop shop and fucked it up because you don't like the pandemic rules. It's like, yeah, kick me out of that group chat. I didn't want to be in it anyway. You guys are fucking assholes. And we should have probably never been friends. If I could go back and rewrite time, I would hopefully teach you better. But if that wasn't an option and you were destined to be a piece of shit, go fuck yourself. Damn it, I tried to roll that tower right there. No cap, I will be making jokes about that stuff, but I know when to stop. Yeah, like, I'll say it. I've made sexist jokes, but with my girlfriends and my girlfriends. And it's like like I said, it wasn't actually a sexist joke because I think women should be in the kitchen. It's like a facetious, oh, I'm saying the sexist joke because imagine if I was really like this. Imagine how much of a piece of shit I would have to be to say this thing. But I would only say that to like my loved ones who know me, that know that that's not who I really am. I wouldn't say that in public, right? Because I wouldn't actually be caught dead saying those fucking things and really meaning it. It's funny to say to someone if they're in on the joke and they know you're joking and you're not hurting anyone with it. Right? And then even then, sometimes the joke is that like, wouldn't this hurt if I meant it? You know I love you and I would never mean this. That's the joke and why it's funny. So it's like some people don't understand that and they like aren't sure about how other people are feeling and stuff. So it's like I won't even judge people based on saying something mean or out of pocket because maybe they're in on the joke and you weren't in on the fact that they were in on it. Whatever. But if they show that they're a piece of shit, a racist asshole, well then fuck them. Don't support them, right? If they're sexist, homophobic, transphobic, whatever, do you want to support them? You don't need to. But also call it out, I say. What is it? The evil of complacency, right? That's like the whole thing with half of the enemies in Elden Ring is like, if you don't speak out, look how bad things could get, right? Again, I've said this analogy to someone else, but Blixen, you're not there. Like Flashpoint, exactly. But then start a paradox, exactly. No, with the whole time travel thing. But no, it's like if someone is beating you to death, right? Someone is fighting you brutally, a masked figure. You don't know who it is. It's obscured forever, a shadow over their face. It doesn't matter who they are. They're attacking you. And then I'm off to the side, sipping a soda. Just right, watching, and then the person holding you down looks at me and says, I'm doing this because I love you and I want to keep you safe, and I think the person I'm fighting is evil. You, right? And you know you're not evil. Would you look at me and ask me to do something? Would you want me to do something? Would you hope that you could convince me that you're not evil and that this motherfucker is crazy, right? Or would you rather me complacently stand by and do nothing? That's truly what it is. People don't realize it's that bad, but it's like, yeah, complacency is evil. The only person you help is the oppressor when you do nothing. What you should do is try to stop the fight, even if you don't know who the fuck the problem is, right? You should go to break up the fight, get the answers, and be like, okay, well, this motherfucker's crazy. And the obscured shadowy figure, clearly a lunatic. I'm glad I stopped this fight and saved somebody. Right? That's how we view it as humanity. It's like, you didn't stop a fight and they're like, wow, you stopped the fight, you're evil. Right? It's like, wow. The only other time they'll do that is like, you saved Hitler. Wow, you stopped the fight, but you saved Hitler. It's like when you were acting to help the oppressor that you were complacently watching is the only time people think it's evil. Literally. It's like there are no better analogies. So it's like that. It doesn't matter who it is. Speak up and say something. If you stand by and let people get oppressed, you are contributing to it because you can stop it by speaking up or cause a roadblock. It's like the butterfly effect. Cause a bump that makes it wobbly and unstable for the next bump to knock it off course, and then the next bump after that to tip it over. It didn't have to be you that stops it, right? You don't have to be unstoppable force meets unmovable object. You just have to be enough to start a change, right? So it's like that is the biggest thing. Like the giant in Anor Londo. The Anor Londo is killing giants and oppressing them, right? They have them enslaved. Why would a giant complacently be forging the weapons of the oppressor? If he stopped, no one would be oppressed, right? If he just literally did nothing, right? But he is complacent in the evil that is oppressing his people, so he's okay with it. He keeps forging because it's all he knows to do. He doesn't care who's leading him as long as he gets to forge. That's why the complacency that I mentioned with the giant is evil. He's making the weapons of Anor Londo, of all the people you fought up to that point. Everyone you've ever killed, he's the problem. He's the one that made it happen. He reforges their weapons stronger than before every time, right? It's like everyone loves the giant because he's enslaved, but he's supposed to be the embodiment of complacency is evil, right? He's making the weapons of his own oppression. It would literally be better if he did nothing, but he's complacent. If he did nothing, right? Nothing is a better action, again, with complacency. If he literally just stopped making weapons, no one could be at war because no one could make the weapons like him because he's the last fucking giant. So it's like he's the problem, but he's not doing anything. But he's the thing is he's not actually, the problem is he's actually barely doing anything. It's like he could either stop for good or make weapons for you to fucking stop, you know, everything for good. But he just makes weapons. He doesn't care who he's making weapons for. So it's like that. It is, again, why I said I'd tie it to the lore of Elden Ring, but it really is. Like, these games I've been playing them since 2009. I did actually get brought up by Demon Souls and Dark Souls and Elden Ring. So the elements of, like, greed, right? Of, like, sure, you can get the good item, but this character's story ends better if you don't get the good item, right? If you don't make Selen a Graven Witch, but you do Ranni's ending, she gets what she wants and she lives. You just don't get her set, right? You are the ruler of Caria Manor, the Lord, you are her student. You get to help her. You get to rewrite the world. You're the fucking married to the goddess of the moon who just fucked off, right? You get to literally rewrite the world that you're standing in with the blessings of the moon and Caria Manor, right? So it's like Selen's the perfect example of that. If you just don't finish her quest, she actually gets the best ending. Sigmire, if you don't end his quest 100% and you do the 99%, he doesn't give you the Titanite slab, he gives you a shitty ring, but he gets to live, right? It's like, do you care about people? Is the question that Dark Souls is answering. And that's why it's always like, why is it always sadness, right? It's like, that is the answer to the question. You chose it. You chose to kill them for the item. They were fine. They were perfect, in fact. You finished their quest, and they got to happily ever after, and then you chose the greed to kill them. And then Alexander, he doesn't become the amazing Jar Warrior. You shatter him. right? After he's eaten all of the people from Radahn's festival, so he's the strongest warriors, and then he's forged in Mount Gelmir's flame. He's completed the ancient ritual. He's the strongest jar man. He can go back to Jarburg, help everyone out, just defend it peacefully forever. If you just let him live. But you go and but no, you want that extra artifact. You want the Ash of War to be 10% stronger. That 10% stronger is so important to you, you would kill a friend. That's essentially what Miyazaki is telling you. Okay, I went through it that time. No sense of that. I'd say he wanted to die. He wants to die a warrior's death. But that, it's like, again, with like death in Dark Souls, that again, the theme of death and death being important and immortality being a curse, right? You get to let him live, but he gets to defend Jarburg and go and live out his warrior's life and death. You know you're gonna beat him. You're not granting him an honorable fight, right? You run up and two-shot him most of the time. So it's like they are slaves to it. Yeah, it's more like an honor thing. Yeah, well, now we know in the DLC the shaman are like forced into the jars, so who knows? But I kind of died to him. I feel like everyone does. See, again though, he's stronger than most jar people in the game to show you like he conducted the ritual. He's actually strong. He did the thing. So it's like he gets to be the jar man he wanted to be, right? I feel his good ending is killing him and giving his innards to Jarburg. I do kind of agree, but that's if you follow the idea that like death, if you're prepared to die, right? If you value life, which is the whole Melina thing, right? Don't allow the frenzied flame to prevent life from prospering in this realm. This realm might be fucked up, but it doesn't deserve to end, right? That's essentially what Melina's whole thing is. Frenzied Flame wants to restart the world, though. She's like the same thing kind of as Gwyn. She's afraid of the fire just ending it and not continuing into something new, which is what we know happens. So, dare I say, Melina, same thing. She's got to go. But all of America's kids end up... Oh, I fucked up. I rolled the wrong way. Goddamn edges, yeah. Oh yeah, he keeps... You're fighting him on like a tiny platform. But I do see people just walk up and two-shot him. Like if you're just built to... If you want to kill him, you can go rebuild and two-shot him, which is like, that's the game telling you like, well, he's actually a really easy enemy. Because there aren't many bosses that actually die in like 3 hits when you've leveled up. I should explain. I'm not leveling up. That's the pussy way. Exactly. You're telling me, right? I don't even have that increasing gear on, which is what no level, like every single no leveling guide, no hit, no dodge, no frost, no bleed, all of those pussies have on the Radagon sword seal. I'm the only lunatic that genuinely is doing it as a level 1 just to see if it's possible, and it is, but I'm deranged. It was a 16-minute boss fight, continuous boss fight against Melania from beginning to end. 16 minutes of fighting Melania. You don't gotta tell me that I'm crazy. After I did that, I know I'm fucking crazy. People don't even like fighting that boss for 2 minutes. People cheese that boss because they don't fight that boss. I fought her for 16 minutes straight and won. Yikes. So it's like, I understand. But again, it's a game and I want people to enjoy it. I'm doing it to see if in terms of game design, it's possible. And if I wanted to make a game like this, I would have to play test it, which means I would have to be able to do exactly what I'm doing right now because I don't have play testers. I would have to be able to beat the game without leveling if I ever wanted to make a game like Dark Souls. that's balanced so well, you can beat it without leveling. Might take me like a year. We can do it though, I believe. And a lot of it is timing and math and spacing. You might not even need to do it. You might need to fight one boss and then just replicate the timing, which is a lot of what happens. But in the late game, it feels like there are unique bosses that are coded special for the game. And then in the sequel or the DLC, they do it better. I will say it. All I'm saying is you beta testers, you got beta testers in the chat. Damn. God damn. Well, actually, I do know that a lot of people got into the beta test for, in my Discord, a lot of people got into the Night Rain beta, but I did not want to spoil it. I don't want to corrupt my lore knowledge. So Miyazaki always, damn it, I barely mistimed that. Miyazaki always changes it on release to have the actual lore that he wants. So I don't want to get confused with like, well, in beta it was like this, well, in beta it was like this. Like, I don't want to say that because that's what happens a lot. People are like, well, in the early versions of Elden Ring, this is a thing, and in the early versions of Elden Ring in 1.0, this was a thing. And it's like, I mean, we've got an entire lore document here. Right here. No, I'm just kidding. We have an entire lore document that goes over every single bit of the lore. And I keep adding to it. I actually just realized where I wanted to add I have fucking what's it called? Here, we'll just open recent all of Elden Ring lore. All right. So there's Ul and Ul. I'm gonna speed run the entire lore, and it's gonna be impressive. Ready? And we're gonna go off of in-game proof that is 100% undeniable. You are about to learn all of the lore of Elden Ring really quick. Ready? So here's the Uld Palace ruins, right? See this guy? And then underneath, Noxtellan Society, Ul Palace ruins. Not Uld, like we just saw. Ul. So there's Ul and Uld. And they're the giants, right? They're the giants' ruins. Giant ruins equal giant people. That's the big people or the big ruins. And that's Ul and Uld. And look, underground, there's the guy that we just showed you. There, he's underground too. They worshipped him in both societies. It is one big society, right? One big giant society. Again, literally. So, what happens? Well, in the game, the Newmen, which are also in Demon Souls, which is why I picked a picture. This is a Newman in Demon Souls. It's a funny little lore tie-in, but what happens is, in Demon Souls, they are a intellectual spirit people that come from beyond the fog, and they are also the same thing here in Elden Ring. That's why I use a picture of Demon Souls. It's kind of a joke, but also not. They come from beyond the fog, which is where they go later on. And then they wind up in the Noxtellan Society because of the ants, right? You got the ants with the big asses underground, and they have the Newman souls when you kill them, and they drop Newman souls everywhere. That's how we know they're there, and all the items are Newman stuff. They mention the Newman a million fucking times. That's how we know. So, you have the above ground society. It develops. You have the Newman and the giants form a society of day and night. Gold, silver. Why does that matter? Well, we found what it's based off of, called the Red King and White Queen of Alchemy. All you need to know is that the Red King represents fire, air, sun, gold, masculine traits. He's an alpha giga chad, right? Big Dick Johnson. Then you got White Queen, water, earth as an underground, moon, silver, right? She's big tit Janice. I don't know what the fuck what the equivalent would be, but they're the leaders of their societies. And here you are with a sword, the avatar, exactly. And so actually we get the avatar in a minute, but you're the avatar, ruler of all shapes. No, I'm just kidding. Anyway, so what I did was I broke it down very easy visually. There's a gold line that shows you the day society from Lindell. And then there's a silver line that shows you the Noxtellan society. So what happens in Noxtella? They find larval tears because they worship the night and stars, right? That's their whole thing. They're the silver star, earth, moon people. They're underground in the earth. They worship the stars. They find the larval tears, which is life beyond the stars. The jellyfish quest tells us that life goes to the stars when they die, right? Because they go to see the stars. So now we understand the significance of the jellyfish quest. What do they do with the larval tears, the life from beyond the stars? They start making life with it, right? They take life and make artificial life. You got the mimic tears. Hey, look, it's me. And then you get the silver constructs that drop the larval tears, right? These things always drop larval tears. They are very conveniently in the Noxtellan City Society, both places. Now, why does it matter? Well, these people in Demon Souls, and the original story that Miyazaki's always trying to tell, is that I'm gonna go make a new layer just to draw more lines. The Newmans fuck with soul magic. I'm gonna draw a little soul. How cute it is. They fuck with soul magic, and then the god punishes them by sending demons, right? Little demons to claim their souls and unite them, right? Unite them. Unite them. Unite them. I'm gonna say that one more time. Unite them. Frenzied flame. Because he wants to reset the universe. That is the story of Demon Souls, but that is what Miyazaki has told in both Dark Souls, Bloodborne, or Dark Souls and everything else since then. So Elden Ring also follows the same story. What happens? They start fucking with souls underground. They get hit by a goddamn meteorite. We know why and how. Are you ready? Again, in-game lore, we already know who it was and why. Where's the spell? Where's the spell? Where's the spell? Here. Thought to be the founding glintstone sorcery, the glimpse of the primeval current that the astrologer, the night civilization, saw became real, and the stars amber rained down on the land. Now, where is the one amber star shard in the game? Plot twist, it's here in Lindell, right? You get it right here. And it's actually put on a statue, so it was moved here. So it's in Lindell. The one amber star shard in the whole fucking game is here in Lindell. Why does that matter? Because what do we have here? They make artificial life with the Albinoric women and the sword puppet people, right? With the dresses and the swords that are whips. Estelle with the amber. See her, the amber tail, the amber. See the not amber. See the missing amber. Why does that matter? Amber. No, I'm just kidding. Estelle is a meteor, crashes into Lindell, and then burrows through the Ainsel River, right? How do we know this? You find a bunch of Estelle throughout the Ainsel River shooting at you, right? And they are a younger, smaller version of Estelle. They are also there before the meteorite, which means they are there before Radon unleashes time. And then, again, with the connection, how do we know all of these things are one eternal city underground? The joke that everyone makes. Where is it? When Miyazaki doesn't know how to connect zones in a game, he uses coffins. Now it makes sense. Now the coffins make sense. Where does this take you? From here to where I say Estelle burrows down into. Right? The Ainsel River main. From there to here, and then why does that matter? So, what do we see here but puppets and mimics galore? Right? There are so many mimics. It's actually a problem to walk around in this city, as if they wanted you to take note of how many fucking mimics there are. Like as if it would be an infestation or a problem anywhere else. Now again, the other Eternal City, a bunch of mimics, right? They're on the roofs. They're everywhere. Let's go look. Oh, I should have hit the sword puppet, but it's okay. Mimics galore. Mimics galore. See all them down there? Mimics. You fucking mimics. You slimes. Okay. Again, why does that matter? Well, the one place that I said Estelle landed, and we also know that she landed here because it said Estelle took the night sky, right? Of an eternal city. Where is it? There we go. I was like, I can finally remember it's in the equipment. A malformed star born in the lightless void far away. Once destroyed an eternal city and took away their sky. A falling star of ill omen. The one eternal city without a sky, with a crater going up to the surface. Right? Where are all the mimics? Where are all of the Albinorics? I will tell you where. They are the shamans. They go and follow the stars. Their fake stars are taken by Estelle, right? So they follow the sky upward to the Shadow Altus. Right? In the DLC, we know the Shadow Altus is where these people wind up. So, again, why it's a perfect line down, but it's the nighttime. The queen is white. The white queen of night and, you know, darkness and death would be the gloam-eyed queen. The shaman made the gloam-eyed queen. Who was the shaman? Who was the gloam-eyed queen? Who was the, I will have everyone say it with me now. Who was the one shaman that we know they ascended to godhood and betrayed them? I'll keep circling it. It was Marika. Okay, so Marika was the gloam-eyed queen. I'm just gonna establish that. Why does that matter? Astrologers, they have their offshoot, and then everything down here starts to make sense. The Beastmen Society is Lindell. If they worship the Crucible, which is the Elden Ring. Now we get to explain this side. Placidusax, missing heads. There's a rise because of Bale. They both hurt each other. The Beastmen fight. Lion replaces them. Lion, man, Beastman. Lion Beastman of gold replaces the dragon, right? How do we know that? Because Marika takes their eye power at the beginning of the DLC and gives it to Horolu. So we see Sarash is his name, the lion, and now it explains why the Lionel Misbegotten have the fucking golden swords. It's all making sense, right? But what happens is Marika takes the runes and starts giving them to people. Godfrey gets the rune, and look at where the gold is born. It goes from silver to gold amongst the humans. Again with dual identity. Omen is the Golden Order's slur for horn scent. Two identities for one thing. Gloam-eyed Queen is actually... trying to rewrite her identity. So, she takes the gold, puts it into Godfrey, starts taking Elden or greater runes out of the Elden Ring. The dragons attack, right? This guy attacks, because in terms of timeline, it makes sense as well. No one knows why he attacks, but we do. If you go look at the lore here, I'll flex this as long as I possibly can. All right? Ransax, Elden Ring. We're gonna go to the lore. This is the fandom. These are all of the lore masters. All of their knowledge put together, right? It is unclear what exactly prompted Grand Sax and the ancient dragons to descend from Farum Azula and attack the royal capital. Well, now we've explained it. If Marika wasn't the true heir, because she had Horaloo fight for her, right? Here, look, we'll draw it so we have the visualization. He's the one who fought the lion. Actually, he might not have fought the lion, because I have a theory that she kills the lion herself, but he is said to be the reason for her success in conquest, and she gave him the lion to quell his thirst of battle, right? As like a reward. Well, first we know that the Elden ring... Well, we also know that Marika lies with the Golden Order. So what do we know for certain? He winds up with the Elden ring to suppress his battle, right? His will to fight. So he's suppressed by the person she suppressed, right? Right here. She suppressed the lion, so she can suppress Horaloo with it. That is explicitly told to us through the game. She used the lion. That's why Siraj is like digging his claw into Horaloo. It is explained to us. It is to calm him in battle. And then when he goes from Godfrey to Horaloo, he says, "You've served me well. Now I'm going to embrace my battle tendencies." That's a JoJo reference, by the way. And then he embraces his battle art, his aura. So he abandons the Golden Order, and then he starts using Beastmen whirlwind power, which is tied straight to the birds here and the giants. Anyway, what does that explain? Well, how can we prove this? Two different ways, maybe three. One, the rune is put into Godfrey and is then born into Godwyn. The next two children don't have the golden lineage, right? Morgott and Moog are born as Hornsent, which is just omen, right? It's a shamanistic people word for someone that was birthed this way. So they actually have the white death powers, which is what they got from their father, which is his wind powers. So, why does that matter? Godfrick, or Godfroy, and Godrick, essentially the same thing, wind up with the rune that I was talking about, right? A little blurry, but we got there. And then this one kind of spoils it, but again. He winds up with the rune, born into him, we kill him, it was birthed through the lineage. These are all explicitly. Did Horaloo stuff Marika's muffins? Actually, we're about to confirm something even crazier. So, why, if Marika is trying to lie about being the Glowmite Queen, right? She doesn't want to be the Glowmite Queen. She wants to be the Golden Red King. Who was the original king of the giants? The Red King, right? That she usurped and replaced. I think the same thing with this. She took the rune and gave it to Horaloo. She took the rune of rebirth and gave it to Radagon. He's got the red hair. He's a giant. He has a connection to the red wolves and the Lionin Misbegotten, right? Being a giant with red hair. So he has the red lineage, right? The true golden lineage is his. He's reborn. How can we prove this? Well, we've made our own little chart here. If he winds up with this rune, oh, we'll draw that in gold. He winds up with this rune because he was born with Godwyn's golden powers, right? Marika is told to give birth to Melina. We are explicitly said that, and she winds up with the Glowmite Queen's powers. Glowmite Queen. In the whole cutscene. There's a whole cutscene. I won't spoil it, but we're just going to say Glowmite Queen, right? So this confirms it the second way, but let's confirm it even further. Where would the rebirth rune go for Radagon? If not his first child, with Renala. Oh, would you look at that? Oh, would you look at that? It's right there. In his first child. No, but actually. So Radagon was the original king of giants. reborn with the runes inside of him. And again, we can prove that with his visual design, but we'll get there in a second. How else can we prove this? Well, if he's the sun, well, we know his wife here, to the right, not the left, is the moon, right? And her sister is the twin moons. But anyway, the sun and the moon, well, let's go down to their children. Verdon, what's his symbolism? The sun. Rani, Queen of the Dark Moon. Okay. Well, that's pretty obvious. Oh, she also controls the Wolfman, who's subject to the moon. And if Marika was moon, it would explain why 2 orders of the moon telling him conflicting ideas would drive him crazy, right? Blythe going crazy is also explained now. And what about this guy? He's got a particular curse going on where he's got a snake going, right? Back up to the original. Well, the sun and the moon are supposed to represent the 2 aspects, right, of feminine and masculine. Do you know what represents the original primeval natural being up here? You see this snake? It's actually a dragon. Yep. So the snake dragon symbolism that Reichert gets, if the moon and sun are taken, the only thing left for him to get is the snake. The pure soul and the truth, which ends up being his whole theme, because he's an inquisitor who goes and hunts the truth, right? And it drives him, it actually drives him crazy, because he does not have a purpose, where his purpose for the sun drove him crazy, and then it wound up making him go to war into the Scarlet Rot, and became a maddened, warmongering, evil, undead, mindless. And she became dead, half death, right? Unable to truly die. We got the lore. But again, why does that matter? Well, let's keep going further. The turtle is, again, all in-game lore stuff. I'm quoting someone. This is the beauty of this. It is reaping what you sow. It is a golden order principle, but in terms of game design, all of the answers give you questions, right? If Radagon is Marika, what the fuck? That doesn't make sense. So the answers give you questions, but the questions give you the answers. And I will show you how that works now. Hope Turtle, Elden Ring. And I'm not even joking, the question gives you the fucking answer, and I love that. Come on, where is he? Where is he? The mystery endures to this day. Remember that when we are talking to him now in-game, when we go to Muriel, I'm going to make it very visibly clear, right? We're going to tie it to your in-game journey. You're here, talking to the turtle. When you are talking to him, he's referring to it currently in-game, right? Thousands of years have passed. Literally, God knows how many days. The only person who knows is Marika, the goddess, who's been covering the truth. So actually God knows is the only fucking saying that works here. But he's talking about the truth, right? He married Radagon or she, I don't even know. The turtle is a girl or guy or not. They married Radagon and Marika, which means they saw 2 individual beings and married them in front of people, right? So one, that disproves Radagon is Marika. And you could say, oh, he's in on it and would be one with the lies. I'm going to disprove that as well. So, the mystery endures to this day. To this day! No, but actually, to this day, it doesn't matter. It doesn't make sense as to why Lord Radagon would cast Lady Renala aside. That's all we needed to read. There's a question. And moreover, why a mere champion would be chosen for the seat of Elden Lord, right? So he's asking you these questions, but now they give us the answer. This guy who's supposed to know so much about the church, he's the Pope, is asking you this, right? So even if he knows, that means he's implying, right? So what is it telling us? That Radagon was compelled to leave his wife. Who do we know that ties all of this together could compel people? His next child with Marika. Right? We're actually missing a rune. We have to get it from the DLC. So the question gives you an answer. We don't know why. He's essentially saying it like this, and we're going to immediately answer. We don't know why Marika left his true love to love Marika and then give birth to the goddess of love. Like, when you say it like that, it's like, oh, you're just a fucking moron, turtle. It's like either that or he's trying to imply something. But either way, it doesn't matter. The question gives you an answer, right? He's either asking it to imply something there because he knows the truth, or he's asking it because he doesn't know, and he's one of the highest ranking officials in the fucking church, right? So that explains these two, and then we'll get to the corruption here. So we'll draw a golden line here, but it's actually from Marika through Radagon. It was like a ricochet shot. She put the rune in here, and then it was born into Mikola. But Mikola has the golden hair. Remember that. That's kind of what I was saying before with, like, Mikola resembles Marika in terms of goal, right? Is because Mikola is trying to recreate Marika's golden order with immortality, which we know is a bad thing. That's why they're the bad guy. They can never be the good guy of the series. Immortality is a curse, and they're trying to build their order with immortality. That's the principle that the entire game's fucking theme is based around. Mikola has to be a bad guy. So, what does that show us? Well, she's trying to hold off death because Glowmite Queen is all about death, trying to stagnate death, right? Radagon living in Raya Lucaria, what would be the natural order of things? Moon, right? Death. Because he is both the sun and the moon if he's the giant, because there are the moon here. I'll draw it like this. This is a giant wolf, which is a moon, even though it's also gold because it's a giant. And then the Lionel Misbegotten are the opposite. They're a beast man, sun. So they're a sun, right? But it doesn't make sense why they're cast in shadow and death. But now it does, because the order's trying to be reversed, and she's trying to assume this guy's identity. But I'll answer your questions. Horolu sleeps with Marika, but Radagon is his own person at the time with Renala, because Marika had to rebirth the giant as soon as she started plucking out powers, right? Actually, these kids were born when Godfrey was still around with Marika, right? Or I'm circling Mesmer and Melina. So it's like this, right? These kids are his 100%. However, now it makes sense to me too, the timeline of things. When Godfrey beat the giants, he was sent away. After the last enemy was slain, right? When the giants were defeated, he was sent away. So now there's a new player in town. The giants were defeated. She also has the Elden Ring. She can use the runes to rebirth this man, the old giant king. So it's like Radagon conveniently shows up when Godfrey gets kicked out of the picture. and then they link up. So more proof that Radagon is not Marika, and the only reason they combine is because Marika is a shaman, and that is the whole point of the shamans, is they combine with people. And again, with the whole point of this is that the story that it's based off of, they would have to be two entities from two different societies merging together to create one entity called the Rebus, Divine Hermaphrodite. I know that's problematic, but those are the alchemical imageries. Old text, that is literally what they phrase it as. So and then they lose the feminine body traits while becoming two-headed king. So what happens to Radagon? Loses all of Marika's body parts except an arm shadow, right? To show you that Marika's still there, except not physically. But Radagon is the physical being, with two metaphorical heads, with Marika and Radagon leading that entity, both shattering the Elden Ring, because Marika wants to kill it, being death, and rebirthing it, because Radagon is now the embodiment of rebirth and love for the Elden Ring. Again, all of the mysteries that the game asks right in the trailer are answered when you view everything in the game and see how it ties together. It is actually fucking crazy. It's double speed, what the hell? That was weird. I guess oh, and it says normal playback. Hold on, let's see if I can pull it up. Yeah, that was weird. I was just about to change it back to normal. I accidentally played it. It started playing in 2x speed, and it's not even at 2x speed. Interesting. But anyway, we have solved the lore of Elden Ring, and also it explains why Malekith, a wolf man that's supposed to represent the moon, is loyal to Marika, right? And not a lion man loyal to Marika, because she's supposed to represent night and the Gloam-Eyed Queen. And also, again, Raya Lucaria, I drew a direct line. The stagnance comes from the halting of death, which the halting of death literally comes from the astrologers halting death by taking the larval tears, stopping the natural process, creating artificial. So because of that, the stagnance of death is both literal and physical, right? And then the physical manifestation is this lake of rot under Raya Lucaria. Raya Lucaria is where Radagon lives. Radagon's natural birth of his twins would be the one that is compelled and the one of natural birth. The death cycle, right, that she would have got from Marika, again, abandoned by Miquella because it's not supposed to be part of his order. Melania being corruption, also explained. We've done it. We did all of the lore. Wait, let me just double, triple check. We hit every character? Yep. We hit every character. Even Rolana. Oh yeah, and Horulu, this whole thing is pointed out by Nefeli, right? Nefeli says, I smell the ancient storm from before and beyond time. Ancient, meaning before everything started. So Horulu's original power was the wind. The wind are the birds fighting the giants. There are giants here. And then also he abandons the gold to use the wind in his fight, further proving that he's not actually supposed to be of the golden lineage. It was Sirash. And he's from the wind lineage of the Beastman Society at night. Or maybe he's actually even tied to them, like Marika is tied to Malekith. But he is seduced, like it says in the trailer, by Marika. So he turns against his own kind, the Daylight Civilization, way up here. Starts breaking apart the Elden Ring, the runes, dragons attack. Because Placidus Axe is gone, because of Baal. And then the worms are all around. They are a natural order of things, so they just devolve into the corruption. It all plays out because their society has been kicked to the curb, like Bach. Also, Bach is a golden heart. He's the true heir. That's why Bach is here. There's two societies of beastmen, the lunar and solar. Solar beastmen suppress the lunar. Lunar men are like him. They also become the blood fiends. and the solar guys become the Lionel misbegotten, oppressed by the Golden Order. It's actually supposed to be more like that. All right, we did it. Congratulations. You know all of the lore to Elden Ring, and we've used in-game references and only real-world, or not real-world, in-game locations, item descriptions, character references, designs, and meta-analysis, right? Every single thing you can use to get the right answer, we did it. Congratulations. I design my own games for fun. That's the reason I know how to do this. Okay, so I've also been playing these things. Grand Theft Auto, baby. No, it's 2009. It's Demon Souls. The original, the second. This is the greatest hits version. But it does say 2009. Computer Entertainment Inc. licensed. Yeah, if it's licensed, then that means that's when it had to have been published and stuff. So damn, 16 years of lore analysis. That's what that looks like, baby. No wonder I know the answers and can fight these bosses at level 1. Don't beat yourself up just because you didn't solve it. Now you know, and you can go spread the word. Golden sewing needle. So what is Bach? Oh my god. Oh my god. I just joked about Bach being the main character. Holy shit, Miyazaki. You fuck. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. When I start pulling things on his screen, it's gonna start making sense. And it's gonna start upsetting people, I think. Oh my god. Oh my god. We have to pull the fucking lore back up, dude. You guys, we just found, I'm not even joking, like an actual tie between Bach and Radagon and the Beastmen shit. Oh my god. We looted an item. I was like, oh, I missed a chest. I wonder what's in here. That's the craziest item we could have found. Demi-human. Oh. It like helped me zoom out this entire thing. Where did that fit in? We have to draw the line though. We have to literally draw a line. Okay. See how these look like golden threads? That was going to be my whole thing. I forgot about it. It is a golden thread, right? That literally ties everyone together. But where does it keep threading to? Radagon. That's the whole point. That's Radagon's theme, right? Is the golden thread that keeps tying everything together and back to him. And then there's an invisible thread that Marika is trying to cover up of the Glowmite Queen. Holy shit. Okay, but again, with the demi-human things, why does that matter? This picture. This picture. The knight. These guys. And Bach. They're all tied together. I'm blown away. The golden needle. That's Bach's whole thing, right? Is he recreates your clothes. Again, why does that matter? He learned it from his mother. And he tells you that with the prattling hate you're beautiful quest, right? Only my mother told me I was beautiful. The demi-human queen. Queen. Where is the demi-human king? Where is the demi-human king? Demi-human king. I was originally right. The demi-human chief, not the same thing. Where's the king of these chieftains? A washed away, or a clan that had been long defeated, or whatever the fuck the sword says. Holy shit. Okay, so that confirms it all. So, I will show you how it ties together. Radagon is reborn from a beast man society. Lionel Misbegotten, same beast man. Same demi-human, right? The golden thread. It's funny that I'm drawing a golden thread here. Golden thread, right? The golden power is taken out of the lion's eyes. So the golden thread, this is the golden thread right here. It's a visible, literal golden thread. Whose golden thread is she taking, guys? The demi-humans, the beast men. Radagons. We've solved his identity. He was the giant king, demi-human beast man. He actually, it's two things. He could have been a demi-human himself, or he could have been a giant, right? Which still makes him king of the demi-humans. Because if the giant society was ruling over the wolves and underground and above ground, here, this is what I did before, and it's a better visualization. Let's see if we can get it. This is the nighttime. So we'll put it like here. And then for the Lionel Misbegotten, well, I'll just get another new image. We'll get this picture with the grave in the background from the DLC, so we can even further tie things together. Lore. We'll go 13, right? There we go. Look at that lore. So, Lionel Misbegotten, he's the king of the demi-humans and the wolf, straight beasts, and human spirit, right? So it is like the... I'm gonna draw the thing now. Are you guys ready for it? Oh, hold on, wait. I'm gonna draw it. It's gonna make the whole game... I'm gonna draw it from the beginning. Ready? It's gonna make the whole game fucking beautiful. You're gonna understand why Miyazaki's a master. It goes up. It goes around. We can even loop it around. Right here. It goes up. Circle him. Circle him. And circle them. You have human. Or here, we'll do a better one. Human, right? Beast. And what does this make? Human beast. It's a Venn diagram. And it is also the Elden Ring. Okay. Now I definitely know I've solved it. That's what they wanted you to do. I'm gonna leave it on this, and I will be right back. I am back. And also, Radagon not being America is a crazy ass plot twist. But while I was saying the invisible line and all that, it reminded me of this. I just gotta come back here and appreciate this, because holy fuck. Who did this? Who did this? Whoever fucking put this right here is one of the best game designers I've ever seen. This bird's eye telescope tells you the entire story of Elden Ring. There was nothing. There was only the moon, and the falling leaves tell a story, right? And then what happens? There is a ruins and a giant society, right? Read it like a storybook. There is a giant society, and then like of the fire and crucible. We know what that is in the center of screen, right? We're gonna touch it with the top compass, and then now it's in the center of screen, right? Way over in the distance. That's the crucible, right? The giant's crucible. So there was a giant society. What's next? Then these astrologers showed up. What's next? Well, you look into the distance. Where they converge is a castle, right? What's the significance of that castle? It's like it literally is telling you the story. It's to the right. It's the next thing in order. These two converge. When these two societies have their destinies converge, they create whatever is in that castle, which is Rykard's like knights and stuff, right? The monks of fire are there right now in game, but it's because they're trying to uphold an ancient ritual of flame. Theirs. Anyway, what's next? After the two societies merge, right in the middle, the Crucible Society comes of it, right? Not the Erd Tree yet, but look what's next. The Crucible Society here. Okay, so then we go around. Where is all this connected to? There's a bridge, right? There is a visible bridge to a graveyard location. What's here in this graveyard? The ancestors of both the small astrologers and the giants, right? We know that for like 4 different reasons. 1, look down there in the middle of the screen. Giant society construct. 2, that's a giant bridge, right? From the same society as the giants. 3, the gravestones are tiny. And the corpses are astrologer tiny people sized. And 4, those tiny astrologer boat mariners summon gigantic ghosts. So it's like it is telling you with this area that there were ancestors of both giants and normal people, right? It, again, literally, what the fuck do your eyes tell you? There are giants and astrologers living together, but the invisible bridge to the astrologers is broken. Again, let's go back to reading it in order now. What does that tell us? So, if you're reading it in order, it's telling you that these two societies merged and created a crucible society that was of giants and normal people, but they wanted to cut ties with the astrologers after something happened. We know what that was, because what is in this tower, it's the founding glintstone sorcery that made that tells you, hey, they summoned Estelle. So it's like they summoned Estelle, they fucked up, they didn't like the death it was caused, or that had been caused by the astrologers and magic, so they want to cut ties with them. They cut ties, literally, right? But the tie is still there. What am I looking at right now? But an invisible bridge. In-game. If you go here, to this bridge, that's broken. There is an invisible bridge here. You can run on. To that window. And there's like a spiral staircase and you can fall, you gotta be careful. But, again, this is fucking genius, because what happens, then the right side tells the story, same story. The two societies merged, cut ties with the astrologers, formed the crucible. Where does the bridge lead in the back? Well, it's on its way to the Erd Tree. How does it get there? You descend here, right at the end of the path, way at the end. Let's see if we can grab it. This little spot right here. Here. You have this bridge, right? Which is from the Crucible Society on the left here, with the Crucible tree. See how this tree is a spiral? Right? And then this part is coming this way. And this part is coming from behind and spiraling this way. This is a spiral tree, right? Actually, this is more like this. Anyway, just to help with the illusion, that is what they're trying to tell you. Small graves and big graves of giants lead to Crucible. And then this path, you go behind the tree, behind the Crucible civilization to this tiny bridge here. Where does this bridge take you? What is this way? I know, but we're going to go up there and seed. Wow, there's no grace up here? Probably have to kill the guardian. But again, it made me realize how well designed this game is. This is like, my brain is frozen appreciating how fucking beautiful, how much thought was put into this, because I didn't think anything of this area until after I beat the DLC, right? But it didn't make sense to me why these things were connected the way they were when I played through it the first time. I was like, why is there an astrologer's thing here? Who are these puppets? Puppet diddlers. Remember that joke? I was like, why are these puppets all the way up here and not at Caria Manor? Okay, I got God. Okay, we're just gonna teleport to the end of the path, but I can't jump down, I don't think. I know, I'm gonna walk the path that I'm talking about to show you. I'm not crazy! You're crazy! No, but actually. Because thematically, as you describe it, and you run by... Oh, there's no way up here, is there? No, there is. Alright. So, ghost trees. Ghost trees, right? There's one big-ass ghost tree, but there's a bunch of ghost trees over here. So, they were okay with letting ghost trees just grow around their graveyards when they were in the Giant Society, right? But now everything fuels the Erd Tree. Erd Tree Burial. It's like got its own proper name. That's how everyone has to die under the Golden Order. It's almost a shame to not get, or it is a shame. It's like shameful upon you and your family, and it's depressing if you don't get an Erd Tree Burial, right? They get like, oh no, I want an Erd Tree Burial so bad. So why does that matter? Again, Bridge 1. From Giant Society. We could see the giant graves from here. Between the pillars, those over there, those are the big graves. These are the normal sized ones. And those are the big ones. We'll get over there though. So the normal graveyard leads to Crucible. With an Erd Tree avatar. So it's like the Erd Tree and the Crucible, one thing. Minor Erd Tree, but it's burned and twisted. Actually, I kind of want to see if all of the Erd Trees are twisted. So then you go through the demi-human. Chief, right? The people who they ward with. It's a demi-human society. The one thing there is a demi-human. Oh, you guys are still here.
Nice to see you. Do you need
Oh, well, I didn't go. I have to go kill Malekith before they move. We already did that. We did their quest. I can give him the tonic of forgetfulness, but it's like he lived a lie and he just discovered a lie and he can't believe it, right? Oh, and it's also symbolic because the lie would have been formed here in the timeline that I was just talking about, right? The metaphorical timeline. Smart people would have known now where I'm going, but the metaphorical timeline of these bridges and that perspective story, this is where the Crucible Society would have become Marika's, right? With the chairs there, looking up at the Erd Tree. This is where he discovers the lie. That's where the lie is in the physical storytelling that I'm like telling you this represents. So further backing that, but again, where does the last bridge take you, right? That is where the lie was established. So now there is ruin, right? You got these ruins are the one they became ruins during Marika's invasion, right? They went to war with the giants. That's the first thing they did. We're at the giant mountaintop and these are ruins here, right? Period. There's no guessing what the fuck happened to these things. Marika happened to these things. And then what happens after Marika killed giants and normal people? Well, they're dead, first of all. So they would be like that. Marika's whole thing is she's trying to eclipse the personality of Radagon. And then it backfires because she's not a true entity, right? Ooh. So, after the death ritual is sealed away, it's kind of appropriate that all these things are telling the story, right? With Malekith and the rune of destined death sealed away, dragons attack Lindell. We got the lightning here to represent the dragons. What is this? This is Castle Sun. That's what this is supposed to be. Soul means sun. So this is Castle Sunlight. You notice something a little devoid? Oh, it kind of has no sunlight. Castle Soul. But notice what the flag has become? The moon eclipsing the sun. So again, Marika the moon eclipsing Radagon's lineage with her own. It's like beautiful storytelling at the end of the game. The path at the end of the game tells you the whole story of Elden Ring. It's like I could only dream. I could only dream of being such a good game designer that a dipshit like me could play my game and understand what the fuck I just explained. It's like, wow. It's again, what is literally happening in the game is the metaphorical and magical story, right? And you gotta break it down and not dance. It's like you gotta So what happened before Marika completely overtook Radagon? She had to uproot the old demigod society and hide their identities, right? All of the horn sense had to have their heads cut off in these temples that I'm looking at. This that we're looking at happened here in this timeline that we're talking about. After Marika sealed death away and created the Golden Order up that hill, this secret path is the secret she's trying to keep. The hidden identities in those tombs, because they have their heads cut off, they are the demigods. We find that out in the DLC. It's not a guess. We know this now. And the sun being eclipsed by the moon. Again, it is too fucking good. The visual storytelling, the name storytelling backs this, the visual representations going back to the original, like the fucking old world, thousands of years ago. storytelling that like humanity, like Mesopotamian society and alchemy and shit. Again, they went and got George R.R. Martin to do the backstories and stuff, but all of the layout, this stuff that I'm appreciating right now, that's all game design. That's Miyazaki. But it also is present in Demon Souls and Dark Souls, some of these aspects. So that's why I do recognize the god of society isn't truly a god. They were just a person who got a lot of souls, leveled up, and told people they were a god. Now your job is to level up by collecting a bunch of souls and beating their ass. Period. Right? That's it. And if you have a strong enough willpower, which is the whole bear communion joke I keep making, you don't need to level up. You are strong enough on your own. Bear communion. The god is within you. You don't need the power of the runes that they stole. You are good enough on your own. I'm understanding the significance of a level 1 playthrough. I thought I was joking, but no, it's actually balanced, and me picking up the items in the order I need to fucking beat this game has reinforced that. Miyazaki, I think if you want to be a game designer, you have to beat... I am not a gatekeeper. If you are playing Elden Ring or Dark Souls, enjoy it, break the game, glitch it out, speed run it, jump through the map. I fucking love watching those playthroughs. That's the shit. Play and enjoy it. It's a fucking game. If you want to do this as a job, if you want to be a game designer, you have to beat the game without leveling up, and you can't cheese any of the bosses. Because that's how they intended you to do it as designed. Now that I'm finishing it up. And the reason I know that is simply the law of regression. The spell I have right now on my bar, right? The only way to do that, or the only way to get the intelligence, not faith by the way, intelligence, further backing what I was talking about, to do it, you need to collect a specific set of items that only become available after you've done all of the challenges up to that point without going over, right? You need Marika's Sword Seal, this headpiece, the Stargazer's Heirlooms, which means you need to do Ronnie's side quest, which means you need to beat Radon, right? Yeah, and then you need to beat Carrion Manor, or not Carrion Manor, well, also Carrion Manor, but you need to beat, for this headpiece, you need to get into and kill one of the crabs in Raya Lucaria. Right, so you need to do Raya Lucaria, you need to do the tower upside down, so Ronnie's quest, you need to do the Marika Sword Seal, which is Underground Noxtella, and then you need to go grab the Physic, right? Then you have enough to cast Law of Regression. And just because you can get every ending as a level 1 without leveling up, these are all temporary bonuses I can take off. That is game design. You wouldn't even know that. And there's a bunch of stuff like that throughout this game, even lore, that the sequence you have to get things is trying to tell you the order of operations of timelines of Radagon's quest. Right? We just missed an important piece there because we didn't pick up the fucking key item in the church. Which is funny because we did the whole fucking game. That was like a poetic moment. I wish I wrote that. I wish I came up with that, but that was beautiful. We beat the whole game pretty much. We solved all of the lore, and I was like, damn, there's like a golden thread tied throughout my map here, and a silver thread tied throughout my map here. And then I go and pick up Radagon's golden needle. I'm like, oh yeah, this ties him to everything in the way I just described it. And it's a needle, and that's the whole point as a game designer. Oh shit. I just spilled some milk. He needs some milk. I was having cereal earlier. I finished the cereal, but I had a little bit of milk in the bowl. Oh, thank God the camera's not even on, but it didn't really get anywhere. I could just wipe the camera down. But damn. Yeah, if you are a game designer, I won't respect you until you beat Dark Souls without leveling. But if you are a gamer, beat it in any way you mean to, and if you enjoyed it, then I am happy for you. I'm proud of you for beating it. It is hard to beat these games, even normally. But as a game designer, it's not... learning the timing and the reason things are placed in the way they are, and the how they force you, they like torture you, knowing you're going to torture yourself to learn something. And then when you finally do, it's like an oh, like it's it's so well designed, it makes you teach yourself. And that is why I think if you're a designer trying to make any kind of game, the open world design of Elden Ring, I haven't really found a game very much like this, to be honest. Maybe I haven't analyzed them good enough. Maybe I have to go back. But like everything is literally placed for a reason, thematically, narratively, right? People who might not even understand what I'm talking about. It's crazy. Narrative, the game story. America is the bad guy for our game play, right? She's the reason we're doing everything. And why is she the bad guy? Because she was a tortured person. It's do the ends justify the means kind of boss, right? Same with Gwyn. Gwyn feared humanity's darkness because if it got out, the universe would eventually end, and he didn't know if there was going beyond that. So it's like, does the end justify the means? Gwyn punished humanity and made everyone suffer through immortality for God knows how many cycles of lighting the goddamn flame and him hollowing, becoming the soul of Cinder eventually, mixed with a bunch of fucking people. Oh shit, I have the wrong things on. Second. Rude. Okay. Again, and then he lies to his children, lies to everyone about his children being gods and about their lineage and about who they are to uphold their lineage. Like, Miquella and Gwendolyn are the 2 points that prove me right entirely. Why would he need to lie at all about their heritage ever? If what he was saying was true. Gwyn about Gwendolyn and America about Miquella. Why would they need to hide their identity? Why would they need to lie? If it's not all bullshit. You're welcome. Now you've been disillusioned and you know it's a lie. You can start accepting it as Corrin has to. The thing is, Corrin kills himself. Not that big. I mean, for him, it's his whole life, but it's just lore in a game. I feel like that's why Vati videos, I've been watching his lore videos lately, and he phrases it like, who knows if the Temple of Manus is telling the truth? It's like, we do know. We find the boss he's talking about in the position, trying to communicate with the greater will and failing, right? Trying to form the crucible, a spiral to reach the heavens. Like, that's the whole point. But it's their stagnance in prayer, right? It's kind of showing you the complacency of the church again. It's the fact that they're praying that makes them the bad guy. It's their inaction and praying for something to come and solve their problems that is making them the bad guy. What used to be their greater will, the thing that made them go and attack like fucking animals, right, is now gone. And they worship this spirit that is not there. And we know that because it abandoned them. It's a symbolic message about religion. So that's why it's hard for religious people to accept this message, and it's hard for them to to analyze the lore like that. I don't know if Vati Vidyas is religious, but then it also goes into all of the items, all of the things, right? Even if he's not, it's like the same principle though. All of your time that you've wasted analyzing these things and calling Marika a goddess and a god and talking about the Empyreans and the fucking wolves are chosen by the greater will and all this shit is wrong. And all of those times you told people they were crazy for telling you it might be the other thing and Radagon might be his own being, it's like you have to now apologize to those people, right? Again, as someone who has been told I'm crazy and wrong, it's like I'm waiting for my apology, right? It's like, I understand that Corrin's experience sucks, but he is wrong. And you can either give him the forgetful potion so he just forgets about it and pretends like it never happened, or he accepts his fate, right? Those are the two. For the lore masters, that literally Miyazaki wrote that story for you. You have to accept your fate and apologize to the horn scent that you called Omen, right? Which is me. I liked Moog and I thought Miquella was the bad guy, and I was like, it doesn't make sense. and I got called crazy, and I said Mikkela's, I still have my Reddit post, I'm like, Mikkela's a giant in the cocoon, he's a fucking giant. People are like, you're crazy. And now I'm talking all this lore shit, and with the DLC I'm like, oh, everything makes sense, and I'm entirely right. And the DLC confirmed it. And Vati Videos, again, I feel bad, but his whole like thing is like, maybe, who knows what's happening now. And it's like, you're going through the same denial that Miyazaki said you would, and it's beautiful because he called it. Like, he knows that you can't accept that you were wrong if you've made your entire career based on that. And again, even if it's not based on your religion or anything, you don't want to admit that you were wrong is the problem there. That's the reason I even acknowledged Mikkela might be the bad guy. It's because I was like, well, this is what everyone's saying and I love the lore videos, but what if we're wrong and this is the thing that's happening because this is what we're seeing? And then I ended up being right, like a bunch of times. The only thing I was wrong about, again, was the Vati Videos thing, where he said it was Godwin that Mikkela was trying to bring back. And I believed him, but I joked about it being Radon in his castle. I was standing in it and I looked at the portrait and I said, wouldn't it make more sense for him to bring back Radon because he's like the dude who can hold back the stars and beats the shit out of everyone and is the reason everything is set in motion? Like, I joked about it at the time before the DLC was even announced. So I know that if you just use your fucking eyes, you know what's happening in the story. I joked, and then that is exactly what happened in the DLC. Mikkela brought back Radon. He didn't have anything to do with Godwin. He might have had Godwin killed, like I joked about, and makes sense. So it's like, it keeps stacking, but it's why I love Vati Videos, but I can't even like watch a video now, because it's like, I heard him just say like, oh, well, the guy in the temple might be wrong, who knows? And I'm like, well, we know he's right. Like 5 different things proved him right. I did it way too early. Whoa, I survived that initial hit. I got hit twice. Okay, so just duck towards him. I've learned. I'm not dumb anymore. I could dodge that attack now. If I just walked forward, I could have dodged that. Oh my god. I just noticed. I dodged it once on accident, and now we're good. Not that time, but the time before. Anywho. Now getting that attack consistently and also parrying the next moves afterwards is what we'll spend the next 6 hours on. But again, it's not just Vati. I love his videos, and he's the reason I got into reading the lore and analyzing things as deep as I have. So and a lot of his stuff is right and guided me the right way. And he does kind of go like, well, there's this and there's that community, you know, like method. But I've noticed he does the thing where he won't commit. Like, I'll tell you like, oh no, I'm right and I know it is, and here's the proof. But when I don't know something's right, I'm like, well, I actually have no fucking clue, and it could be this, that, or the other thing. The thing is, he has like an idea of what it might be, and he'll kind of tell you evidence in a misguided light to further his story. When, dare I say, we now have proof of the contrary. Like, he goes with the whole Empyrean thing. It's like, the Empyreans is a lie. Up until maybe Sirash, right? Because the Greater Will had to maybe have existed at some point, but maybe they meant Greater Will, like literal, the society's Greater Will. Before it became metaphysical, it was like, you actually have to have the bare communion, Greater Will, like Mikkela, over your opponent in the arena, and then they took it as like a spiritual Greater Will. And that's why they're unable to commune with a Greater Will entity, because they have no will, there is no action, complacency is evil. And that's, again, it goes back to like, if you're super religious, you can't even accept these concepts. So, I don't know if he's religious, but it's hard. It's hard to even talk about them, because like, I might get demonetized, and I might even be banned in certain countries, just because these are the concepts the games go over, right? Alchemical imagery is older than most religions, and most of the principles they teach and talk about, the religions contradict and contrast, and then science contradicts the religions, and they move the goalpost, or they just say entirely that science is wrong while benefiting from science's findings. So, like, who do you trust? You know, it's really what it is. And I feel bad, but that is the whole thing. Do you trust your eyes, or the person trying to take out your eyes and impose their will through giving you visions. Because that's what America, again, is literally doing to the maidens and some of the tarnished and some of her kids, right? That's how you know she's evil. She's doing it to her own children. She doesn't even care that they're her kids. She's like, and I'm plucking your eyes out and I'm making you see the Golden Order with Mesmer, right? It's fucked up. But now we know the source seals were really in their eyes. So America plucked their fucking eyes out and forced them to see as she did, or as Horalu did. Not even her, because we don't even know if she did that to herself. She did it to Horalu, and we know that at minimum. And then she did it to everyone else, and Radagon. Actually, we don't even know if she did it to Horalu. We know she did it to Radagon, because we find his source seal. He stuffed Radagon's muffins? That message just came through? Actually, no. That is the one plot twist of the whole series that I think everyone jokes about. That kind of threw me for a loop. Because I was like, that does sound like something George R.R. Martin would write. Is like, Radagon is Marika, so Horalu having sex with her, he's also having sex with Radagon. Because he wrote Game of Thrones, which has like a bunch of sexual assault and all this crazy shit in it, right? But the timeline doesn't really add up. She sends Horalu away when Radagon appears, and then she merges with Radagon later, and we know she's a shaman at that time in the past, so she didn't have red hair, and Radagon always had red hair. So it's like, well, found it. Found the spacing. Do the jump. Not that jump. Anything but that jump. Alright, Melania, with your dodge through. No! Oh, I fucked up entirely there. Alright, we've understood. We've learned it. Just roll forward. Are you fucking kidding me with this stupid nonsense? It looked like it was tracking me. I'm gonna be honest. And the reason I died so many times, that reach be crazy. Who would have thought that the fucking answer to blowing up the block is rolled down it? Are you fucking kidding me, dude? He blows up a house with that. Like, there are shacks in this game not as big as the fucking attack he throws at you. And you gotta go towards him? That's the solution? Forgive me for not learning that right away. But that's what I mean by be brave. Sorry I didn't run towards the fucking guy throwing a house at me. The whole house is a hitbox. But now we've answered every lore question possible. Even Malekith. Even his alternate identity. Everybody's dual identity. We did it. We done did it. We done diddly did it. And the only Diddy here is Mikola. As I said, Mikola cannot be trusted. I was right. Also, why did I do 600 or 800 damage there? Oh, I have the wrong... Kill me, sir. I did bonus damage. I was like, what? America's Sword Seal gives me arcane, bloody slash, scales with arcane lore reason. Arcane is like unknown or unknowable, right? It is something arcane to us. It is mystical, right? But it is also literally like almost a synonym for like unknowable. As you research the arcane, you might get magic from it, but you will never have all of the answers. It's like the science principle of like every answer, with answers comes more questions or whatever the fuck. It's just that, right? America, no, I'm just kidding. Yeah, but the America Sword Seal gives you arcane, the bloody ritual, and the all-knowing mother is tied to Arcane because she knows everything, but she is formless. She is the formless mother, right? She is the blood that you splash. Or no. Well, yeah, you too, but that Moog splashes with his spear. Her story in the game that we know is that she gives power to people who are like belittled in the world, right? Anyone who is tortured or subjugated or fucked with by an overarching power, she gives them power to rebel, right? That's what Moog is doing to the Golden Order, right? He is granted his powers because his mother is oppressing him and puts him in the sewer and locks him away, and he's cursed from birth for something he can't help, right? So the formless mother gives him his powers. That is the in-game story. It's not an assumption. So, and then like the eye blindness, right? It helps him communicate. That's why one of the horns curling into his own eye helps him as like a vessel for the formless mother. Same thing with like America has to take your eye to give you power. The dragons, when you consume their power, you become a dragon, and nature, and you... I guess that actually isn't too bad of an ending. People are like, oh my god, you become a dragon. Ew, dude, you become a dragon. That sucks. But like, in the story, dragons are supposed to represent half living, half natural beings, right? So like, if you eat the dragon's hearts and eventually become a dragon, which furthers my thinking of Bale as a dragon man, like he's a mix of dragon and man, but I'll get into that later. I did before, but don't worry about that. Every single outer god and godly power replaces your eyes. Dragon eyes, when you eat the dragons, is the first thing to go. You get dragon eyes. When you do the frenzied flame, your eyes start to glow orange, right? When you cast the spells, it mostly comes from your eyes. Outer gods typically give you eye power first. Shabriri, in real life, the god of blind, or the demon of blindness, is a eye infection. And also corrupts Melania's eyes closed underneath her helmet, right? All of the outer gods take your eyes to help you see them or the truth. So the formless mother, Moog missing an eye, is why he's a better vessel. His own horn, it's like the same thing. Since birth, he was cursed from that horn, a different outer god, to just be blinded in one eye. It has nothing to do with him. He didn't make the horn do that. It is just how he was born, because he was sealed away, forced to let the horns grow in the sewer by his mother. So he couldn't like get them removed, because it specifically says that royal omens don't have their horns removed. So like, they had that happen to them. It was a thing that happened to them because of their mother. It was not their choosing to have the horn grow into their fucking eye. So because of that, Moog has the blood. That's why Arcane increases your damage. It is about the unseen, and it's that theme that further ties that Marika is lying, because she has to take the eye and scar it and seal it, right? And then give it back to you after using her magic that she stole, the golden lineage, which is the lions. It has nothing to do with her. That's why she has to take runes out of the Elden Ring, or the Crucible originally, which became the Elden Ring when runes went missing. And we know where they are, because we're gonna see them after we fucking kill Malekith. Well, actually, we're about to see one of them in phase 2. It's Marika's room, I believe. If the Empyreans were true when the Greater Will was around, which would have been what I think is like, again, with the literal thing, this Dragon Knight has a great will to have survived here, right? That's like a... But that he's from the Crucible Society, and they worship the Greater Will. So it's like a misunderstanding of a power. They don't have a Greater Will that's like some abstract concept that's blessing them. It is bear communion. They're strong because they have a greater will than their opponent in the arena. The Crucible. Like Horolu's whole thing with like the would watch as the snake got beaten to death or whatever the fuck, right? They loved the arena. The Colosseum Society was the Crucible Society. So like that is, again, in game. It's not me guessing. That's why their Roman architecture, as an Italian and a person who loves the Roman architecture myself, it was stolen. And it was definitely based off of just bloody murder, and exactly as they're talking about it here, right? So that's the Cincadilla, the actual weapon it's based off of, the Roman 5-fingered blade. Like, it's got the distance of 5 fingers. It is a further thematic tie, right? Because it's showing you the real world tie. This is showing you, oh, remember when real humans had a Colosseum and they killed each other for religion? Wasn't that fucked up? That's essentially what they're saying with this whole Beastman society and primeval humans. They're like, yeah, sure, they look like humans, but that was barbaric and evil, right? Killing each other for religion? Isn't that fucked up, right? Is what Miyazaki is saying with this game. Outer gods giving you powers but still making you kill each other, killing each other for religion. It's fucked up, right? It's like, with your eyes, see what's happening in the game, right? What do you see? Gods giving people powers and having them kill each other to make the entire world in their image. It's just showing you the most fucked up things humanity has ever made. And it's actually, it's the good way to do grimdark fantasy. That's why I appreciate these games. It's not just, oh, and then there was rape and murder and death, and that's fucked up because it's dark and edgy. It's like, he's a beast man for a reason. He's there to make a commentary on, like while vampires were a commentary on society back in the day, Malekith and the Beastmen clergy are a commentary on society back in the day. It's like his existence and how his appearance, where he is, why he's there, how he exists, right? He's forced to do shit by America, collect the fucking death root and eat it, even though he hates it, and it drives him crazy, as punishment for letting death, the natural cycle, take hold, and her son to die. Just because her son died a partial death, she lost her mind. It's like, you could just let him die a natural death. She's like, no, instead kill everyone, fucking punish the world, shatter the Elden Ring, right? Bloodborne is the commentary on society in the Victorian era. Yeah, let them eat cake. I was gonna say, there is not much, this game is very devoid of like that commentary which you find in Demon Souls. Like the hierarchy in Demon Souls are literal noblemen, and they laugh at you and they look like clowns, and it's like the fucking, like, Miyazaki hit it on the nose with that. They're like, he's essentially saying like, these kinds of royals, like these kinds of nobility who just get their power and gluttony from fucking eating the poor and forcing them to do their bidding and laugh at you while they do it. It's like, these guys are the bad guys. It's like, that was the craziest. Like, Demon Souls did it well, but Dark Souls and Elden Ring don't really have that level of commentary. They just tell you, with great power comes great responsibility. So you have to piece together that rich people bad, kind of. But then I guess Bloodborne is, yeah, like Victorian era, Jesus Christ, I couldn't get that out. I was like dodging for my life. Is very prominent. Like, literally, the let them eat cake thing is from like the French royals and the aristocrats and shit, right? So making a game based off that. Victoria era BC, yeah. This is so goddamn good. It's making me appreciate the lore and stuff. Also, I'm totally now 100% convinced that if America was the Glowmite Queen shaman destined for society, and here, this society of death and life respected the strong, they wouldn't fear America and her rise. They're like, wait, someone's gonna usurp the king, kill him, subjugate us all, and fucking make sure only the strong of her kin rise? Oh, that's fucking metal. That's essentially what the Beastmen did. They didn't really care. They were like, alright, cool, that's how it should work. That's craziness, in our mind, but they don't care. So they built a statue for her to represent the coming era of America, right? Like, oh, she's gonna subjugate everyone. She's gonna fucking kill everything. She's gonna have 3 great warriors in Horulu, Radagon, and Malekith, right? He's even a beast man. And these wolves will represent her era because she won't just fight herself, but she will have these grand wolves to fight for her. So it's like, oh, and they're like, oh, it's the tie of intelligence and beast. Like, they would have loved it. They would have been all for it. And she fucking kills them and punishes them for it because she is racist. That's the theme, literally. She's like, man, fuck all of you. You tortured my people. I hate you, and I hope you all die, and I'm gonna seal you away at the end of time. Like, she did all of that to these people. So that's, again, I really now think that statue is America. She did like everything that they would have loved for her to build they would have built the statue for her, but then she hates them for the reasons they love her. Just fucking crazy. I can't play games right now because it's 16:30 and the sun is destroying me. What the fuck does that even mean? It's 4 o'clock? It's just 4 in the afternoon? Honestly, I've been there. It has been so hot here, especially when the sun bakes on this side of the house, that I'm just laying in bed and I'm like, it's too hot to be in this room, but I think I can't even get up. Like, I'm just melting. I think the atoms are combobulating. I don't know why that word came up, but yeah. I'm fucking puddling. I'm becoming the slime in my icon. But yeah, all of these things, beautiful. I love and respect Miyazaki for his commentary on society, the thematic ties, right? The theme is death, the value of it, and why you shouldn't kill people, right? I think the Frenzied Flame ending is like a bittersweet ending, right? It's like, would you end the world, right? But knowing that the world is this evil? I think it's like, you are the bad guy. You only know that it's like accepting your fate, right? It's like, you know the universe is gonna end and it might be remade better the next time. Again, with the demon souls god created demons to unify the souls and restart the world. Like, so the objective of the demons is actually the good one, and they're only called demons because humans are scared because they're getting punished for their actions. Consequence for your actions. Theme kind of goes back with the law of regression and stuff. Is literally like consequences for your actions and you know, eclipsing things. So it's like, again, Castle Soul, the theme. I thought it was clean. It's a 4 degrees and the sun still hates me. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, the sun itself, I got like a little blanket that I just not even stapled, I got just nails from the garage and hammered a blanket up onto my window, and it made it like 10 degrees colder in my room. It's not even that thick of a blanket. It's like, if I got like those actual like sun canceling, I don't need them though, honestly. It gets so dark in here that I'm like, is it daytime? I have to like move the blanket. I have here. The middle of the day right now, it's 3. I'm gonna turn the light on. I'm gonna turn the camera on. Look how fucking dark it is in my room. Holy shit, you can only see the fucking light of the controller. And the light is on. What if I turn it off? Oh, it gets even darker, bro. Holy fuck. Look how dark my room is. I need that. Yeah, dude, it's so good. Just get a blanket and fucking like get some nails. You don't even need a. Don't hit your thumb. I'm gonna be honest. I hit my thumb one time while I was putting these like 6 nails up. I felt like a fucking Looney Tunes character. Like, it was like throbbing, like I felt it, and I was like, oh my god, I'm a cartoon character. It was pretty bad. At least I ended up being more of like a Jessica Rabbit and less like a Bugs Bunny, you know? I'm like a Jessica Rabbit with the personality of a Roger Rabbit. Oh my god. I'm outside of this shade, right? That's the way to do it. Sometimes I just open my window and I'm like, why is it like 6 degrees colder outside? The wind is fucked, but better than anything in the house. Yeah. This is when you open your door and your window to get the ventilation through, and then your room becomes as cold as the inside and outside, but you can't really have a computer running. It will act as the heater. God damn, I want that on a t-shirt though. I am a Jessica Rabbit with the personality of a Roger Rabbit. That is kind of, I mean, hey. Or I'm a Roger Rabbit trapped in a Jessica. No, because she plays patty cake and is funny in that movie. But she's like a traitor. Isn't that like her whole thing in that? And Roger's like loyal to a fault. I'm definitely the Roger Rabbit type though. I'm a goofball. A knucklehead. What does he say? We just watched Who Framed Roger Rabbit the other day. My nephew was watching, what the fuck is it called? The Chippendale movie where they like got Ugly Sonic and all this stuff. And I was watching that with him, and I was like, dude, this is like Who Framed Roger Rabbit, what the fuck? And then my brother was like, oh my god, it is like Who Framed Roger Rabbit. And he's like, what's that? And then my nephew was like, what's Who Framed Roger Rabbit? So we immediately put that shit on. We were like, okay, fuck this movie, we're putting on Who Framed Roger Rabbit. And god, was that the best choice ever. I fucking love that movie. It's so funny, dude. And it's one of the only times that Mickey Mouse and Bugs Bunny, it's like Disney and Looney Tunes, are in a movie together and a scene together. He's falling off of the skyscraper, and as they're falling, Mickey and Bugs are like trying to help him out. I'm pretty sure. Or it's like towards the end. But they are in, like, that shit wouldn't really happen nowadays. Now, maybe now because of like Fortnite and Smash Bros. Like there was a time where it's like, hold your IP close. You can't make money if you don't if you don't hold your IP so close. But then people started doing crossovers, and they're like, if you know, use your IP and sell it with crossovers, you actually gain a larger audience, because it's like you're reaching out into a branch that you wouldn't normally reach out to. So it's like it ended up switching entirely. It's like not many of the games in Smash Bros are fighting games, but everyone loves Smash Bros, and people definitely got into or heard of games like Fire Emblem and shit like that, Xenoblade Chronicles, because of Smash Bros. So it's like crossovers ended up making games super successful. And then same with like Fire Emblem. Like Fire Emblem became like super popular here in America because Smash Bros. Melee. Like not even Marth and Roy, or Roy came out in Smash Bros. Here before the Fire Emblem game came out. Yeah, Melee came out, and Roy in America, he's not a Fire Emblem character. He's technically a Super Smash Brothers character, because we never got that Fire Emblem at that time. So for us, we view Super Smash Bros. Characters Marth and Roy. You're getting consistent at that first phase. Yeah, I'm getting better. We'll beat it. Now, after Millennia, I know anything is possible. That changed my perspective on life. Like, actually. I was like, holy, dude, did you hear how loud I popped off when I killed her? I'm not joking. I think I screamed so loud that, like, the birds left town. Or outside. They were like, well, this season's over. We need to fucking skedaddle. I don't know what's happening, but we need to leave. Like, when people scream and it shows, like, the outside of the forest and birds are just, like, fleeing. That was my house. But thank you. I'm just giggling to myself. But no, I should lock the fuck in, though. I will accept a compliment. Getting consistent at the first phase is good, but we already beat that boss. We need to kill boss 2. Crazy how Nintendo decided to make original characters for Smash Bros. That ended up being some of the best. Represented in the game's brand, yeah. I mean, there is no original characters. That's the thing. Fire Emblem was a game in Japan, but for America, we didn't get that game yet. So Roy's our boy. But we never played Fire Emblem with Roy in America. At that time, he came out first with Smash Bros. So, well, I remember asking my brother at the time, like, who the fuck is Roy? And he's like, oh, he's from Fire Emblem. I'm like, what the fuck is Fire Emblem? And he's like, it's a game in Japan. I'm like, oh, but he's like, it's like Final Fantasy. Like, that was like what I remember him telling me as a kid. Like, it's not even like Final Fantasy. But I remember that explanation of like, we don't even have that. We don't have a point of reference for Fire Emblem. So these characters, they're just Smash Bros characters to us. But it's like it was a crossover that even made it. Now, I used to log on to Twitter. I don't like log on to Twitter anymore. But now half the people were posting about Fire Emblem and wouldn't shut the fuck up about it. I played the Fire Emblem mobile game, dude, on my phone. I've never played a Fire Emblem game. It's literally just Smash Bros in the crossover. It's like, how good does a game have to be, or how good does intellectual property have to be with a crossover that, like, the crossover itself, oh, Smash Bros is sick. This is nothing like Fire Emblem, but we know that. This is Smash Bros, right? Everyone in Smash Bros doesn't play like their original game. Well, not everyone. Some people, they make intentionally like the original game and it's cool, but it's because they're from fighting games. It's like, if they're not from a fighting game, it's like Steve from Minecraft. 90% of his kit doesn't make sense in the context of Minecraft, but then kind of still does, right? Like, you wouldn't use it like that unless you're a douchebag in Minecraft, dropping a TNT on someone and then immediately hitting that shit with a fucking thing just to blow it up. It's like, unless you're PvP, but you'd just be blowing up people's creations if you played like that, right? It's hard to do in survival, but it's like knowledgeable, man. Yeah. But I loved, well, it's like, he was my older brother, so like a lot of older people at the time knew that, yeah, that's a Japanese game. They have like Game Informer and shit. But I was like super young when Melee came out, so I was like, who the fuck is Roy? I was like, he looks cool. I was the younger brother of, I'm 4 out of 5, right? But no, I'm the 4th born of 5 sons. So, my older brother's teaching me Smash Bros. We, like, you know, oh, Roy looks like the younger brother. Who is he? You know? I was like, I want to play the younger brother character. He's not related to Marth. I didn't know that. Nor did I give a fuck. But it's, again, it's like the crossover. The crossover is so good, it doesn't even matter. It's like intellectual property, dude. People hold it so weirdly dear, or they held it weirdly dear for a long time. And then the meme of like the most, what is it? Anticipated crossover since Smash, or the most revolutionary crossover since Smash, and then Endgame, right? And it's like people started realizing like, oh yeah, people love it when like heroes team up. I mean, you have to establish the hero first. A hero who only teams up with other heroes is a cool concept, but if every hero is doing that, again, it gets rid of like, well, Batman's cool because he fights the Joker and solves crime and everything by himself. If he always had a team of people doing it, it takes away the value of the heroic efforts, because it's like, it's got to be attributed to the team now, so like they have to make it so like this character isn't useless, so actions get split up amongst people, and it's not like, damn, this guy did all of this shit during this comic, it's crazy, he's like a hero. It's like, it's a team of really cool people. So like team ups are good, but it's why I think like certain things, like when they're made as a team, they all have to be immediately great archetypes and also established really quick that they are their own powerful beings, right? Like X-Men. X-Men isn't a crossover, but it's a team up. But like you have Omega level mutants, right? It's like, I wouldn't want to fuck with Storm in a fight. Are you out of your mind? She could touch me with a finger and defibrillate my heart off. Like, what the fuck are we even talking about here? You know? It's like, I love those kinds of things though. It's like when they make someone so powerful on a team, and then you get Cyclops. It's like his powers come from a dimension of just physical, kinetic energy, and same with Havoc, right? They're just channeling, they are vessels for this realm to that one, and his eyes happen to be the gateway. He just shoots fucking lasers from another dimension out of his eyes. I wouldn't want to fuck with Cyclops. Are you kidding me? He'd punch a hole through my chest with his laser eyes. But the thing is, they're not like laser heat vision, which is a big thing. People meme about that. When someone draws him like heating up things, it's like that's like punching a burger until it heats up. Like you really don't know your characters when you're making them. But again, it's like why team ups are also not the best. It's like you have to take account of like 40 different powers. So it's like that's why when X-Men is done well, damn it, it's done super well. But it's very obvious to fans of X-Men when it's done poorly, because it's like a fan of Storm who knows that she's proud of her mutant powers eventually, but it doesn't like them for a while. Like the whole X-Men animated arc that she goes through. It's like, if they ever see her doing something out of character in someone's writing, they're like, well, this isn't Storm, right? So, you gotta really... Disney would have to do what the Russo brothers did, actually, which is like, and they already did it, but you have to work with a couple of the heroes and establish them, and then understand those ones and use them as like your power players to show off the other ones doing cool shit too. Like, the fucking movies are really good, but there are a lot of people and writers, again, it's like attributing Miyazaki, like, for all of From Software's development. I do joke about it like that, like Miyazaki, you sly dog, because he's the lead developer and he would have had to play test this. He plays through the whole game once, so I know he at least had to like, if it's something he can't have missed, I'm like, he had to have played through that, saw it was okay, and just ignore it. Like, he wrote it off, it's his, so I can blame him for that. But like every decision, I can't be certain that like Miyazaki did everything. Like, he didn't do the animations, you know, stuff like that. He might have said that's a good animation, the timing is fine, or can we get it a little faster? But you gotta like you gotta read the credits, I guess, is what I'm saying. I do feel that is a problem with Hollywood. There's a lot of the actors are like praised, but it's like the characters are written with actors in mind sometimes. So it's a lot of the times the writers who should be like praised because they picked the right actor for the job to play that role that they wrote well for them. So it's like almost everything that the actor gets complimented for is predetermined for them by someone else. Right? The set, your costumes, your co-stars, the way you're at. The only thing is, again, you do have to bring it in act. There's some act, like I can't act. I can barely talk to you guys. Right? So, I respect people who can act in front on like a large stage and talk to people, like in crowds. But it's like a skill gap, what I was saying earlier. If you aren't willing to fail and acknowledge people who are better than you to learn from them, then you won't ever learn, and it's the same principle there. Now we're gonna lock in for phase 2. And also, I can only get through phase 2 because I watched a fucking guide of some guy who beat the shit out of his boss without getting hit. And I was like, damn, he parried the fuck out of that. How did he parry the fuck out of that? I still don't know. Eh. Eh. Yeah. Whatever. I know I'm not doing damage, but it's bleed buildup. I'm just testing for like normal attack openings. I could If I get enough of those, I could kill him, right? It sounds stupid, but it also feels like that. Like I'm using it's like a comic book movie where like a normal human hits a superhuman with like a stick or something and it breaks, and the superhuman doesn't react, and they just kind of like look at the dude like, are you fucking kidding me right now? What are you, a dipshit? It's like, that is what it feels like when I go, I hit the boss and only do 100 damage to their 22,000 health. I'm like, only 1,000 more hits, or whatever it is, like 200 hits. We got this. Doing math while getting attacked by a dragon, knight, and a beast man. Not my strong suit, but definitely a way if you need to do math. It's under pressure. It's a hell of a game to practice. Quick, what's 2 plus 2? 4. I just immediately get hit. Phase 1 is easy as fuck now. I say that for Melania, and then she pulls out some new bullshit, so. He has 10,000. Yes, he does. The Beastman Clergy. Now look up how much Malekith has and add it together for me. Because Malekith is also at the bottom of the Beastman Clergy's page, noted as a separate boss with his own health bar. No, we looked it up on stream yesterday. The only reason I know. I've got my ass kicked so many times that I can dodge the wiki too. That's how good I am. Maybe he does have 10,000 health, and that explains why he doesn't. No, because I would do more. I would do like a 10th of his. Do I do a 10th? We can math it out. You might be right, and the wiki might be wrong in how it listed it. Because it says Malekith is a separate boss at the bottom, and it says when you get it halfway down the cutscene and the transition and stuff. And then he has his own wiki page for the Beastman Clergy and Malekith. But there is a little asterisk that I could not find the note of on his health bar. So it could be like, oh, he gets like 500 health in case you kill him. But he's still got 10,000. It's just his defense is high. Because as a game designer, if I wanted to double someone's health, I would do exactly what they're doing. Extra life wiki fell off, to be honest, they don't say. Go to the normal, or just go to Beastman Clergy wiki and then scroll until you find, or just Control F and type in Malekith, and it will pull up right. I'll do it after this. Meanwhile, they showed Freed and Demon Prince's combined HP. Yeah, that is crazy. But I'm only doing 7,000 or 700. I wish to God I did 7,000. But does it look like I'm doing a 10th? Because I would do like 1,000 per slash pretty much. One of those. One of those. Does that look like a 10th? That does look like a 10. It's just such a big health bar on my fucking giant monitor. That's like a... It's like 2 candy bars length. I don't know how else to describe it. Those are... I've been around the world. Those are kind of universally sized. Think of like a 3 Musketeers. Normal or whatever, family sized, right? Just a normal 3 Musketeers length. On my monitor, it's like 2 of those next to each other, right? Like a really big candy bar. It does seem like about 10%. Whoa, Jesus. This guy is aware. Yeah. I could see that. But it did look like it listed 2 separate health numbers for Malekith and Beastman Clergy. But the way that I'm doing damage, it looks like I'm doing less damage. than all of the other bosses. I've been doing 1,000. I'm only doing 700 here. I can do 1,000 to normal enemies and 1,000 to the past bosses. And this is like the one time I'm not doing that much. And even when I change my like magic type and shit. So maybe to compensate for half the health that Melania has, he has double the armor because he's a big beast man. Visually it would be the same, but then it would play a completely different way.
Become my blade once more.
$10,000 field boss, 10,620. 10,620. Okay, so it is the same amount for both of them. They just have two separate wiki pages, which is a weird thing to do for a boss with two phases. However, I think it might be that the defense is off, because I was wondering, why am I doing so little damage to this guy? But if he's weak to magic, that explains that, right? They want you to use magic on him. So if you're not doing a lot of physical damage, it's like, oh shit, I should use magic. Sometimes I dodge that perfectly, and other times he gets me with the swipe. I just gotta go left or right, but my timing is fucked. I gotta like watch for the windup and recognize the attack. Actually, I know what the windup is, and it looks the same as two other attacks. That's already the problem. He has the move where he jumps and lands and stabs a sword in the ground and blows up. And then he has the move where he jumps into the air after that, spins, and then lands and does it again. And then he also has just a different combo where he throws that move in the middle. I don't know if it's a different third move, but it is used as a third move, right? It is a combo starter, a combo end, and he could just throw that shit in the middle of a combo. Again, with like Melania, random ass combos. I just have to learn where the moves are, how to dodge them, what to position for. He just, the scraping of his claws in the gravel is to scare you. Just watch for when he's actually throwing. That one's fast. You gotta be careful with that shit. One day, we'll find out how to dodge that shit consistently. Oh, to be a writer at From Software. Oh, to be a game designer at From Software. Actually, I'm gonna say I have a problem with authority, and I think that's why I have to be my own game designer. I work well with others. I do really good in team games. I do all right. I've passed projects with other people, right? You can work well despite social anxiety. I played sports. Maybe that's it. I was on soccer teams. I was on basketball. It's sports help, but I can't listen to fucking somebody when I know they're wrong. That's like the most annoying shit to me. When I know someone's wrong and then I know I can't correct them. I think that's why I would always get into arguments with teachers. I'm like, well, you know that this isn't right? Like, there's no way to know that for sure, according to science. And then I didn't realize at the time growing up, but it's like you're going to meet a lot of people with conflicting religious and, you know, ideological beliefs. So when you're like, well, that's disproven and you're stupid if you believe that, and they believe that, of course they're gonna get offended. It's not, you know, it's not a secret. But that was my antisocial autism. Not trying to be funny. That's what the therapy is for. And my anxiety is, and what my anxiety is caused by. I'm just always ready to argue with people who are wrong, but I can't help it. There's some, I think I know what it is, but that's for therapy. That's for therapy. Everyone should go to therapy. 2 is nowhere to be found. 21,240. Yeah. That would be his health if it combined, but I don't think it's combined now. Now that I realize how much damage I'm doing, because at previous times when I do bonus damage, I would do like 1,400, and then we would hit him once, get like a, or we would hit him with the blood slash, and then maybe get like 1 extra swipe in and get to 2,000 on some enemies. So it's like we do a lot of damage, but we're doing about half of the max damage, which leads me to believe the defense design is what they're going for. This fight is supposed to be hard, so no matter how you build your character, if you give a boss high defense, they will have to learn the fight. So if he's like a threshold guardian to get to the end of the game, this is a build check boss. It's like, is your build capable of actually fighting a boss? Can you dodge through attacks? Can you know, learn the timing? You're gonna have to fight him long enough to learn the timing. And I can tell that that's the design of the boss because his one gimmick item is a parry, which is a timing skill. I'm gonna call bullshit on that one. I got stabbed. No, but it's like literally, again, with the theme, the one thing that you're supposed to use to defeat him on a hidden quest, or not even hidden quest, on like a quest line 2 here that doesn't seem like it would be connected. So you do all these lore ties we just did, right? Why is Riker tied to the dragons? Because of the serpent. His brother and sister got the night and day. The only thing left is the soul and the moon and the serpent. The abyssal serpent, same one Mesmer got. It explains why the children keep being born with the abyssal serpent. It wasn't just, again, some abyssal creature. It is, I mean, it is a physical abyssal creature, but it is representative of that evil primordial force that the Crucible Knights fought against, because they loved watching the snakes get battered in the arena during the time of the, you know, gladiatorial pits of Horaloo. So I think he actually just has 10k. Yeah. That's what I'm trying to get at. I think you're right, but my blood, yeah. I think my damage is half, because I normally do like 1,400 on a really strong hit, and 1,000 on like normal. So if I'm doing less damage than usual, take away about 400 or 350, almost that much, it's about, it makes up for it. But then his health doesn't, it's not like Melania, where when you kill her first health bar, a second half, or a second 70% health bar shows up. You get him halfway down, and then the cutscene happens, and he remains at half. And then you just do the rest of the fight, which is why I think they built it with defense, because if he didn't have high defense, the phase change would happen, and then you would immediately blow him up, and the entire gimmick of the fight would be circumvented. So again, I think it is a design choice. It's scaled differently, but it's the same type of fight. Like, I'm doing less damage, but he has less health, and the only reason they would do that, again, is because they want you to use magic. Or if you're using a crazy thing like me, of like no magic basic weapon. This is me admitting I am wrong and you are right, but I said that. I just want to say it again in case you missed it. But I think I know why I got confused. It's because I was fighting Melania for 4 days, and she works the exact opposite way, and the way that I got confused with. When you kill Melania's first health bar, a second health bar fills up. This guy, he does not work like that. He just gets beat. And I don't actually know if there are other bosses. I haven't been keeping track. Not a lot of bosses have a second phase in this game. There are some. The Godskin duo, I guess they work like you get them halfway down. They work like Malekith, where you get them halfway down and then they just start using new moves, and you can kill them fast enough before the phase change, and you don't ever get to fucking see those moves. But I think that, again, that's why Malekith has such high defense but low health, is because they don't want you to kill him fast. So any chunky move does less damage to him because he has such high defense. So there's no way to immediately pop him. You have to fight him for like a half second to get to see his cool little swing. then you get to just pop him.
Once more.
He has 35 slash strike pierce negation, yeah. And I just saw on the wiki, the Beastman Clergy has different stats. When he's in this form, he's weak to magic, fire and lightning or some shit. And then when he goes into Malekith like he is right now, like in form 2, he's not weak to any magic anymore. So it's not good to fucking fight him like that. So further that whole thing of like, if you, it's a skill check boss because you have to fight him both ways, with magic and with physical. So if you're fighting him with pure magic, you're gonna have a tougher time in the second phase when he's jumping around and swinging at you when you would want magic. And if you're fighting him with physical, right, when you want to get close to him is the second phase. It's gonna be a little easier because he's slower and stuff. So the first phase is harder for you because he jumps away and throws projectiles. He downgrades to only like one projectile move combo in phase 2, I think. Or he gets this slash, which he didn't even do. And then he's got the other slash, where he jumps and slashes 3 times or whatever the fuck. That's a big slice you got there. Noted. Like I just said, getting up close to him, I could have dodged through that. I will be honest, I noticed this at the last second. Look at the bottom left. I was on health. I actually didn't even need health, which is crazy. Demon Prince ass negation. Yeah. I've been eating Granny Smith apples all my life and occasionally jazz apples. I've never had a truly sweet apple until just now. And I always thought apples were just tart, minus jazz apples. Bro. Honeycrisp? Honeycrisp. Am I thinking of the right one? I worked in produce. I used to go on my breaks and try every brand of apple to see like, what is my favorite kind of apple? Where are they? I need the apple. Don't you give me a GIF. How dare you? It gave me like this picture, and then when I clicked on it, how dare you? It gave me a GIF. How dare you? Who the fuck do you think I am? No, I'm just kidding. Wow, it doesn't even, that shit doesn't exist. Gala's pretty good. Yeah, go with Honeycrisp. This one. This is what it looks like. It's Pink Lady. That's the other one I'm trying to remember. Thank you. Thank you for saying that, because that's what I was looking for. I was like, Honeycrisp isn't the one that I remember being good, but it is a really good apple. Pink Lady, dude, you already got it. You found it. You found Peak. On your own. You didn't even need my recommendation. No, Pink Lady is the one I was thinking of. Honeycrisp is like my go-to if they don't have Pink Lady, and Pink Lady is like only in certain places, so you might not be able to get it. I mean, I guess that's true for every fruit, depending on the season. But there were certain oranges that were like, there's a lot of weird ass fruit people have been genetically modifying, like the cotton candy grapes that taste like cotton candy but are just genetically altered grapes. That's wild. How do you fucking do that? I will never forget the first time. It was the dumbest thing I've ever done. I will say that. Easiest, like, I could say that without a doubt. The dumbest thing I've ever done. And I still think about it and go, wow, that was fucking stupid. But you know what? That is funny that it worked out in my favor all those years later. I was with friends at the mall, and this dude just walks up to us, right? With a cup full of grapes. And he goes, do you want to eat a grape that tastes like cotton candy? And all of my friends looked at him like he is on crack cocaine. Like, oh, what the fuck is this guy doing walking up to a group of teenagers? We're like in middle school, high school. He's like, are you crazy, dude? What the fuck is wrong with you? Right? And I'm looking at him like, did this guy, like, I'm on a different planet. I'm from the planet where everyone is nice, and was like, did he just offer me a grape that tastes like cotton candy? They're worried about stranger danger, and I'm worried about what really matters. I'm like, did you just say, and did you just offer me an enchanted artifact? Like, what the fuck? How does that work? And then I asked him straight up, like, are they soaked in something? Because they're in a cup. And he was like, nope. I was like, how the fuck does that work? And he just pointed the cup at me. You know how, like, when you're offering someone a, like, something from inside a cup, and you just, like, tilt the cup towards someone? Like, here you go. He did that. And I reached in and grabbed one and just fucking ate it. And that was the dumbest thing I've ever done. My friends looked at me like, what, are you crazy? This stranger walked up offering you fruit that is altered, and you fucking ate it, dude. What is wrong with you? But to be honest, the guy seemed too nice. I was like, he seemed way too nice to be malicious. I don't know what about his vibe was so, like, not threatening, but they were all off-put immediately. I definitely rolled into that. But that was like 2 years before a cup eat the whole thing. I know, right? You thank you. Take the cup and eat the whole thing. I would have. Bro, can I tell you? It was like one of the first mind-altering moments, not even drug-induced or anything. Just like I was like, oh yeah. Like, all right, so how do I explain? If you've ever had a cotton candy grape, imagine eating normal grapes your whole life, never hearing about cotton candy grapes, and then you just eat a normal grape, right? And if you've never had a cotton candy grape, it lives up to the name in a weird way, that it doesn't taste like a grape. It feels like you ate a grape and tastes like you stuck your fucking face in a cotton candy machine. I don't, they can't be healthy. But they are delicious. Again, I'm looking at my friends, and they're looking at me like I'm insane and I've lost my mind and I'm about to mutate in front of them because I just ate this grape. And of course, I'm having my mind. I'm like, bro, what the fuck? Like, I'm talking to the dude like, I know he's not lying now. I'm like, whoa, that's crazy. It really tastes like cotton candy. What the hell? So I'm asking questions, and my friends are just, I knew that was gonna happen eventually, so I just accepted that fate. Victorian era child eats a Dorito? Yes. Envision in your mind me as the frail Victorian child that you give the Dorito to. Right? I was literally like, I'm eating this grape in the mall, and I'm like, whatever. It was like multiple things. I'm like, what is this guy going to walk up and poison me surrounded by friends? Right? It was like multiple levels of like, there's no way that this guy is malicious. One, he seems, I don't accept candy from strangers. Okay? But I want to explain my logic. One, he was dressed like a fucking lunatic. I know that sounds like the opposite reason, but he was so nice that, again, I was like immediately like, okay, it doesn't seem like I'm in a malicious way offering these grapes. And then as he offered the grapes to me, he ate one. And my brain was like, no one offers you poison food that they are fucking eating themselves, right? It's not gonna be poisoned. That is the most Russian roulette shit that you can do. Poison one or a couple of grapes, walk up to a group, pluck out one of the grapes without looking, eat it, and pray to God he built up a tolerance. Exactly. Like that is the ballsiest thing you could have done if it was a poisoned grape, because he ate one in front of me without looking. And it wasn't like oh, he could have had it pre-planned. He was like shaking up the thing while talking to us, and then while he was sitting there talking to us, he just grabbed one and ate it like with his other hand. I'm like, oh, he's like, everyone was looking at him like he was deranged, but that right there was the one thing that tipped me over to like, okay, well, he's eating them. Like, I would not have accepted at all, period, not even gotten close to it, but he just grabbed one without looking and ate it. Unless this guy is trying to kill himself too. He's just eating some grapes that taste weird. But also the way he said it, like, do you want to eat a grape that tastes like cotton candy? Like, he said it like he was mystified himself and couldn't believe what the fuck he was doing. Like, he was like introducing people to... It's like he was the dude going back in time with Doritos and he was surrounded by Victorian children. That was his demeanor. Fuck you, you lightning bastard! I died twice now to the same thing. The Prince and the Bride reference or whatever that book is called. Yeah, the Princess and the Princess Bride movie. Yes. I've actually built up a tolerance to this poison over many years, so it actually doesn't matter. I knew it was poison. I grabbed either one and you're gonna die. But now, anyway, that shit, all of that storytelling just to say that it was a mistake and it was funny, and I reflect on it all the time to think that damn, that was dumb. But I did, like, just through my judge of character, get to try something like a year early, because I had not heard of cotton candy grapes ever again. And again, I worked at produce later. I never heard anyone talking about cotton candy grapes. I never heard anyone mention them. I never heard anyone talk about them. And then all of a sudden they're in store shelves in abundance and everyone's like, dude, these new genetically modified cotton candy grapes. And I felt like a lunatic being like, I ate those years ago at the mall because some fucking dude walked up to me and was like, do you want to eat these? I was like, yeah, sure. And if I wasn't surrounded by like 10 people who witnessed it, I would have never retold that story. It was like, it's the most like cartoonish, yeah, sure. And everybody clapped, which is funny. But like, it's actually the opposite. It's like I did something really fucking stupid. I would not advise it, but it ended up being all right. For me, I got lucky. But no, don't do that. Don't do what I did. But it was literally what we were talking about. Like, he just walked up and offered me some grapes out of a cup. All right, I know I dodged there. What's happening? But I mean, like, it's like the ultimate, I guess that's where all of my success in magic comes from. No, I'm just kidding. It's like, ancient wizard, because he was like an old dude, walked up to me and my friend group and offered us ancient arcane knowledge in this genetically modified grape, and nobody took it. And it was an actual, like, no drugs but mind altering experience for me. Like, this can happen? Grapes can just taste like this? What the fuck? I was expecting the grape to be like kind of like damp or something because it was like soaked in something, but no, it was just that was how the grape was and how it normally tasted. My brain could not believe it. But again, it's like I attained some mystical knowledge at that moment that all of my friends had missed out on because they didn't accept the wizened knowledge. But no, I don't ever do that. That shit was crazy. But again, I'm still close with some of those friends, so it's not like, oh, I'm not close, because sometimes I don't tell stories that I'm not close with any of the people, so they can't like verify for me that that happened. But like, I am friends with some of the people that were there still. So I know they at least will be like, yeah, I remember that. That was like, if I asked them, do you remember that stupid thing I did with that very popular item now? They'd definitely be like, yeah, I remember that. That was fucking stupid of you. But it was years ago at the mall. Like, maybe they won't, but it was very distinct. Like, not often does a person just come walking up to you and your friends at a mall and offer you a snack, right? For free. Dressed like a lunatic. He had like, I don't want to say ragged clothes. It wasn't like torn up, but he had like a lot of clothes on. I don't want to say I could tell he was homeless, but if he wasn't homeless, this is how I'll phrase it. If this guy if he had a residence, I would put money on it that it looked exactly like he dressed. There, right? But he was super nice. I feel like that's the better way to phrase it. Come on, I totally dodged forward. Plot twist, he was actually from the future where genetically modified grapes will be commonplace. People just wondering what people from the early 21st century would think. I know, right? Like, that's what it kind of felt like. I was like, if I was a time traveler, that's exactly how I would do it. I would just come up like, what do people wear in this society? Well, I can't wear what they wear, but being disheveled is timeless, right? So just show up disheveled, and then there's a 50-50 shot that you are taken as a loon, and they're like, oh, this guy's crazy, right off what he says, and you don't disrupt the flow of time, or you achieve your mission, right? Those are your two options. If I was gonna be a time traveler, my hair would look like fucking half mohawk mullet. I would look like the most crazy motherfucker that you cannot take seriously. I am not risking fucking up the time stream. If that's what it takes, keep my timeline safe. Fuck it. It's funny that not many people do that joke of like, oh shit, I need to be crazy. I forget what, it was like an animation or something. I'm not gonna take credit for that, but I have seen that of like, oh my god, is that what I wind up like in the future? And it's like, no, I'm just dressed like this. Like, why are you dressed like a crazy person? Like, oh, I have to dress like this so no one takes me seriously. Like, fuck, I forget where it's from, but it's like a Cartoon Network or like Nickelodeon anime or like Disney Channel shit. They did a lot of time travel plots back in those early 2000s cartoons, so, but it's lost to time. It's like a joke somewhere, but I can't take credit for it as much as I would want to. That is like a really smart thing to be like, oh, I came up with that. But no, that's from a fucking like Hey Arnold or some shit. Doug. What's even more embarrassing is I can't even remember where the joke is from. Just, well, that's a thing. Absolute shit in a way, yeah. To be fair, I feel like it might be like Elden Ring. Like, if I go back and appreciate those things, like when I played Demon Souls the first time as like in 2009, I did not know anything about the lore. I did not care. I did not understand. I had fun and I loved it, and I was frustrated, but I didn't even understand what Miyazaki was trying to tell me in making me do something. That is the beauty of game design, right? All right, we're gonna get a little meta here. Why we make games, people. I feel like video games based off of movies were bad for a long time because there are movies in video games. So the medium of movie becomes obsolete. Anything you can say about a movie, you could say about a video game, but even better. Watch. Imagine this is a movie, and now I really want to know what happens in this boss room, but something's happening in the next room. I can stop right here and walk the fuck away, and then come back to it, and then discover it in my own time, right? And again, I've talked about this with my brother, but with fighting games, right? Like, he's a like god tier fighting game player, but I said it like this, like, how do we describe fighting games as humans, right? I don't say like my character got hit by their character's up B. I say that guy hit me with the up B. There's a way that games make us do the action that we experience it in a way that movies try to get you, right? The whole reason they have camera angles and soundtracks and the way they do cinematography is to make you feel something as the viewer, right? Video games, they can't help but make you feel something because you are doing it. You think you're the one doing it. It's like, I'm ready to kill God. It's your character, right, that you leveled up. You're not killing God, but you are. You're the one pressing the buttons. You are doing the thing. It is you. You feel the actions done to you. It's a medium that movies wish to emulate. And that's not even like paraphrasing or guessing. That is why the movie industry would want to subvert the game industry because it exists in gaming, right? Here, I'm gonna die just to prove my point because I gotta show something. One thing. Imagine going back in time and to show Kingsfield fan Sekiro. Yeah. No, watch this. Diablo 3 Gates of Heaven cinematic. This is how old. Think of the best CGI you've ever seen in the last 3 years, even Marvel movie. Think of the most expensive CGI, the most realistic, the most beautiful. Actually, this is 8K remastered. Let's go to the original. How old is this? 1 year ago? No. Let's look at the original. How old is this cinematic? 4 years ago? 12 years ago. Look at this fucking cinematic from 12 years ago. And take in mind, I am streaming this to me and then back to you. It is getting double compressed. Go watch this cutscene in your own time. Go play Diablo 3 and then watch this cutscene. Even in the heart of heaven, angels can still feel fear. That's what she just whispered. All you need to know is that's Diablo's daughter, and she is possessed by Diablo now.
My old enemy. You cannot hide from me. No matter what form you choose to wear. Let your true self be revealed. Diablo. War ends today. Imperious.
Diablo's a chick. And she doesn't fuck around.
Take one last look at your shining heaven, Imperious. For soon, nothing of it shall remain but my laughter.
2088 feet. Yeah. This is 12 years old. This is 12 years old. Look how beautiful this shit is. It's compressed to fucking shit. It is 12 years old, dude. Dude, Elden Ring doesn't even look this good. And this is, the game I'm playing in love right now, there is not even the trailer cutscenes don't even look this good. This is an in-game cutscene. Oh, not in-game. This plays as a cinematic in the game. That cutscene we just watched. And then it literally goes to Act 4. That's the opening to Act 4. They make better movies, right? Than movies. You can't tell me that that is not the most cinematic masterpiece you've seen in terms of any angelic fight versus a demon, right? It's like, go watch any movie where a fucking angel fights a demon and tell me it looks that good. You can't. When she shatters the fucking staff and it, like, you see the molten metal fracturing as if like they really broke metal. It's like, dude, we don't have CGI like that, even in the most expensive movies anymore, because of like the turnover and how like there's no unionization for effects. Again, we're getting a little meta, but when people gave a fuck about the games they were making, we got shit like that made Hollywood scared. They were like, we gotta make movies about games suck dick so that nobody wants to play video games, right? If you like movies, you're gonna think video games are for nerds. It's like, again, I've said it like this: if you like books, if you like movies, video games are for you. Imagine a movie that you get to decide what the fuck is happening. And not only that, like, you know when you're screaming at your screen during a horror movie, right? Like, don't go in that closet, don't go in that closet. That feeling is made 10 times stronger because it's you forced into the closet by the game, and then it's you going, oh fuck, I have to go in this closet. Oh fuck, I have to go in this closet. It's a different experience that the movie's trying to get you to feel for someone else by 10, right? Like, it's, again, everything the movies are trying to get you to feel in like a horror movie, games will scare the shit out of you. Horror games are so scary, people don't even play them because they're so scared. They're like, I'm not going to play that because I know it's a horror game, and I'm scared of horror games. Think of how scary a movie has to be like, I'm never watching that because it's so horrific that it will scare me to the point where I will, even while I'm not watching the movie, I will be horrified. That's how scary games are. It's because it makes you scared while you're playing it. You feel the fear for the character that you're playing. So it's like movies, again, it's a worse medium because it's video games have the good aspects within it and all of the bad aspects are taken out. You can't contribute to a movie, but Guillermo del Toro, right, making Silent Hill, it's like, well, imagine a movie made by Guillermo del Toro, like a horror movie that has multiple endings that you get to decide which path you take down. Because that's what's literally happening with the new Silent Hill, right? Guillermo del Toro worked with them to make them, and then he ended up leaving with Kojima, but he worked on Silent Hill, which means that horror genre and that team now has the experience of the movie maker, Guillermo del Toro, and his horror movies are iconic, right? So it's like he, as a director, had to have seen the value in games, and then also he knows that he can contribute to them with like camera angles and stuff, right? Like, how important is the camera angle right now? Think about it. How important is the camera angle right now for me? Really fucking important, right? So, because I need it aimed at this fucking guy. So it's like, that's a director's job, right? That you don't realize that, but if you're a director for cinematography, it's like games have that too. It's so much more nuanced, and that's what game designers know and put in. And again, there are people describe them as like playable movies, like Until Dawn, where it's got famous actors and actresses and they're acting out scenes and it's like a movie, but then you get to input something and go, no, wait, go left instead of right. No, wait, kill that person instead of letting them live. Actually, wait, I want that person to survive. Please do everything you can to let them live. Like, you get to determine the things, so it's gonna be way better. So it's like, that's why I love video games, but and then books, right? We've done this exact thing before. How many written words are in The Hobbit? Look it up. Look up how many written words are in The Hobbit. How long is The Hobbit, right? How long is one of the longest fantasy books that everybody loves and holds as tribute? Right? Here, let's look it up quickly. How many, or we'll do it even better. How many written words are in the Lord of the Rings trilogy? The entire trilogy. The Fellowship of the Ring, Two Towers, and the entire Lord of the Rings series, including The Hobbit, 500,000 words. Final Fantasy VII has 40,000 words. And remember that you are constantly rereading words like Iron Sword and stuff, and Gold and Gil. So it's like, it might not have that many words, but think of the 7th in the series. What are we on right now? What's the newest Final Fantasy? Right? Hold on. Fucking 16. Think of 16 games worth of text, right? But also, this is also it. The script of Final Fantasy VII and the full text of The Great Gatsby both run at 45,000 words. So it's telling you, you know The Great Gatsby? That book? That famous book? Oh, we barely got out. And that script, that beloved like human literature, it's the same as Final Fantasy VII. You know that game that everyone says is super emotional, makes him cry, and the creator made as an allegory about his mother's death? So it's like really meaningful, is in like real world significance as well as the fantasy. It's like, yeah, of course those stories are important, significant, can make you cry, or well written. They also have millions of dollars pumped into them. So it's like the Hollywood that isn't invested in video games doesn't want you to know, yeah, there's something way better in terms of experience that's way cheaper, that you get hundreds of hours. You can replay Elden Ring as many times as you want with new builds, reinterpret the lore, right? They leave it ambiguous. So, famous book. Yeah. Actually, it's because they say the script, you know, and there is a movie adaptation of The Great Gatsby. So I'm going to assume that when they say script, they mean the verbal script from the movie, because they referring to the book as a script, it's a little weird. So, but even then, that goes to further back my point of movies and games, same, right? Yeah, books and games, same. There are text-based adventure games, entire pretty much book games, but instead it's the same thing I just said. It's like, instead of a book, it's what I just said with movies, but replace it with book. Imagine a book you're reading where you get to determine the outcome, where you get to type in text, and it, you know, has a bunch of written endings. It's like 17 books in one, right? I was gonna say 6, but I was like, they do way more multiple endings. Think of like Goosebumps, right? It's like, it's just a Goosebumps multipath book, but coded. So it's like, but again, with the, instead of having to turn the page, and it's like an abstraction of like you're reading into this book, you type the action you want to do in the game. It's like, I want to run. I type run. And how you view it as a gamer is, I am running. It's weird, but that's how we phrase it. It's not, I told the character to run. How we as gamers phrase it in like humanity, right? Like all around the world, how we do it in terms of perspective is a first person perspective. We describe it as, we're the ones doing that shit. I killed God today in Elden Ring, right? I beat Malekith. I fought Melania and won. I was beaten by one of the best gamers. I took a stock off them in Smash Bros. Like, again, it's what every source of media has ever wanted you to experience. You projecting yourself into the perspective of the character firsthand. That's what everything is trying to get you to do. Video games do that effortlessly. So effortlessly that we don't even realize we do it. It's like, oh yeah, that's me rolling around right there. Like, no, it's not, but it is. I'm pressing the buttons, I'm controlling the character. I feel as if it's me. I highly script them, yeah. But it's, again, why that would explain why Hollywood would make bad video games movies, because then you wouldn't check out the source material. If the story's bad, right? The stories are based on the same things. Wow, how could they make a bad story? Well, then it's twofold. One, it's lacking the interactive aspects that make it appealing to the gamers. So if it's not the path that all gamers choose, right? Like, Mario's a good one because everyone has to wind up saving the princess at the end. But doing a movie based off of Elden Ring, right, is a little harder because there are and like the events and narrative of Elden Ring is harder. You could do one after Elden Ring set in the world. You could do one before Elden Ring set in the world, but making a story of Elden Ring is hard because you're going to upset a large portion of people. I want the Dung Eaters thing to be canon. I want the Ronnie's ending to be canon. You're going to have a bunch of different camps of gamers who want the story to end a certain way, and it won't. There's only one ending in a book, in a story, in a movie, right? People don't like it when there are multiple endings to those things, but people love it when there are multiple endings to games, right? It's replayability. But when something is left ambiguous in a book, it fucking sucks, and people are left to argue about it forever. And it sometimes can be done well and cool if that's the theme, is ambiguousness, right? Like the Thing. Who knows if McCready is the Thing or not? Who knows if right? Based on development, it was McCready. Based on this, it's like a highly speculative, and that's the point. That's the point, and it's cool, but it's not always the point. And I think that's what I mean by, like, people quote the game for the thing as like, well, in the game, the thing, this is what happens, and it came out after the movies, so it has to be the real thing. Not the real thing, but it... Hey, we hit him. Hitting him in phase 2 is all that matters. Now if we could just keep hitting him in phase 2. But yeah, that was like my conspiracy theory of why video games movies were bad for so long. I was like, it's easy. You have a pre-written script. Why would you not follow it? Actually, we were expressly told as much by Hollywood, because they kept interviewing people who said, fuck the source material, I'm doing my own thing. And then everything they did was to subvert the expectations of fans, even though they did not like that, right? It's like, oh, you know these beloved characters? Well, I don't like them, so fuck you. I'm going to kill them off, right? And that happens a lot in media. Also, damn, we got him really low there. And then think of The Witcher, right? That's the exact thing I'm quoting. The creator of the show, The Witcher, didn't like the source material, wanted to make his own fantasy show. He said as much. It's not hyperbole, it's not guessing. He says that's how it always works in the industry. You can't get your show created. It's easier to sell an existing IP, so people reluctantly merge the show that they wrote into an existing intellectual property. Not crossover, but like they make their show and just call everything the names of the existing property, which upsets fans because it's like, well, this isn't the story and narrative of the original. It's a different thing entirely with the coat of paint to match the original, which is why I think it's like being creative and original is better for many reasons, but that is like going off analytics and the success of others clearly is going to fail you, right? But they've shown many times. The Witcher is the biggest example. You're not making a show for anyone at that point. You got a bunch of fans of The Witcher together to tell them, I don't like the thing that you like. What the fuck did you think was going to happen? I don't even play The Witcher. I never read the books. And even I was like, well, fuck you then. That's stupid. What's the point of reading or what's the point of watching the show if I can't discuss it with fans of the material, right? I can't talk to people who are fans of the books or fans of the games about the show because it's not the same and it's just going to upset them. It alienates your audience and it makes people who don't have anything to do with the thing off-put entirely. I don't, again, I never played Witcher. I have like 2 of the games in my library. I got like 3 hours played of the intro. Like I've never really played those games. So I can't be like, oh, it's not accurate to the game, I don't like it. I just stopped because I heard the person creating it wasn't a fan of the original content. It's like, why are you the one in charge of making the show then? And then again, it like, I'm actually thankful for that, even though it does suck what he did. He didn't say like, I don't like The Witcher, so I made a bad Witcher show to spite you. He was like, I would have made my own show, but this is the Hollywood standard. They want me to ruin The Witcher, so I'm ruining The Witcher. Like, he was at least honest about it. And then it kind of solidified my theory of like, oh, they never wanted to make a good Witcher show. They just wanted to sell stuff and make people not check out the games. As long as no one goes from the shows to the games, that's it. The pitcher, exactly. More like the bitch. I'm sorry. Derogatory. Fuck you. How about that? Sexist. No. We just talked at hours about how that's bad. You know I'm joking. But no, it does suck. Imagine that. Instead of non-derogatory, just derogatory. Fuck you. I'm sick of your shit. You're a bitch in the most sexist of the way. I'm not sexist, but I have to go down to that level for you to understand. So, fuck you. You're a bitch. Derogatory. No, I'm sorry. I'm kidding. But that that level of insult means you really hate them. If you snoop down to that level. God damn. That's what we need. We need that level of hatred. Keep that energy. That's the kind of hater that Kendrick Lamar wants you to be, okay? Any of the streamers that collab with Drake or collab with someone who collabed with Drake after the Kendrick Lamar beef, calling him a pedophile, stop watching them. Just go unsubscribe to them. And if I upset you saying that, fuck you, and you should unsubscribe to me. I don't need your subscription. I don't even have 200 subscribers. Do you think it matters? You have no power here. One person comes and replaces you. A sane, like-minded individual. Fuck your sexist, racist ass. I don't need you in my comment section if you disagree. But I will gladly hear your opinion, to scrutinize and ridicule you. Because you should always have an open mind. Right? I should have an open mind that I'm wrong, but I know I'm not wrong that sexism is bad and racism is bad. Fuck those people. They're dumb as shit. That's fine. Not my fault they were brought up wrong. That's their parents' fault. I program computers and do everything they wish they could in terms of game design because I was brought up right. You know? Humble brag. No, actually the opposite of humble brag. It's a you wish you were me because you're toxic. And that sexual or the sexist what is it? Limitation. No, I'm fucking around. But no, actually this is a scientific thing. Way back in the original. The actual point I was trying to make. The study way back that we quoted, the whole thing is, well, we already talked about it and I said the point of the study, but the actual point of that study was that why are people sexist in games, right? Like, what is the point of it? It is typically a skill issue, right? If you are bad at games and there is a woman involved in the game, you are going to be sexist to draw attention away from your true lack of skill. But the mental block of being sexist is what's contributing to your mental block and lack of skill. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. You're actually bad because you're sexist. And you know it, but you can't really come to gripes with the logical fallacies of like, well, they have a complex brain and they can make decisions for themselves and, you know, there's a bunch of women in power, but no. Ignore everything I know and see, right? Women belong in the kitchen. That's what those people think. The people I stopped being friends with, right? The actual sexist derogatory, but they're not joking about it. It's like, that was the whole point of that conversation originally. There was a scientific study, and we know they're wrong. And that's what the whole point of science is to find out what the fuck the point of anything is. They found out why you're sexist. It turns out you're a fucking moron. I'm sorry. I had to be the one to tell you. I am the one who belongs in the kitchen. Level 1 brag, exactly. Level 1 humility. I need to level it up more. No, but yeah, exactly. Because cooking is fun. Everyone belongs in the kitchen because cooking is fun. I've been baking cookies all month as a little treat for myself and my family. Imagine missing out on baking cookies and having just batches of cookies in your house because you're a sexist piece of shit. You don't deserve cookies. Fuck you. You don't get them. You don't get cookies. You sexist fuck. Just because you won't bake them for yourself. You think it's beneath you, so you deprive yourself of that success. It's actually poetic and exactly what we're talking about. You are sexist, and it is regarding your skill. You could be good, but you're sexist. You are not focused on getting better and people who are good and analyzing their skill and why they're better than you. You're focused on stupid shit that doesn't matter. Like their tits. You're an idiot. I don't know how else to tell you. You're fucking stupid. Why do you think math has anything to do with what's between their legs? I don't know. But that's probably why you can't do math, if you think that corresponds with shit. I'll tell you what, I program perfectly fine all day. Not a single sexist thought occurs to me until it is brought up by some fucking moron. It's just straight up. And it's only occurring to me of like, oh, this guy's fucking stupid. Not having biscuits must be the cause, so it's paradoxical. You're right. Self-fulfilling prophecy, like we discussed. You can't get better because you don't know how. You blame it on something that is completely unrelated. Sex. Because sex is all you know. You're deprived, or you have too much of it. Either way, you're a fucking idiot. And you probably need to get laid, is gonna be my analysis. Not a scientific one. I should add that. Not a professional diagnosis. I'm not a professional. I'm just an asshole. Fuck those pieces of shit. The things that I do professionally, people wish, those assholes wish they could. Think of Elon Musk pretending to be a good gamer. He would not do what I'm doing, spending days dying to a boss because he doesn't want to seem incompetent. You gain competence through learning from your mistakes. If you fucking fear making mistakes, you're actually showing me you are never gaining competence. I'm okay with dying like that. I try to block him with the tower. You are, again, it's a redundancy that they don't understand. You're telling me you're stupid. That's why I didn't want to work with that friend who said he had a panic attack failing, because it's like, well, my projects are always fucked up until I fix them and get that one mechanic working, and then I break it some other way introducing a new mechanic, and then you keep having to fix it and playtesting it until that works. Then you introduce a new broken mechanic. So it's like, if you're panicked over losing progress from a backup or a whole level or a day's worth of progress, it's like you aren't a game designer, because that is the steps of making things, right? Not having, yeah. So it goes back to all of the things we've been talking about. You have to be okay with making mistakes and analyzing your mistakes and accepting that you've made a mistake and acknowledging it, right? There's so many steps that they will never be able to do that I am confident. That's why I'm streaming this. To be fair, all of those people who always copied me, I just wanted to do something that I was like, well, now you're going to have to at least get good at something. If you want to copy me and beat Elden Ring, even if you cheese it, you're gonna have to get good and beat Elden Ring. That's the beauty of it now. One of the people I was talking about just bought Elden Ring. They added it to their library. I'm proud of them, and I wish them success, and I hope they beat every boss, cheese or no, because this game taught me how to lose. I've been playing these games forever, and it's again that theme of you have to accept defeat. You have to prepare to die. You have to prepare for losses in your life, right? Whether it be someone you care about or something you care about or a skill, you have to accept, fuck man, I'm bad. I'm not good enough to beat this fucking boss, right? It's like, and then you have to just sit in that like I am furiously right now because I can't beat Malekith. And then accept that. Search for someone smarter than you who can teach you to do better, and then learn from the smarter people. That's again why I've been following guides and will say, I just watched a guide, or I will pull up a fucking guide and watch it on stream to show you that I have no clue what I'm doing, and even after watching a guide, I still can't do it. But we will learn it. And then I believe in you, right? Watching me. I'm like, I know you can do this too. Even if you're not doing a no leveling, right? Even if you're cheesing the boss, if that's what it takes for you to beat it, then that's what it fucking takes. But you have to accept defeat. You have to prepare to die. That's the theme of these games. That is why those fucking idiots do not accept defeat and make progress. It is like a weird sexist mental block. And it actually does tie to everything we're talking about, because that is the old world that Miyazaki is commenting on, right? The sexism, right? The patriarchy and the maternal nature of the world. It is, again, what is literally happening. America is supposed to represent the matriarchal society, overshadowing the evil, corrupt, fucked up origins of the patriarchal society that raped people and killed people and subjugated them and made everybody disenfranchised, made them enslaved, and treated them terribly. Again, this is the main theme of Bloodborne. Exactly, it's the main theme of all of them. Demon souls, the humans are disenfranchised from the demons, and the nobles who are becoming demons because they know the truth of the magic and they're keeping it from the normal people. That the demons are actually punishment for fucking with soul magic in the first place. And then Dark Souls. Humans are being punished for the natural darkness in them because Gwyn fears it. Again, it all keeps going back into this ancient society of brutalist, fucked up shit, right? That's like, they would want to cover up their dark history, right? With anything that happened, murders. Again, it even tells you in the trailers. It's not me just guessing. Miyazaki tells you. He says, it was a war so fucked up it couldn't be put to song, right? That's pretty much what they described the first war with the Hornsen. They tell you it's so bad that the people who document things didn't want to document it. That happened in real life. And that's the parallel he's drawing. That's the commentary on the old society, again, and the shit that they did to make this current society exist, right? It's like, again, the sins of the father. That's the whole point of these themes. It's like, do the ends justify the means, and should you be punished for the sins of your father or your forefathers or your mother, right? That is actually the point of these games. Your mother cursed everyone with immortality, lied about it, fucking destroyed their religion, made her own religion as a lie, just so that she can uphold a golden order thinking death is bad, and then you all found out over time that death is part of the natural cycle of things, and you need to die. Well, then you have two people, right? You have Mikola, who goes on their journey to redo America's golden order without death, thinking they can do it better. Hubris, pride, right? An angel thing, an allegory for Lucifer. I mean, I know everyone says that he's supposed to be that guy from Berserk, but George R.R. Martin wrote this story, and he never read Berserk. But he does know the Bible, and he does know George R.R. Tolkien, and the things that I'm referencing, and I know that's what he based these characters off of. So, the visual representations that are made by the game designer, and the reason we're playing through this narrative, for the feeling of being an immortal soldier, because we keep respawning at these graces and going, right? It is giving us the feeling of being an immortal soldier. It is something you experience. It is trying to make you feel subjugated and realize the lies. It is a beautiful, beautiful game, but it is grim, dark, beautiful. You can only appreciate it, again, when you've prepared to die. When you've accepted that you're not scared of death in real life. I know that sounds scary, but it's like, that is the whole point of these games. It's like, you're gonna die one day, right? You might leave behind a fucked up legacy too if you don't pay attention and be careful and care for others, right? You could be selfish and you can finish their quest and get the items that you wanted from them, but they'll die. Maybe metaphorically, but in the game they literally kill people to tell you that. It's like, why does it always end in death? That's why. Siegmeyer or Selin, all those things I told you. The people will have the good ending if you aren't selfish. That's the point of these games. It's so well done. But again, that's like the story of you, the player, as that guy sitting by the grace, is the narrative. The narrative is America made a golden order and lied to you, right? That's why I know that the items are from your perspective. They are lying to the golden order and tarnished you, the player. You are blind. You're from an old order, right? You don't know this current world that you're stepping through the fog back into, the lands between. And the way that you're noting things in your lore, right, with the items you find, you're like, oh, this was blasphemous, right? The serpents were blasphemous to the Erd Tree because of fire and the crucible and their sacrilegious rites, right? So again, it goes back to like, what is the perspective and why do I know you are being lied to by America and the Golden Order? It goes back with the whole themes of what they're trying to even commentary or make a commentary about in real life. They're trying to talk about real world religion and make a real world parallel. What if gods were real? I know it's a very fucking sad question, especially if you're religious. Elden Ring. Not the world we live in, but Elden Ring would be the thing that happened. Gods can do anything. Gods can compel men, compel other gods. They can pull lands out of this world and send them into shadows, right? They can do metaphysical magics that hold back the sky and stop the stars, delaying fate, right? Think of how think of how much force and magic you would have to be to hold back all of the universe's stars, right? We know, in terms of science, that that is like an unstoppable force meets an immovable object kind of thing. Like, Radon is one of the strongest characters in gaming history, in like fantasy history. He holds all of the sky in place with gravity magic. And he gets corrupted and partially defeated. He is rotting away and a mindless zombie. There are two things that remain constant: his love for his horse that he will not eat, and he is scared of whatever is behind the stars so much that he holds the sky still. How fucking strong do you have to be that when you've lost your mind and you are literally a zombie, the most mindless creature you could be in fantasy, you could still hold the universe still, right? He is, again, in the allegory of the sun is what the universe revolved around. So it revolves around Radon. He's the sun, the inheritance of that through Radagon. It's a beautiful. Bro thinks he's Goku. Exactly. Actually, the only Goku character I've seen in recent history is Alan from Invincible. But real quick, Mikola is the one side, the hubris, right? What happens if you are evil? You believe too much in yourself and you want the Golden Order to be recreated in your vision without death still, right? Even though death is a natural part of the world, you still have the stagnance. You still have all of the problems that this world has because it didn't get brought about by America. It got brought about by America's fear of death. Mikola still has that fear of death because he doesn't like that Godwin's dead. Even if he did it, he's just, you know, he doesn't like to kill, maybe. We'll say that he's a good guy. It still makes him the bad guy. It's like, do the ends justify the means? No. This game is supposed to tell you death is significant, death is important, death is a natural part of life. He is still making his order without death. So the opposite, you would think, is Melania, but no. The opposite is your player character. Where Mikola is born of a grand fate and designed by America and chosen by the current god, and like everything was upheld in a certain particular place just for that Nepo baby of Mikola, right? With your sheer force of will, you can repair the world in any way you see fit. There are multiple endings for you, right? But there are the true endings that you allow death to take place. You restore the natural order of things. That's Ronnie's ending, the good ending, where darkness is allowed to take hold. Same as Gwyn's ending, and the light ending in Dark Souls being the bad one, and the dark ending being the good one, technically. Everyone's like, oh, but you get betrayed by the serpents. It's like, yeah, because you turn into Gwyn. You become afraid of death, and the serpents are like, no, that's the whole point of this. They're trying to restore their world from the shadows, which again goes back into my whole theory of how they're all connected. Demon Souls ends in fog, Dark Souls begins in fog. Dark Souls goes until darkness takes the universe. Dark Souls 3 ends with fire beyond the darkness. Elden Ring begins from a fire in the darkness, right? The frenzied flame. So, which is a part of the pantheon that they added in this game that isn't a part of the Elemental series at all, and also doesn't make sense as an addition. You could have used blood, you could have used frost as the same mechanic and thematic storytelling, unless you want to say that it's something new with fire. So again, that's that whole theory. I'll be right back. But this game is amazing. Oh, but why do you replicate, or why are you the opposite of Mikola? Because you could be anybody, right? You could be a wretch, you could be a nobleman, you could be a scholar, you could be a warrior, you could be anyone. You could be Horalu's Crucible Knight from back in the day. You could be one of the astrologers, from a descendant of the astrologers who called Estelle. It does not matter who you are, and you don't even need the runes to get to the end. Again, thematically tying the whole game with death and significance of power, you don't need to kill anyone for your strength if you are patient, right? You can learn, if you have the willpower, to beat these bosses, what the player experience mimicking the player character experience. He has to get stronger by defeating them. He's an immortal soldier. They will keep respawning from the grace and keep trying and keep trying and keep trying, right? Until they give up. The only thing determining if your player gives up is you and your willpower. And we're back. Bro thinks she's Goku. Your greater will. I believe in you. I believe in you even if you don't believe in yourself. You can have a mental block of like, I've been told I'm this. I've been told I'm that. People say this, that, or the other thing. To that I say, humans are capable of some crazy shit. One-armed, no limbs even. You're gonna tell me a fully capable human who's able to reason that they might not be good enough isn't good enough? If you're able to reason, then that alone is contradictory. You're fine. You're fine. Actually, the real problem comes from people who don't ever ask that question. So keep asking it, you're good, but I'll be the outer source to tell you, you're fine. You're fine. As long as you're none of the things that I've listed today. And if you are, it's literally never too late to change. If you are a sexist, racist piece of shit, but then you realize you're wrong because it is wrong. It's not just wrong because, oh, it's emotional and people don't want to be told that they're lesser. It's like, no, it's just wrong. It's not the truth, right? You're just spouting bullshit that is an emotionally fueled rave, right? Most of the time when it comes to it coming from my emotional fueled rave. But no, most of the time when it comes to racism, it's just spouted bullshit that they've learned to hate when they were a child. It's never actually backed by anything. In fact, most of the time real world experience does the opposite, and they're like, oh well, I know, you know, like as an Italian, I'll use myself as an example. They'll be like, I know Italians are, what, they talk with their hands a lot, and I'm trying to think of a negative, but it goes back to the racism. Right? Person of color. Not really. Italians don't count. As an Italian, it doesn't. It's just because we're white passing. I think that's the biggest thing, right? And that's what I'm getting at. Is like, it's really fueled on nothing but looks, and it's stupid. Because again, every time you go back to like the world experience, it's like, oh, but I know good Italians, right? All Italians are like this, like whatever your grandpappy told you, except that one Italian. And you know, the one Italian I know, they're not like this, but all Italians are like this. It's like, so you're saying you have proof to the contrary, but you're still believing the bullshit, is essentially what it is, right? Like using myself as an example. You can literally replace any type of person and any insult with that exact thinking, and it's like that, right? It's like, oh. And then also the self-hate, right? Like, oh, well, it took me a long time to accept that I was Mexican, right? I know that's fucking crazy to say, but I was grown up being called a beaner by my uncles. Really racist shit. So, like, real racist shit. However, it's still like, you know, you gotta learn to love and accept yourself. Straight up. I'm proud of my Mexican heritage because everyone uses Aztec architecture and shit in their video games, right? They want Mexican culture and shit when it's cool. You're right. And it's like, as someone who's lived in Mexico, again, it's the same as everywhere else, where it's like the really rich people live well, the really poor people live poor. It sucks. It's just a bigger discrepancy. But now I've lived in America a long time. It's just such a big place, you don't notice the poor people. But now they're getting, like, the wage inequality. It's getting very noticeable. I think everyone is commenting on it, and it's all about the news. And you can't go on any website without there being a joke of a guillotine, or billionaires, or rich people sucking, right? So it really do be like that. I do love how these games can get you talking. Not every game has to be a masterpiece like this. Some games are fucking Tetris, okay? But Tetris is one of the most famous games ever, right? It has none of the shit that I just talked about. Absolutely fucking zero lore to Tetris, the original, right? It's bricks, but it's like a game like this is painstakingly crafted by a fuck ton of people who represent so much. That's why when anyone's like, oh, Elden Ring, blah, 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 I always just, have you played it? Have you really played it though? Have you beaten the game? Did you read the items? Did you try to enjoy it? Or did you get the game because other people were playing it? It's like, don't even, if it's not for you, don't even give it the chance, right? But like, or not that. After you've given it a chance, you don't need to punish yourself anymore, right? That's a better way to phrase it. Elden Ring is not for everybody. Dark Souls, not for everybody. I want more than anything, everyone to play Demon Souls. But that's never gonna happen, right? My grandma ain't playing Demon Souls, but oh shit. You never know. That'd be kind of cool. You might try Demon Souls out. I couldn't imagine my grandma fighting Malekith. She says fuck while playing solitaire. But she's where I get my gamer rage from, okay? Oh, fuck. I barely missed it by like 1 second, dude. I hear my grandma in the other room. She's like playing like Bubble Bobble, like a modern version of Bubble Bobble, and she'll cuss like me fighting Melania, dude. Like, I'm not even joking. Like motherfucker. It's crazy. But yeah, you see, gender or gamer rage isn't gender exclusive, right? Being a gamer isn't gender exclusive. Actually, a lot of my exes, I've been with them for years, and then they would like years into the relationship pull out like a secret gamer side. They were like, actually, I play Sims and I've been a goddess this whole time to a digital world. And I'm like, I can't even build a fucking level, and you build cities? The fuck is happening right now? Like, people pay to learn to do that kind of shit. What the fuck? But it's like I don't know, it's like a joke amongst women that like women play fucking Sims or something. I don't know what it is, but it's like every girl I know has played Sims and has shown me, because they know I'm into game design and stuff. They're like, what about Sims? And I'm like, dude, actually Sims is not just a complex game, but like, even be good at the game, you gotta be smart as fuck. I'm not good at Sims, and I like the idea. I don't even know how I would start to make a game like Sims, aside from playing it and learning the people who have already made it and getting inspired. My Sims on the Wii, that was my shit though. Me and my younger brother played that for hours. I don't even know the amount of hours I spent on that game. But again, it's like sexism. I was brought up with like aunts who played Counter-Strike though, right? And who were like way better. What is he doing? Who were like way better at Counter-Strike, CS Source, than me, and were trying to teach me how to play. And I didn't understand the concept of shift walking so that they didn't hear me. I was like, how does he hear me through the wall? What are you talking about? And now I'm like master rank in Overwatch, and I'm like, you motherfuckers need to play with headphones on, because I'm flying over your head and no one's looking up. I'm just above you shooting rockets. explosions are raining from the sky and no one's looking up because they don't have headphones on. But it's actually, it's like, I learned that from women. I'm only good at games because of women. But it's, again, exposure and learning and world experience. It's like someone who never met a girl who plays games will be like, oh, girls don't play games. But it's like me, who was raised by a bunch of lesbians who played video games. Now, some of them are straight, but I know a bunch of girls who play a bunch of different kinds of games. So, like, to generalize even the kinds of games people play is stupid. But I was just, I think it is, I think they're like marketing and brand things. Like the pink tax is a real thing, right? They make things pink to attract like feminine buyers, right? And then, because it could be like a gay dude who wants it. Let's be real. Awesome. If they find it cool and they style with it, cool, good for them. Pink's not my color, dude. But like some people, like I knew a straight dude who wore pink and looked fucking cool as hell. And I know gay people who rock it all the time. You see, it's like, it depends on your style. But the pink tax is real, right? So it's like you got to at least acknowledge that. I do know girls who just play Sims. They do not game. They don't think they're gamers. And then I'm like, when's the next Sims expansion pack coming out? And they're like, oh, in March. I'm like, oh, okay. It's insane. Like, you don't consider yourself a gamer yet. You play one of the most complicated fucking games that I know. Ah, damn it. And I don't even play. Because it's pretty complicated. It seems cool, super enjoyable. But it's like Civilization. It's like 16-hour game sessions. Don't you dare criticize me. I've been fighting the same boss for 4 days. But no, I do like Sims. I just joked. I've been playing my Sims, but I don't play any of the Sims games. I did play them with my girlfriends. Like, they would always try to get me into it, and we would like make characters and just play it. And it was actually always fun, but it's because I wouldn't be like, ew, it's a girl game. Like, if you want to be a good game designer, you have to play all kinds of games, is how I originally viewed it. And then that actually ended up getting me over my hump of sexism. I know that's stupid, but gaming actually helped me a lot. I was like, well, if I want to be good, I have to play all of the games. And what if this game is actually really good? And then lo and behold, who would have thought all of the games that the girls were saying are good, because they wouldn't have fucking played bad games, right? They would have just done something else. So I was like, okay, well, I'm an idiot. I was sexist, but I learned by having female friends and girlfriends. But some of the, who would have thought, some of the really sexist friends that I had, they never had girlfriends. I don't think they were gay, but I'm not gonna assume. But like, I never knew them to date, and they always said how they never kissed a girl or had girlfriends. Maybe they had secret ones that traumatized them all, but I've known them like since childhood. Maybe they've had girlfriends now and have since calmed the fuck down, but genuinely, it's like just the exposure. It's like racism, homophobia, all of that can be solved if like you don't segregate people. God damn it. Go listen to Hemispheres by Rush. And when you're older, potentially trip on mushrooms if it's legal where you are, is the addendum. Just so I don't get in trouble. And technically, if it's legal somewhere else, you could go there and take them, right? Anyway. That's what people do with Amsterdam all the time. But if your job drug tests you, be careful. Take a 6-month hiatus. Do it at the start of your hiatus so that the shit gets out of your system. No, I'm kidding. These are jokes for legal reasons and not advice. Would that work? I don't know. I know people who did it, but it might not work. Different every time. I would not advise anything. I would advise finding out for your goddamn self. Fucking around and finding out. That's what I should name this stream. As I lose all of my health. Fucking around and finding out. Again, I don't really care about ever being monetized or anything. People are like, oh my god, he's never gonna get a sponsorship. Like, I survived without YouTube. This is fun though. I do it because people always told me I should. And I just explained how I have a problem conforming and being complacent and a bit of trouble with authority. So, oh, people are scared of big streamers and not having collabs. I never planned on collabs. What do I do? Oh, I can do anything? Okay, well, fuck those idiots. Especially if they partner with dipshits who are trying to abuse children, right? That's kind of easy. I can say that. I can get that off my chest. The games I play are single player anyway, and for a reason. I already placed master rank in the competitive games. Multiple times. I'm gonna leave room for others to succeed, right? And be better than me, so that I can go back and learn something from people who have mastered that. But not streamers. I say stream and do something productive, right? Like, again, I do game design. I stream to analyze the game design and maybe even socioeconomic state of the world, who knows, but definitely game design. Sometimes, like with this boss room and how it's a literal royal palace that is taken and punished by sending it outside of time and of fear of death to create new royals, can't help but get a little political there, right? Because it's kind of the point. That's kind of what they want. So I kind of fail Miyazaki. I failed him twice because I've only failed him once. I did him justice by talking about what he wanted me to talk about, not being a pussy about it. But I also just rolled off the map like a fucking moron. So, you know, I'm not the brightest. I could be wrong, but I'm up for criticism. I'm open for interpretation. But no, there's been, I'll be honest, there's a lot of streamers I've been watching lately. Then they do a collab and I'm like, this, you chose to just compromise your entire, you could have done nothing with anyone. It's like the giant thing that I was just explaining with complacency. You could have just done nothing. Just stopped. You could have just played games for fun by yourself. Why did you have to team up with Dr. Evil? What the fuck, are you stupid? It's like, of course I'm gonna unsubscribe from you. I'm not gonna even leave a mean comment. I'm just gonna disappointedly leave because you're a fucking loser and it doesn't even need to be wasted on you, you know? Like the time and energy of leaving a hate comment. It's more productive to actually analyze it here and talk about it with a group of people who are not just like-minded, but because of the algorithm, people who disagree with me might stumble in and criticize and correct me. And again, I'm open to that. But you don't get anywhere sitting around doing the exact same thing over and over again. If you are fight with Melania, you gotta change it up a little bit. Even if it costs you an immediate death with the boss 75% in, even though you got him down halfway 15 times before. Sometimes you go, okay, well, now is my opportunity to learn something new. I'm gonna risk it. Fall flat on my face, right? Maybe risk learning something cool. Right? You wouldn't learn that timing if I didn't die 150 times. That's kind of shit you can't tell a cheat engine to even mimic because it's not optimal and dumb as fuck. Wouldn't even know to do that. It's so stupid even a fucking robot wouldn't try it. But it worked. I'm talking about what I just did there. The jump attack. It's like, it wouldn't do that. It would just keep doing what works. But I wanted to do something cool to test out and also prove my point. Because I'm human. And also, I mean, you see my inputs kind of. I need to like sit off of my leg so I'm lower. Phase 2, baby. This one is for all the people who can't get to phase 2 of Malekith. Try harder, I believe in you. The shield block fucked me there. If I actually just took the hit, I might, reviving after dying. Upon dying, you'll revive. How many times have I died in this game? It really hit me with that. That's what's insulting. That's like the game designer being like a troll, which Miyazaki is known to do. Let's get back into the positive game design stuff. But no, Miyazaki. Okay, all right. If we're gonna, well, I'll meet it halfway. That will be a smoother transition. The reason that they tell these stories is for you to think about these things, right? That is why I would want to create these stories, not just to be like, oh, you should be upset too, right? But like in your own time, you realize them through your own actions and experience, right? And then it's like, it's not a deception, right? You're not forcing someone to see it your way by lying to them. You're giving them experience, and then it's like, now you make with this experience what you will. And then it's like, oh, well, you know, actually from my experience, this, that, or the other thing, like I just said, all of those examples, it's more likely than you think. That guy that goes around like making the KKK members like not, I don't want to say not be racist anymore, because I don't know. He just befriends the KKK, and they like leave the KKK, right? He's like a black guy that goes around and befriends them, and essentially explains just his point of view, and you know, befriends them. He doesn't get like too political. He just essentially exists as a person near the racist, and then the racist goes, oh, I'm a fucking moron. I know it's an over exaggeration, but it is actually an accurate oversimplification of what happens. So it's like, if that is a common thing that happens with the most racist fucking people on the planet, then yeah. And it can constantly happen. It's not like a rare occurrence. It's like almost the rule. It's like, oh yeah, when they get a little bit of fucking worldly experience, they stop being racist, and by like a smidgen. It's like, so you can almost like, you know, do the opposite, where you just give them worldview experience and they just aren't racist anymore. But they have to do it on their own terms. There are so many people that I used to argue with until I was red in the face, be like, but it's bad, right? And I mean, at this point, they fucking know it's bad. It's like, it's got to be something else with them, right? But now we know what it is. Like when I was really, really young, like middle school, I was the original Tarnish, right? This reminds me of the blind and black-white supremacist scene. Yeah, exactly. Where like he's blind and he's... Are you talking about Dave Chappelle? Yeah, dude. That is so funny. I wish I don't know if it came up on the left there. I said Dave Chappelle right as you said it. Before anyone gets mad, there was a time when Dave Chappelle was what some would consider woke, and he commented on like the president being an idiot for going to war for oil, right? And like how drugs were bad and disparaging communities and shit. You know, like, you know how like normal people think. You know, and that was one of them. But like, it was a white supremacist, but he's black and he's blind and he doesn't know he's black. It's the craziest, most out-of-pocket shit you could think of, but it's exactly that. It's like, you're human, you do all of these things, and when you realize that it's more of like a, I don't want to get too crazy conspiratorial. but a lot of stories and how they analyze it is how I'll phrase it, is that it ends up being like, I would rather the people of my kingdom be racist against each other than everybody unite against me at the top. Right? Because it divided, it's easier, wait, divide and conquer, right? That is actually the easiest phrasing. It's like, it is easier when everyone is just racist and hates each other and hates themselves and hates each other amongst themselves to serve the purpose of being a piece of shit like that. But again, that's like the telling of a lot of stories and real world history. We know that as humans. Duh. And it winds up, dare I say, being religion and cult leaders a lot of the time using religion as a way to control people. Most of the time. I mean, the premise of science is look for answers in the most accurate fucking way possible. Report your findings to other people and everyone. Share information. And look for what's true. You could find out why people who tell lies might not like science, right? Because it's like, hey, share information and just find out what's true. Well, if someone is building a web of lies, the people who do that, they need to be punished. Like crucifixions. If they're evil. Like some humans were back in the day. Barbaric, almost like beast men. Could you imagine? That's what I would, that's, you know, they were human, but almost like beasts. If only there was some way to make like an allegory about men being like beasts. I don't know. Skip this cutscene. Let's go. Let's beat this guy's ass. I'm sure someone smarter than me is gonna do it. Right? Like imagine a primordial version of our civilization being represented by beasts, like like ancient Rome or ancient Greece, or like oh no, that's stupid. That couldn't work. Right? I'm dumb. That's a dumb idea. As we're fighting the ancient beastman and the society. I don't know, that would be a really cool concept, but I don't know where I'm getting that. I don't know where, that's like on the tip of my tongue. Where the source of that information is coming to me. It's like, it's all like filtering at once. As if like I'm fighting, or like I'm doing something directly, and it's like all of these themes are thrown together in a single room made to represent that exact thing. And then my actions in that room are significant in relation to what those things look like. So like I'm like almost forced to think about these themes. That would be so cool. Dude, I wish people were that smart. That would be crazy. Imagine if humans could. That would be so cool if someone did that. Dude, you could pay like millions of dollars to establish like this like long-running series and like program like really fun mechanics and combat in, so like it's engaging as fuck, but then like you can tie the combat elements and visuals to these things that I'm talking about. Oh, that would be even crazy. Imagine these beastmen had attacks that were like part of the primeval, like their own like what's the word, like their constitution, right? Or their spirit. Oh, what's the word, like their willpower, right? Oh, that would be cool. And then they can manifest that in like a key, right? Oh, that would be so cool. They'd be able to do things like pick up boulders and like use that to lift the boulder easier, or like just shoot wind tornadoes. Could you imagine being able to shoot tornadoes at someone? Bro, that would be cool. Or like something crazy, like blue fire. Bro, imagine like a fire, but like a special color. No one could even. And then that the fire even represents something. Oh. I'm gonna end this bit now because I wanted to talk about the crucible symbol in the back. And I can't do it in 3 contrived ways now. But wouldn't that be dope? Where does that, what attack? What the fuck? That never does anything. It's like a fake attack. Dude, you could even make like moon and beastmen that represent, or like lunar beastmen that are moon wolf people, right? Because wolves and moons, get it? And then you can have sun, and then you can have sun beastmen who are lions because of the alchemical imagery of lions in the sun, right? All right, I'm gonna turn chat back on. Oh, dude, that would be crazy. And then they can like fight like the day and night side, like they worked together at some point. And they had like a society of giant beastmen that like dwindled in power over time because it got cut off by something. Like humans show up and just fuck it all up, right? Just to be in, like, you know, that's what humans do best. So we gotta make us like we could call them Newmans instead of humans, or Moomins. How about that? Because Newmans is taken by the Dark Souls game. I think they're in this game. So we can make Newmans show up instead of humans, wink wink, and they mess with soul magic, and they're the reason that the society of the sun and moon are cursed. Oh, that would be crazy. And then trying to hide the astrologers is what we'll call them. We're trying to hide their origin of power so that nobody makes the same mistakes of death again, right? We metaphorically create an invisible path, so we turn the path invisible, connecting the astrologer, metaphorically speaking. We take the astrologer's path that connects the ancient society of the Newmans to the fucked up shit that's going on now. Right? Hear me out. The Moomins, sorry. And then we make that path invisible, but a representative, like we make it so that they have invisible pathways all in their architecture, so that it's like I feel like I have to explain the lore like that, and then it's like, oh yeah, duh, what the fuck? Like, Bati Videos has no choice but to humor my lore now. It's like, and then after the Newman and the Moon Men, oh, that explains why they have their name like that. Anyway, the Moon Men, the Newman is what we'll call them. After they create a new fucking abhorrent construct of like fake life, right? They play God. And God tries to punish them, like in Demon Souls. It's like one of my favorite games, right? So imagine it like in Demon Souls when they mess with soul magic and they get punished. The Newman fuck with souls like a larval tier, like something shining down from the heavens that represents the lunar life from beyond the starlight, right? The starlight is life. We have to manifest on the planet a life. We'll call it a larval beer. So the larval tears are in the DLC only show up at night amongst the grave sites, right? That's where we'll put them. Because they do show up there. Larval tears are in the DLC, exactly as it described it. So they're the lunar life and light because the light is of the glintstone magic. Oh. And then the glintstone, it's like you have to be super condescending, but then that makes it so much more obvious. Like as I'm explaining it like that, I'm like, oh yeah, what the fuck? Duh. The Moon Society gets punished for fucking with the stars. They summon like an eldritch monster, right? Because like most old gods exist beyond the stars and cryptid horror, right? Like Yog-Sothoth and all of these old gods existing as like only limbs and pieces of a human connected by stardust. Yeah, why don't we make an entity that's from beyond the stars that's supposed to represent these eldritch abominations, right? We can even give her like a normal name, like Cthulhu, like something you can pronounce, like maybe like Estelle, right? But then you could make a bunch of Estelles, but then don't give the other ones names, so they're wondering if it's the same creature, right? Or if it's like a limb, like an eldritch abomination, there have to be questions about it. And then to make it symbolize that it's stronger than their current god, everything on this planet will be of the 5 fingers, and we'll give this alien eldritch old god 6 fingers on all of their hands, but human hands to still thematically tie it all together, like Estelle, right? So it's like Estelle came, the 6 fingers punishing the 5 fingers. It's fucking punctures a hole. All right, and then the underground society gets hit by a meteor because they believe in the stars and all of the stardust, and they conjure a meteor, right? And then when they get there, the Eldritch God steals their fake sky from underneath the Sun Society, right? They don't have a fake star, or here, a set of fake stars is a better way to put it, right? To follow, as the shaman do, that we see in game, following the underground stars, pretending that it's like a natural cycle underground. So what happens? They go and follow the real stars, and they go and fucking wind up on the Shadow Altus Plateau, right? And then in this solar society of strong beastmen, these Albinoric women show up who can like are frail and worship the stars. And then what do? They start stuffing them in jars, trying to, because they see that their flesh melds well with others. So the same thing with Alexander. They're like, well, if we meld all of our best warriors together, we're bound to get the best entity, right? So they start stuffing all of their warriors in the walls. Wouldn't that be cool? To physically represent, like, they have to do that. Like, they have to build their society and gods through constructing them on the corpses and of the corpses of people, right? And it could be like, because it's so the bestial society and so brutalist, that it could be beast men in the walls instead of normal humans. Wouldn't that be interesting? Wouldn't that be a cool way to do it? And then you can have the Wolfman from the Death Underground Society, right? The demi-humans. You can have him there at the top of the Solar Society to show that the moon has overtaken the sun in the society. The darkness has prevailed, but is disguising itself as a golden light, right? Kind of like Lucifer is the angel of light in the Bible, right? And that's what Lucifer means, is light angel, and he's supposed to be the most beautiful of all of the angels. Yeah, you could use that. Use that symbolism. No, I honestly, as much as I'm making fun of it, I'm not even making fun of it. It's like I'm making fun of myself for not realizing it on my first playthrough, because I've played Demon Souls from its original fucking year of release and every goddamn Souls-like through. It's like, well, I kind of did joke about, wouldn't it be cool if Radon, like, we joked about these things, but I did say on my first playthrough that might be Ronnie, and then it could be Iggy, and Celavis is the 3 wolves, but then you show up as one of the wolves, so it would be 4 wolves for Ronnie in the how many people help her. And you're the most effective wolf, right? Blythe, Celavis, and like Iggy. Iggy, I can't really say he doesn't do anything, but Blythe needs Celavis's help. Celavis barely knows anything and wants to keep it hidden from everyone, and is plotting to betray them, right? So it's like, he wouldn't really be a good symbol for a protective wolf, because he's plotting to betray her, right? He never really had a protective interest in mind. He was always plotting against her, right? That was his thing. So he wouldn't be a good representative of the moon. So maybe the 3 wolves are you, Iggy, and Blythe. Oh well, no, but then Selen helps you on Celavis's side. So Celavis winds up helping, even though he's gonna betray you, but he gives you someone to help you. So it's like you have Selen in that quest line, you have Blythe, you have, well, it's people specifically under her service. I don't know. She's contributing to the service with you. That was a weird way to phrase it. I guess, again, it's a little too open-ended, and then it starts being like, fucking, there's like 5 people for Ronnie. But for, I guess maybe dual identity, but no, for Marika, it's just cut and dry. This was her home. These were the people she punished. She and Horulu used the tornado from beyond time, the ancient storm, to seal the place away, right? She has so many ties to this place, it's fucking disgusting. Malekith, the dude standing here, he is literally her servant, right? So wouldn't he, a clergyman, right? That's like, he is a person that is meant to worship something here at a temple full of his people, at a statue, right? He's worshiping Marika. That's Marika. Also, goddamn, that was the most delayed kill ever. I didn't even see the slash. I like wound up in the particle effects. But that is it's like it's less so Ronnie in my mind. It definitely makes more sense to be Marika. She has the 3 eras that cut perfectly up into when she sends someone away and then gets a new boyfriend, pretty much. She goes with Malekith to fight the Glowmite Queen, which, if it's her, explains a lot. Horulu versus the Fire Giants, and then Radagon after she sends Horulu Godfrey away with the Tarnished, right? So she has 3 eras, cut and dry. And then Radagon is the current one. That's the Shattering. That's it. There's nothing before that we know about her. And there's nothing after that because we fucking kill her. So, and then the game ends there. So again, that's why I think that's Marika. There's like 90 reasons, but thematic ties directly with the boss in the room. It explains it. And he's from the first era, so he would be when the statue was constructed. Right? Or before. He lived during its construction and didn't know what the prophecy meant. Right? I think I know what's killing me there. I think I input the direction let go a little too early before I hit dodge. There's so much lore in this one boss room. Am I dying on purpose, but not mentally, subconsciously? Just to keep analyzing the lore? The Colosseum in Lindell looks exactly like this. Right? Same architecture. It's just that the golden and different stone statues that replace the dragons are America and her demigod kin that have existed for 1,000 years, or 1,000 moons, or whatever the fucking Finger Maiden says she's existed for. He's like, well, I've existed forever. I don't know how long you'll last. I fucked up. I'm so glad though I know it's copium, but I'm taking this long in the boss room because I get to analyze the lore, and right after this we kind of beat the game. There's no more analyzing. Except during the second playthrough when I do the DLC. Because I don't want to do the DLC in this playthrough. I think I know a secret ending. I know that is deranged. But I want to check. I already explained how I might be able to get it. I'm not like keeping it from the community, but it's so complicated it takes like an hour to explain. Oh. I just had the craziest fucking thought. I can't believe it, Miyazaki. Miyazaki would never do that. Miyazaki, you wouldn't do that. Miyazaki, you wouldn't do that, right, Miyazaki? Miyazaki? Oh no. Has anyone beat the game without... I don't think you can. Oh god. This is the game design problem in me. It's one of those things that I'm like, I would do that as a game designer and think no one's gonna find that in a million years. But in the game it makes sense, and it's upsetting. I can't even explain. There's so many layers to it that my brain is like, what the fuck? We need to chart the perfect course, is how I'll phrase it. The perfect course. Damn it. I pressed it, but I think I hesitated on the slash, so I was still stuck in the frame. Alright. How do you... I don't even... America's the Glomide Queen. America's the Glomide Queen. America is the Glomide Queen. I can't stop saying it. I just fuck you, Miyazaki. You're so smart it hurts my brain. That's why the stake of Americas are everywhere. And that's why they bring you back to life, because it's a gate of death. And if she never wants you to die, the goddess of death's statue from the Society of Life and Death would be the perfect place to revive. But there's one thing that I just thought of that made me realize this is gonna be probably the hardest gaming I shouldn't be even doing this, because I just realized what the game wants me to do in a no level playthrough. I'm playing on easy mode right now. And look at how fucking hard it is. I'm playing on bitch made mode. Like, the thing that I just realized that Miyazaki is asking of players. You're crazy. That's not even a thing. That's not even a thing. That's not even a thing. You can't do that, Miyazaki. How do I even describe that to the community? You need to become an Elden Lord. Dude, are you fucking serious right now? Oh no. That is I don't even like again. There might be I will say before it went from there could never be the ending that I'm thinking of and I'm doing it just for fun and to show this is what I would do as a game designer to uh-oh, I think legitimately there's a secret hidden in this world. Actually, we already know there's like a fucking 100 secrets in this world. But I think there's a secret that no one thinks is possible. But it's the Golden Order's lies. Oh my god, thematically. I can't, I'm about to cry. I can't even. How do you even? How do you even come up with this? It's like a schizo posting is kind of what it feels like. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I don't know if it's 100% going to be the thing that I'm assuming. But, and I could be wasting my time, but it's the reason I'm not doing the DLC in this playthrough, because I have a crazier challenge run that I don't think anyone has done, because I think the community thinks it's impossible. But the lore is telling me that if I quote, oh my god. You have to start in Dark Souls. You have to start in Dark Souls. There's an item you get. I'm going to say it out loud and people are gonna be like, no, that's not a thing. And it's and I think it's that line of thinking that is bothersome to me, because I have that same feeling, and I think that's the part of me that says Miyazaki is fucking with us. Oh my god. There's a ring you can get in Dark Souls that if you beat the game without dying or getting hit, you get that as a reward. Think of the fucking difficulty of these games. Everyone is like, that's not a thing. That's not a thing. I don't want to believe it's a thing. I'm hoping to God I'm wrong. That's why I'm cursing Miyazaki's name right now. I'm like, there's no way that that's a real thing. Because if that is in this game, I think I know how you're supposed to do it. And again, it's like that hour I just spent explaining the lore. I essentially have to re-explain that and explain why I have to do the things I have to do. That's crazy. So it actually is easier to just replay the fucking game as a level 1, doing a new, way harder challenge run. That's insane. I can't believe I'm saying that out loud, but it's like to explain it and then find someone who could even do it could take longer than just me doing it myself, because I'm here at the end of the fucking game already. Doing a absolutely no buff challenge run, which I don't have to do that, I don't think, because of the law of regression. I think they want... I'm hoping to God I'm wrong. Everything that I've just explained I'm right about in terms of lore, I feel like, and now I realize something in terms of game design and gameplay elements, and it's like, well, if that's the case of all of those things, wouldn't you add this kind of thing to the game? And then as soon as I realized what the fuck I thought of, I was like, wait, that is in Dark Souls, and they used to give you a ring for it. Oh.
Become my blade once more.
Illusory ring of a conqueror. Crafted from misshapen blue stone, unique. Does it tell you? Is this the one? Clear game without dying. This includes dying while wearing rings of life protection, or while a phantom in another player's world. You can't even help someone else out and die. Do not skip the credits. Many players have cleared the game with the requirements but have not obtained the rings. It is not yet recommended, but it seems likely that skipping the credits may actually stop you from getting the rings. To be safe, watch the whole credits. That's fucking crazy. But again, that's Dark Souls. People think, and I hope and think, actually that's the problem, is now I don't think. I think the opposite, and that's the scary thing. I think that if you understand the lore and go through the Corrin thing, that there is a way to beat the game without dying. And I'm scared to say it, because as soon as I do, it makes too much sense, and then I have to do it. And it also takes like an hour to explain. But my like stomach is literally hurting physically, like someone just punched me in the side, dude. Like I can't even believe the thought process. Oh my god, if the Stake of America is the thing that revives you and she's the Glowmite Queen, you can't die, you guys. You can't die. You can't use the graces either. You can't use any graces, and you have to beat the game without dying. But then someone's gonna say, but you have to meet Melina, and you have to beat the game. You need Melina to beat the game. And I think that I found a way through it, which is the stupidest shit. I'm like hurt. It's physically hurting me to say this. That's not a glitch. I think there's a way to get by the seal, get through it all into the Frenzied Flame, end the game legitimately without leveling, but you have to... I am praying. Look at how much fucking damage you take. How? You know how long? You know how long it would take? Oh my god, they do. You would have to be able to fight every boss perfectly. They know exactly how long it would take. I'm not gonna be able to do that. I don't think there's a person alive yet that can get the ending I'm thinking of. And that's, I think they know and why. Oh no. I'm sure there's someone alive, but they don't know how to do, because you have to do the lore thing. Oh no. Oh no. You guys, I'm praying I'm wrong. All I'm gonna say is I hope I get to a point in the game where it cuts me off and it doesn't let me progress. It's gonna suck. I'm gonna be like, no, but it's gonna be better than discovering that the community has been wrong the whole fucking time, and that there is a way through without Melina. And then there's a new challenge run born that's even harder. No graces. No graces. Instead of all graces, no graces. Again, why does that matter? The grace and the Glowmite Queen's death magic would influence you if you died. If you do not die after being called into the lands between through the fog by her shattering the Elden Ring, you technically are a different entity untouched by death in the lands between. Most are mortals who have died or should be dead, right? But haven't died a natural death. If you left the fog and went and lost your immortality, you died a normal death. The thing that revives you at the start of the game brings you to a new life in the lands between. You haven't died in the lands between. You are untouched by death there. Might explain why Marika sent Horalu away, because she would know this. And she's like, well, if you get through the game without dying and you are untouched by death, right? You keep the golden grace gifted you at the very start of the game. That's insane. You would also... My stomach is hurting as I'm explaining it because the level of difficulty is like, they wouldn't ask a player to do that. And I'm like, well, yeah, you wouldn't ask a player to get through Dark Souls without dying, and they give you a fucking ring for that. So I don't know what to believe, because they really like to fuck with you, and they don't give a shit how hard the challenge is. They're like, oh yeah, go through the whole game without dying now. Cool. That'll teach you the value of death. I'm praying to God I'm wrong. My stomach actually hurts because I think I'm right, and I don't want to be right. Like, I've never felt this before. It's like a nervous pain of like, this was hard enough as it is. You're telling me that there's a harder run that no one has ever might have done because everyone thinks it's impossible because it's so fucking stupid. No one wants to even try it because the game tells you it's a lie, or the game tells you it's impossible with a golden seal, right? And it tells you, oh, this is impossible. You need Melina, the Glowmite Queen, and death. So if you understand the lore of death and how everything applies, getting through the game without dying, maybe not to the seal, but there's a certain point in the game I know, the significance of getting there untouched by death might actually change things. Aside from here, imagine getting through Malekith and, I mean, they originally wanted Malekith to delete your character when he killed you. I'm gonna let that sit for a second. This guy who keeps fucking killing me is supposed to delete your character when he kills you. And then they changed the design and said that might be a little too hard. So that's why I think it might not be in the game, and I could be wrong. But there was one little interaction I found in this stupid playthrough that I was like, wait, does this work? Like, I asked one stupid fucking question that made me go, oh, I have to beat the whole game again, don't I? Because no one has done that, and no one's around to answer my question. You know when they say it's lonely at the top? It's like I would have to hunt down a motherfucker who's done a no leveling playthrough without picking up Melina at the start of the game, hasn't visited any graces, but hasn't gotten to this point. Right, because you haven't. I have to do certain quests in order because I needed to get every rune. So it's like you need to have not died, done every fucking boss. That's the. I'm literally asking you to do the craziest fucking thing you possibly can in a Dark Souls game. No bonfires, no leveling, every boss in the right order, all of the correct quests. It sounds stupid as I'm saying it, but then. I want to do it. I still want to try it. As I'm literally describing what you would need to do, no horse, because you have no Melina. So you have to walk everywhere. Find a way to get to every boss walking. You have to play through the whole game, no cheese. Dodge every bullshit attack in this fucking game. Without dying. And without your horse. Think about that. Think about it. Think about that ask. Think about the chariots. Think about the random explosions. Think about the bullshit hitboxes, the input reading. Really think about that ask. And then remember that Dark Souls 2 gave you a fucking ring for doing it. Miyazaki is a lunatic. Actually, I don't know. Miyazaki didn't do Dark Souls 2. But... a secret ending isn't an item. It isn't a ring. Putting something in the game that it doesn't matter if players never find after 20 years isn't as bad as putting an item that you know people would want in the game that helps with PvP. That if you, the developer, have, you're gonna have some fucking explaining to do. But if they've learned their lesson through all of the other games, and it's like, well, yeah, they wouldn't hide that there. They wouldn't do that. That's the perfect, one, reason to do it, but two, place to hide a secret ending. Which is stupid as fucking dumb. It's so dumb. That it actually makes sense, and I hate that it makes sense. Because we're fighting a guy that's outside of time. And that's the whole theme, is his whole point, is that you have to do something that would take so much time that I don't even know if you could do that. You'd have to fucking learn to fight every boss perfect. I'm downloading a cheat engine for that. That's how we find the true... That's how we find the true ending to Elden Ring. No, because I think even then, it's like the cheats. It probably knows the way it reads your inputs. Fuck! Dude, I don't... No, I couldn't... Well, no, there's anti-cheat. They really don't want you to cheat. So, I mean, it is the perfect place to hide a secret ending. Oh my god. I'm about to have a panic attack because like, the more I'm thinking about it, I'm like, no, surely they wouldn't do that. I'm like, but wait, they have countermeasures. No. Surely they wouldn't do that, but they've already done it. No, they wouldn't do that. There's almost a bunch of instant kills. They would make it seem impossible. And then I'm like, yeah, but there's ways that you can use your RPG items to get through all of the one-shot kills. I'm so upset right now. I actually don't know anyone that I can even talk to about this, except you guys. What do you do when you get to the end of the game and you're like, did I do this without dying as a level 1? I don't know if anyone can. That guy needs to beat the game, because you might change humanity. You might show a new Elden Ring ending. If you collect every single rune, you kill every remembrance boss, you never touch the grace to be guided by it, right? You found your own path, your own greater will. Even if you died, it wouldn't really matter because of where you would respawn. But the stake of Marika both makes me think she's the Glow-Eyed Queen, and that this thing is true. Because that's the exact mechanic I would put in an open world game, that I did that kind of thing for a secret ending. Where I was like, well, I don't want them to touch the graces, but if they want to die, or if they die to some bullshit, they should be able to respawn at the Goddess of Death's statue. Who's the Goddess of Death? Marika. Oh god, dude. I'm praying I'm wrong. The more I think about it, the more I find reasons why it wouldn't just be in the game, but Miyazaki thinks like someone one day, like the community has proven me wrong before, but the fact that they changed this guy deleting your character, right? But unless that's the thing, that they're like, well, that's too hard, right? You're trying to beat the game from square one without dying, and the motherfucking boss deletes your character at the end of the game. You guys, I can't. No hit. Dark Souls. Right.
Become my blade once more.
No. Okay, so there's a ring for not dying. I knew that. I just didn't know if there was a ring for not getting hit. I think you can cut that off early by rolling forward. Ow. Can you parry that? Seems like the perfect attack to parry, right? No shot, dude. Rolling backwards would have saved me there. I just picked the wrong direction. He usually does 3 swipes and then he just... I literally... Oh, God. Oh! I learned it at the very beginning of that goddamn fight. Now, he can cut it off early and do the slam if you get too close to him. I was just really close at the start of that, so he immediately did the slam. He already planned on cutting it off early. Damn it, dude. I was so close. We're getting better. All we had to do was analyze the lore and the socio-economic and political state of the world in both Elden Ring and real life. We're good now. I'm gonna lock the fuck in. I dodged that first one slick though. He hit me through the door and I just turned the camera around. Scream, do you mind? It's okay though. That was like 3 or 4 attacks, half of phase 1, that we lost right at the fucking doorway. Right up on entry. Shit. This is why you spam roll when you enter. Please don't kill me again. If you shoot lightning again at phase 1 while I'm fighting the fucking boss, I think I'm gonna have an aneurysm. Alright, I'll be right back. Actually rolled too early, which is wild. Because normally I'm late on that. As soon as he puts the sword in his mouth, just hit him and then watch for the explosion. I hesitate sometimes and I wait for him to like actually do the slam and shit. It's just hit him. Just fucking hit him. Actually, before we move on from this boss, I feel it's important with Ronnie's whole thing to go over like why I think like why she's the good, right? Because it's like forgiveness. like the opposite of what America stands for and the oppression and stuff, right? She finds beauty in those weird eldritch old god entities. One, she went to beyond the stars and back, so she's went there, so she must know them and isn't freaked out by them because she wants you to allow the stars to move so that things can go back to the natural order. So it's like she is forgiving of death, right? That's the main thing. But to bring it back to real world meta again, I think there should be room for forgiveness, right? I don't want to be like, oh my god, you were racist, you were sexist, you're homophobic. There's no room for forgiveness for you. You're cursed for life. You're an omen, right? Because that goes against the whole point of what, like, the punishment eye for an eye thing, which is why they take eyes, I think. Because that's now with the whole America shaman thing, the eye for an eye allegory fits perfectly. She took the giant's eye because she was punished by the giant society. I fucked up. But it's like there are a lot of people who I watch who did an apology video, right? And it's like, all right, and then you just never watch them again, and you're like, ugh, apology video, awkward. But then there are people who genuinely apologize, seem like it upset them, and then do things to right the wrongs of their past actions, right? Like if someone is accused of being racist against like black people, but then like now they advocate for like all racial inequality and stuff, and they genuinely take actions, right? It's like, again, the sins of the father. How actions speak louder than words. They're doing good, right? They used to hate, but you know, and sure, there might be doubters, but if they genuinely changed, like people don't change. It's like, well, I'm getting better literally as we're sitting here fighting, so I could attest to the fact that I'm even standing in this boss room. People change, they get better, right? They learn if they're willing to. They can, they have the capacity to. I didn't know how to fight this fucking boss at all, and we almost killed him just now, right? That's change. That's getting better, not morally so, but it kind of goes back to that, right? Like people can change, they can be better. Do you have it in your heart to forgive people? I think that's the frenzied flame ending and why it's kind of bad. It's like you don't forgive the world is kind of what you're saying with the frenzied flame ending. It's like I would rather see this fucked up world burn. Some people just want to watch the world burn. Melina literally asks like, don't do the frenzied flame. You're going to prevent life from prevailing, right? You're going, like, she above everyone is going to allow death to take natural hold of things, right? That's her whole spiel. She's like, well, I'm going to sacrifice myself so I can die. I'm a spirit. I want, like, I know my purpose now. So that's her whole thing. And then if you don't let her do that, she becomes the Glowmite Queen, the manifestation of death. Spoilers. So, and she's also America's child. So again, with the whole America births a child with the Glowmite Queen powers, Radagon has no ties to the Glowmite Queen. So it only leaves one person. And she specifies America's her mom. Radagon is never mentioned, being her dad. So you can't be like, well, it's Radagon's ties and it's implied because of the red hair. Because it's like an off pink. It's not the exact same red as all of Radagon's children. So like even the red is a little off, but I mean, it's still red. Could be Radagon. Timeline kind of matches up. Actually, we don't know her age because she's just a spirit from being young. She tells you that she was burned and bodiless pretty much at a young age. So she doesn't know her purpose. All she remembers is being born at the base of the Erd tree, right? And then being burned and bodiless, and now she's searching for her purpose. But in a world where death is sealed away at the end of time here, we're beating his ass right now, literally. There it is, look, death. Right there. Right there. Then it's like, yeah, no one can die. The spirit of the child lives on as a ghost, even though they're burned and bodiless. The spirit keeps living, like the spirit in Summon Ashes and all this shit. There's like thematic ties, there's gameplay ties, things that you do that are literally ghost summoning, right? That are related to the color of flame that she has, right? You can summon people, so you can summon ghosts that look like her. When you summon the spirit ghost torrent, it has the same magic as her. So she is a spirit, is what that manifestation is trying to show you, right? And maybe that is the truth, or the thing that Mikola found out when going to hunt for truth. If the... Actually, no. Rykard had the ring, right? In the picture of Rykard's head getting eaten by the snake, Torrent's spirit summoning ring is there. So Rykard's the horse owner. You gotta thank Rykard for your horsey. But Mikola is also riding it. So it goes back to my thing of Rykard and Ronnie teaming up to kill Godwyn the Golden after finding out the truth. It's like, why does Melina have it? Oh, I dodged the opposite way. I should have went towards him. It's like, well, if Melina has the Rykard artifact, kind of related in some way, what did Rykard do and what drove him crazy? Maybe it was the fact that Marika burned his sister when she was just a baby and kept it secret from everybody. That would drive me fucking crazy, right? So if I found out I had a secret sibling that was born normally but out of fear of its power was burned and sacrificed, not even like, oh, they wouldn't have lived a proper life, they would have been tortured. It's like, look at Moog and Margit. It's like they don't care if they live tortured lives, right? It's that Melina is the Glowmite queen. That's why she died, because she was afraid of her power. Because with, again, Margit and Moog and half of Marika's children, they're all suffering in life. She wouldn't burn them all, right? Or she didn't burn them all and get rid of them. She got rid of one like that, and it was Melina. So again, it's like it further ties her to the Glowmite queen, her to death. All of these questions of like who's related, what's the secret, why Melina goes deep into the capital to find the secrets of her birth, and then emerges going on a mission to the flame. It's like, well, now I gotta go visit the fire giants. It's like, well, you found your purpose and it's the fire giant. Like, what does it have to do with the fire giants? It's like, well, if that's her sacred birthright, then it makes sense that she's both the Glowmite queen and the fire giant's son powers, right? Being Marika and Radagon's kid. But it's like, even if they're not Radagon's, being any giant's child would mean she has blood from that lineage. So it still makes her part sun giant, or yeah, sun fire giant of the Fell Flame. It's only Fell because they don't want it to burn the Erd Tree. Again, it keeps looping back into itself. That is the... You see that loading screen? See that symbol in the loading screen? That loop? How everything keeps looping back into itself? You could literally just sit here and talk for hours. I'm so scared though, because the more I'm analyzing the story and seeing all of these narrative ties, that means gameplay wise, you as the player, one, shouldn't die if you're the true chosen one. Two, you don't need Melina's help to get her or anyone else to the fire giant's place, or Farum Azula. Not the fire giants, but Farum Azula. It's so much. There's so much that needs to happen. I don't even know, like, my brain is fried because I don't know which parts open up after the thing that I may have discovered. It's like I have to go back and beat the game without talking to her, and then go to that secret area we found. It wasn't even secret. It's like hidden in plain sight. It's the most obvious shit ever, but it requires you to do the most challenging fucking thing you could possibly do in the game. Which is, it sounds like the most Miyazaki shit that you could do as a game designer. It's like, oh yeah, like the gamers like to do no hits. They like to do deathless runs. There are multiple people doing no leveling runs, like thousands like me, right? I'm watching guides on how to do it. That means a lot of people do it. That means he knows that we're gonna do it. And I'm scared that it's true. I like laughing, but also like a panic laugh. We almost killed him. I'm gonna get some coffee. Feed the dragons down below. I'll be right back. Yep. All right, we're back. I got some coffee, but I just need a minute. I'm heating up some chicken to eat. I'm so scared that I'm right, you guys. I don't know how to feel. It's not like all of this work was for nothing, but it kind of feels like all of this was for nothing. Because now I have to beat the game again. I guess not. It is a triumphant battle every time. Like when I beat Melania, right? Without any stat buffs, that shit was hard. You can't like take that away, that experience, that rush of victory. But oh my god, I feel like a crazy person. Like I was like, haha, wouldn't that, like, again, like the joking of like, wouldn't that be funny if they did this? Wouldn't that, wait, they did that in another game. And it's like, wouldn't it be crazy if they did this? And I'm like, but they're heavily implying it with the summoning tools and oh god. Like the more I'm realizing it, the more I'm genuinely scared. I'm so fucked. I don't know. I'm like genuinely worried. I doubt it's possible because you can't get a certain... This is what everyone thinks. You cannot get into Lindell without Melina unless you glitch it, right? Right? You get the two things, the great runes, and then you need her for the medallion. I have so many questions. Actually, you You don't. This is the craziest shit. It's like. I might BRB again after this one to like make sure everything's cooking and not burning in the kitchen. But you don't need. How do you even describe that? You don't need the medallion. So you don't need Melina, right? Everyone thinks you need the medallion because you need her to burn herself to get to Farum Azula. But the game gives you one other option. One other way to get to Crumbling Farum Azula. And it is the secret path that I think is genuinely the way to do it. And it's upsetting me. Actually upsetting me. So, hold on. Let me just walk the distance now and then see if there's anything blocking you. And then we'll go grab our chicken and stuff. Can you get to... I don't think you can. Maybe not. Maybe not. But I'll be right back. You can get here, which is the main thing that I was questioning. That's so unfortunate that you can get here though, because that means I'd have to walk again. I have to beat the game again on a fresh save as a level 1 to check. Fuck. Damn you, Melina. You fucking showed up and I literally asked, am I gonna regret accepting her offer? Well, I get the horse. I'll take it. I regret accepting your fucking offer. Damn it. I feel like a crazy person, but like at the beginning of a movie where like they find out that like Chicken Little, right? Like, oh, I feel crazy and the world's making me feel crazy and this can't be the right thing. And then in like the Chicken Little movie, he ends up being right and there fucking are aliens like invading and stuff. It's insane. I'll be right back. Or even more so like Chicken Little. I'm like, the sky is falling, this one little thing had to have happened as a joke. And then I'm like, oh wait, actually? Oh fuck. And now the sky's falling. It was an acorn at first, but oh shit. And we're back. So is there a way to get to the frenzied flame proscription? To here? This is my question. I was told there was a secret wall, but I don't remember a secret wall being in here. Yeah, you can't even attack. Hello, Hayata. Oh, what? Well, that's definitely got some lore significance. The fuck is the point of that? Oh. A rune arc underneath. No, there's definitely no coming back up this way. This one-way trip. No way back up. That's what I was wondering. Could you walk into that? But it didn't make sense. And now seeing it, it definitely does not want you to. Alright, let's go kill Malekith, right? Let's go kill Death. After we loot this place. I'm so upset right now. Not really, but I can't believe that at the very end of the game, I might have realized another path. I need specifics. That's fine. Hold on. What happens if I don't take Malina's Accord? If you reject Malina's Accord, you will lose the ability to level up. You won't get Torrent, making the game more challenging. Essential, gaining the ability to level up. Can't traverse the lands. No going back. You can't simply go back and accept Malina's Accord after rejecting it. You can. That's wrong. A lot of the stuff I'm getting is just like hearsay from these kinds of things, right? Nothing. It's basically a solo level mode. You could still take her offer later. So have people. You need to accept it if you ever want to level up. No. Oh God, I hate that I think I'm right because I don't want to be right. And then if I do, it's gonna be one of the hardest fucking challenges ever. It actually means that I shouldn't do the frenzied flame ending on this playthrough though. I should do it on that playthrough. And this playthrough, I am free to do any ending. That's interesting. So we already got Ronnie's ending. Huh. Let's go kill Malekith. We have every ending available. I could go do the Dung Eaters. I can go... I have all of the Seedbed curses. We already beat his thing. We made sure everybody lived. We actually skipped Blackguard. We didn't buy his prawn, so Dung Eater killed someone else in Lindell here at the swamp or whatever the fuck. So we didn't have to, or like over here at the swamp, yeah. The Dung Eater didn't kill Blackguard. Everything is perfect. I have like the perfect save. Everyone's alive that you give a fuck about. I don't know. I kind of know how. You have to be willing to give up the reward at the end of their quests. But because this is my second playthrough and I already have them on the other one, don't need them. They may live. They may yet live. Okay, we almost killed him. We'll see how the light looks right now. You can't see a fucking thing. There we go. I'm having like a lore spiral. Everything has been pointing towards I'm right. But the thing is, like the thing behind him, right? The big crucible and all the runes. Miquella's rune, the rune of corruption, Radahn's rune. Like if you go and you collect all of the runes, like the great runes that compose the Elden Ring, couldn't you technically repair it? Wouldn't that be a different ending? But it goes back to, how would you get every mending rune without going to the round table hold? It's not even possible. You need the golden one for order. Oh, why don't we try New Game Plus on this guy? New Game, what the fuck am I thinking? Let's just go into New Game Plus without leveling and beat the game again on a harder fucking challenge without the horse. That should be fine. Just for a potential answer. That's probably not even there. Because they nerfed this guy so that he didn't have bullshit like that. No, I was spamming because I knew I needed to roll again. But it didn't. Sometimes I have timing, sometimes I don't. I don't understand. Don't understand. Actually, that's not true. As I drank my coffee, it dawned on me. There was a moment where he started the wind up where I hesitated, thinking that I should wait. I was like waiting, and then I was like, oh, I should dodge, but this is the right timing. It was not, in fact, the right timing. I needed to dodge earlier on that. That's what just killed me. Like, what the fuck? But I was like, I dodged that move earlier, but it felt like the same time. It was like a half second off. I'm hoping I'm wrong, but every answer I'm getting is like, you can't get through the game with Melina. You can't get through the game without Melina because horse and also gate. And I'm like, but it's a big open world. There's multi-paths and teleporters. And then it dawned on me that there is a path through the teleporters that takes you by and through Lindell's shield. but you need to go through all of the optional bullshit remembrance quests. Not all of the quests, but you need to do most of the stuff. Most of the stuff. You need to kill Radon. You need to do Ray Lucaria. You need to do a lot of shit just to get the thing I'm talking about. It's like, god damn. That's such a big ask. But again, it's like you have to do everything. If they already know that everyone's gonna read all the items and they pulled a fucking fast one on us there, they aren't afraid of hiding things. God, Elden Ring might be the perfect game. I'm fucking 100 hours into my can't stop dying single no leveling playthrough, but it's so goddamn fun. That wasn't fun. I tried to run and then I fucked the fun. No, I tried to run, but I ended up rolling in the wrong direction because I let go to press it down to roll the opposite direction, but I didn't hold it long enough. Essentially what I thought I did was run this way and then roll that way, but what I ended up doing was rolling this way and then trying to roll that way, and that isn't the spacing. I died. So yikes. Analyzing gameplay, realizing why I'm bad. We almost killed him though. My character got deleted like 200 times though. I have to beat the entire game over and over again. The canonical ending is if Malekith beats you, you have to delete your character. I will accept nothing else. No. Technically, he has to kill you with the sword in phase 2. So if you can die as many times as you want to phase 1. This is just the quesadilla that you get behind his home in the real world, in the lands between. This is worth a shot. But the rune of destined death, he says, death become my blade once more. And then he pulls out a fucking giant sword from the rune of death. So, safe to assume that is the point at which he thought the character was going to delete you if he killed you. When he pulls out the rune that would delete you story-wise. So if he kills you in phase 2, you gotta delete your character. No. But that is what Miyazaki wanted. My character got deleted so many times though. I'm bad. I put that down. It's a big dog. Can I pet that dog? Sometimes going mindless and just saying that over and over helps me with dog bosses. Can I pet that dog? Can I pet that dog? I tried to roll, but I don't think it would have helped me there. The direction I picked was back, and it looked like there was a bunch of shit behind me. It didn't have anywhere to go on that little platform, so just crowded around him and went straight up. Like there was no spread. Also, chat is all kinds of fucked up right now. I don't know if you guys have been talking, but I'm just gonna do it live. Sometimes it deletes your guys' messages. I mean, it happened earlier on stream. I finally caught it, where I pulled the messages up and then all at once like 3 messages came and it was 2 different people talking. I was like, well, there you go. And it was like on the stream they showed up already, like on the display, like where my character's running and shit, and I could see that on my second monitor, which is weird. But then it didn't show in the chat window of OBS. Like the OBS window didn't show, but the stream is smarter. I'm like, how the fuck does this... The reason it's confusing, both chats are based off the same code, so there's no reason why one should be updated and one should not. There's absolutely no fucking reason. So that's why I'm confused. when one shows like a text that you guys sent and then the other one doesn't, I have absolutely no understanding as to why that is. I think it's just the connection of OBS to YouTube. Because I had this script in this window. It's not, it's not supposed to be there. It is just the pop-out window of YouTube chat coded into my OBS. So when I open OBS, I have my chat open and I can see it. But now it stopped working. Like it's worked for so long and now it's like no longer... it occasionally ate the dialogue. I don't know. It your guys' messages. I feel like you could probably do this fucking blindfolded after a point. It's like actually do a rhythm. Watch. 1, 2. Slam. Right? Watch that now. Slam. 1, 2. 1. Slam. Right? It's the exact same rhythm. And I can't fucking learn it. No, I just healed, sir. I just cleaned these floors. And here you've gone and put blood stains all over them. Damn, that was loud as shit. Yep. That's your opening. And then you roll back twice. I don't know why it's safe to do it twice, but just spam roll until your character does it twice. I'm gonna call bullshit, but it hasn't happened in a while. I will give game credit with that. Dude, I swear, you can just trigger that attack. You roll into him, and then you're in melee range, and then just walk backwards and to the left. And then you'll almost always do that shit. I don't know what the fuck the coding is. It's really consistent, though. Hey, I was healing in the cutscene. My health went up. Do you mind if I Looney Tunes? Well, he minded. Damn, I didn't even have the spacing for that. Oh, it did parry him. What the fuck? Look, he's doing the parried animation. So I parried him as I died. Good to know that my timing was so perfect that we ended in a samurai standoff. But he lived. Goddamn, that was like, that means I was just like a fucking millisecond off of parrying him. That animation where he's covering his eyes and just swinging the sword around is the, you parried me. You just run to his right next to his leg, and then you get a free attack. I was dead though. To be fair, my timing was good. Facing bad. Out of stamina. I saw my bar empty as I died. Damn, that was a lot. I should have just held back for the first one or walked backwards, but I sprinted forward. Or I think I rolled forward. I just not press the button. Either way, I used stamina with the button press. I fucked up there. I actually needed to wait. I got anxious when he jumped onto the pillar. I thought he was just going to immediately attack me. I fucked up. We're getting way better at phase 2, though. I joked it would take like 6 hours, but now I'm understanding how these games fight with these bosses after 6 fucking playthroughs. No, this is my like second one of this game, but Dark Souls 1, 2, and 3 normal playthroughs, like my normal first time ever playing them, and then I played them again for stream. But that's an Elden Ring I only played on stream, really. I did have to record some things for the YouTube shorts, but I kind of stopped making those. Actually, YouTube upgraded to like 3-minute YouTube shorts, which was cool. But again, I was like, if I'm going to dedicate any time to some projects, it's going to be game design, and like I'll be making a trailer for my game, if anything, or you know, just working on that stuff. Some people are video editors and directors, and again, it's like Guillermo del Toro. To work with such a profound director, even on something like a game, because the skill is still applicable with like camera angles and stuff, and knowing what the player sees, the viewer, right? It's huge. It's again why, like, it's weird how Hollywood, the only people in Hollywood who wouldn't want you to like video games are unskilled people, because they don't get anything from you going over. Guillermo del Toro can make a game, right? He's got skill. People want his input on a horror game. That sounds cool. So he can contribute something to a video game, even though it's a director for movies. He's got a genius mind when it comes to that sort of twisted horror stuff. It's perfect for a horror game where it's almost cinematic half the time. You can do a fucking 90% cinematic horror game and it's wonderful. Like Until Dawn, right? So it's like if you really look anywhere in gaming, you'll find something for someone, right? Whether it be like cute little puzzle games, idle shit, which I play too sometimes, or like I need to kill a god to defend my frustrations. We have it all. I call bullshit. I call bullshit. Go watch your back. I pressed the button, but it's okay. I did press dodge, but it happens. I don't know if I mistimed it early or late. It looked like it was just late. It honestly looked like I didn't even press it, but again, if you go back and watch my hands on the key, it's pretty obvious. Just a little strange, but it's okay. Again, you just go back in. Sometimes it happens. Your will has to prevail. You know it was. You know in your heart that was bullshit, and if you get a good run, you'll beat him, right? It sounds overconfidence is a flimsy shield, but it's like, because we've been analyzing his moves and dying over and over to him. Now I understand the spacing. Now phase 1's kind of a joke. We just wait for that move. Did that attack a little too early, but it's okay. Roll towards him, circle to the left. Roll towards him, circle to the left. Roll towards him, circle to the left. And there it is. Actually, I'm not rolling into the move, so I'm not triggering the combo that I'm trying to. Like here and then to the left. I should have rolled forward. There we go. Now, that spacing where I wound up just now, like right here, where he's trying to move from, right there. Ready? Now I needed to be a little closer. Yeah. I can just make him do that. Remember, he's got like a fuck ton of moves. He just keeps using that. He's literally only using one thing this whole time. Ah, we almost made it. I don't think I hit the second one fast enough. But yeah, it's that double swipe move is part of it. You want to roll towards it or be in the positioning right after that move goes off, even if you walk forward when he's done. And then after you've done that, you just start walking like this. Backwards to the left. And he actually, it's like, think of it as an archer, right? He's got a move that you can use, or he's got a move that he can hit you with from afar, a fireball, but nothing else at that range. What's he gonna use when you get far away from him? He's gonna use the fucking fireball. Isn't that right, fireball guy? Thank you. Sometimes they hit you with a lightning bolt, which is from phase 2 of that guy. Sometimes they change up their AI just to fuck you. It's really what it feels like. He gets a lightning empowerment when you get him halfway down. So the fact that he killed me in the boss room with a lightning bolt twice, and I didn't hit him, is full-on horseshit. But hey, whatever. Like, I didn't hit him once. He wasn't half. Why did he kill me with a move that he has to use in phase 2? He didn't have red lightning yet. What the fuck? It wasn't the boss that used that. It was him. Outside of the boss room. But it happens. You gotta accept that and keep going. I thought it was far enough. If you roll too close, you get that. Like right here, back to the left. Yeah. So that's one combo. Damn it. It's got the same spacing as that, so it's... I'm surprised he didn't use that more often. I'll be real. During the last fight. That's what kind of makes me think that it is more scripted for that movement. Because he doesn't use it. He uses it sometimes. But that entire last fight, he like did not use that move at all. Stamina back, I just saw. Holy shit. That's what the pillars are for, dude. What the fuck? Getting your stamina back. No wonder he killed me in phase 2. Like right here, walk back to the left. Nope, nope, nope. Walk forward, back to the left. There you go. Swear to God, dude. Swear to America. The fucking backwards and to the left at melee range. If they're not in a combo already, they really like that positioning for that move. That's all I'll say. Not guaranteed, but goddamn. Very often. 8 times out of 10. I knew that was the move, and I was like, I don't know if I got caught on his arm or if I just was too far away from him for the initial roll, but goddamn. That was the right direction. It was the wrong timing. We just dodged that move that exact way a second ago. I just wasn't ready for the double up. He used it back to back. Jesus. We're learning, see? If I didn't die like that, I didn't know he could fucking do that back to back like that. Because I never dodged it once. And now that I've dodged it once, we can die to it a second time immediately after to know that you have to keep dodging. No, I'm talking to myself. I just making fun of myself. But also, duh. I wasn't ready for him to fucking throw the same 6-move combo at me twice. Once with an explosion in it. 6 moves, and one of the moves kind of blows up the map twice. He lands in an explosion and then it blows up after a second. Doesn't get more chaotic than that. Oh yeah, he also jumps into the air and spins. What the hell? That one I really implore you to watch me go roll. My character just stopped moving. I like rolled forward and he was like, "You said nothing, right?" Like, well, I'm pressing buttons. The hell was that? I want to make my own. Oh, you said wilding. Monster Hunter Wilds. I don't know why that. Now there's only one game that gets me like into the zone of combat, like Dark Souls and the Souls like. It's actually Monster Hunter. That shit's so goddamn fun. Which is funny because I have not streamed Monster Hunter at all. But alright, can you blame me? I've done every fucking quest in the game and every side quest. Every single one. I have the rainbow die in Monster Hunter Worlds, I should say. The one Monster Hunter I own. So it's like, not Monster Hunter Wild. I don't have that yet. But the one Monster Hunter I can play to stream, I'm like, well, I've done everything I possibly could in that game before I even started streaming. That's kind of one of the games that people were like, you should stream because you're kind of doing a challenge run, completing everything. And you're not showing it to anyone. I was like, well, I'm doing it for me as a game designer. It isn't for anyone else. Fuck everybody else. It's for me. But they were like, well, you should stream it. And I like watching streamers, so like, all right, I'll stream my progress. But I'm not going to change who I am, hopefully, right? Unless I become a better person. That's the one asterisk. But I don't want it to change me, right? Like, that's like the main thing everyone says. Fame changed you. I don't want to be famous for it to even change me. I'd rather my product, right, become famous. Like, oh my god, like an Elden Ring. Not many people joke about Miyazaki as much as the community, right? He's famous amongst the top players in the community, but normal Elden Ring players, they might not even know the name of the person who we're like when we say Miyazaki, they're thinking we're talking about like Howl's Moving Castle or some shit. They don't know we're talking about the guy who made Dark Souls. Different Miyazaki. Hidetaka? Miyazaki? I forget. Different Miyazaki. Different Moving Castle. A nightmarish one. It goes back to, though, I said this like hours ago. No! Oh my god. That one hurt me emotionally. We just jumped out of the attack and it didn't hit us visibly. Like we were outside of it, and then my character just dies and falls over. No. Those kinds of deaths, I think, are the reason he changed this boss. Could you imagine dying like that and then having to delete your character? And you're like, but it didn't hit me. It's like, well, you never get to retry to learn the hitbox. You just died to an invisible hitbox, and now you're fucking back to the beginning. Back to Limgrave with you. All of your shit is gone. That's crazy. I understand why they didn't do that. I got greedy for a second attack. There's like no windows. There's that one that we have. And that's it. No, we could probably sneak like basic attacks in, but we're not a basic attack unit. We're a special attack unit. Chat is off, right? I should have like a little AI, or not an AI indicator, or UI indicator, like my BRB screen and my stocks that just says second monitor is off, so chat is invisible. Like I can't see chat, just so people know that I can't see chat right now. That join in. All right, I'm locking in. I was hoping it was an opening while he was roaring. That's on me. Oh, dude. Well, it's because I got knocked back before with it, and it seemed like it lasted the exact time of a blood slash. It did if I caught him, like at the beginning. Like I know he's gonna roar for some like indicator, right? I didn't see the build up, but I didn't know. I'm just saying, like, this is how I would have had to have done it. So if I saw him starting his roar and I was already out of range and then I slashed into it, I would have had timing. But that's a lot of ifs, and I think it's better to not go for that timing, right? I thought originally I would be able to hit him and dodge out because, you know, long ass boss roar timing, but not the case. We've only seen that move one time before that, so. And he hit me with it, so I couldn't learn any dodging timing or anything like that. That was our first actual dodge of that move. That's what I mean by, like, sometimes you'll die for days and then they'll throw something new at you on the 100th hour and you're like, are you fucking with me? You could have done that this whole time. I have to change my whole fucking strategy now. Like, how many times have I done that in these bosses where I'm like, no, you could just attack there? Why can you attack now? You haven't been able to attack literally for the 10 hours I've been fighting you. How come now you can animation cancel? Millennia. And just hit me. What it was once an opening is now not an opening. It really does happen a lot in this game, but it feels like in the later stages. Normally it wouldn't be a big deal. It'd be like, oh, you sneaky, sly, deceptive dog, you. But when I'm one shot as a level 1, I'm like, why are you like this? Look at how fucking close that was. Holy shit. How about you, dog man? My headphone's dying. God damn it, what a time for it to scream low battery in my ear. Alright, I'm just gonna put it in here and mute myself. I'm not even blaming the headphone because it's been saying that for a minute. It's just, damn, what a time for it to also be like, hey, you're probably listening for a sound cue. I should probably mute the game and let you know, buddy. Low battery. It's like some weird... My computer's a girl because it's a girl voice. That's saying low battery. Speak it to me. So some girl just pulls me in and whispers, you're gonna fucking die. You can't hear anything. No, she says low battery, but that's what it feels like. She just mutes the entire game and was like, I'm sorry, were you listening to that? I know there's precious little time left and I could just give you a little beep indicator, but I'd rather mute everything. And for one whole second, I have your time here. I want to say the full low battery. Like, they say the whole thing. Like, every syllable. Not quick. And they have, like, a whole half second of muted time before they say anything. And that's how I know, oh, fuck, my battery's gonna die. But it like, keeps saying it. Like, every couple of... Like, maybe a minute or, like, every couple seconds until the thing dies. God damn it, dude. That was the probably most annoying fucking time that they could have done that. Right, like the scraping of the ground. Can't hear anything right now, actually. But the scraping of the ground is like supposed to be a indicator. Yeah, you're like, oh, okay. You just roll based on the sound. Right now I'm going off visuals, which is hard for me as a pretty much blind man. I forget what my prescription for my glasses is. It's not good. It's not 2020 is what it should say. But yeah, sound cues are really important. Sound design in games. I'm very bad at sound design because you pretty much have to script it with everything else, right? You have to be like a composer. You have to be a fucking... If you're an indie developer by yourself and you're trying to actually make a good game where everything is cohesive, I'm gonna let that word hang out there for a second because not a lot of people do that. They just do loot box duplicate. They go, what if this game but loot boxes so I can make money? Like, well, probably not gonna have a lot of players because there's just a better game that exists without loot boxes. But again, with me contributing something, if I ever made a Dark Souls or a Souls-like, I would have to like do what Orange Buster said, right? Like something fused with it that is not the same game. That also I could change the theme to match it, and it's like a. I kind of have a good idea. We joked about it before. If you've been watching my streams, but I wouldn't want to just make Dark Souls, right? I don't want to diss Lies of P, but that's the one thing that kind of drove me away from it, right? I was like, they should have leaned more into the puppet Pinocchio and not as much the grim dark, because it just looks like Bloodborne knockoff. As good as the game is, the aesthetic choice of being like Dark Souls visually actually takes away from the appeal for me. I'm like, okay, it looks like a Dark Souls knockoff. As good as anyone can tell me this game is, visually while I'm playing it, it's like the opposite of the crab game, right? When I was playing the crab game, there were only slight moments where I was like, oh yeah, this is like a Souls-like. But it's also like a platformer, and the theme and visuals are completely fucking different. It's a different game, right? They made a different game with the Another Crab's Treasure, which is funny because more people are like, you're comparing Lies of P and Another Crab's Treasure, but it is, again, I say form your own opinions of things and try them out, but some things it has like a base appeal to you, right? Like if you like fantasy but you don't like sci-fi, right? You're not likely to like Star Wars, even though it's like sci-fi fantasy. And I can argue until I'm red in the face that you would like Star Wars, but the visuals and the appeal, even if that person would like Star Wars, is the thing that drives them away from it. And they're like, nah, I don't even want to waste my time on it. I've been there where I've tried to get people to watch Star Wars. I'm speaking from experience, but it's like that was their excuse, and it's not even an excuse. It's just that's their preference. And I have to be like, all right, they don't like Star Wars. I fucking love Star Wars. I got a goddamn Star Wars tattoo. But I have to accept that not everyone likes sci-fi. Not everyone's a fucking science nerd like me with like, bro, science, space. Right? I'm about that shit. Damn, he got me barely with a little boop. Timing of me getting up fucked me too. I could have got up a little faster and then I would have got out of that, but he started up the attack late, so I didn't know he was gonna throw that out. So I waited. But damn. These games are great. I need to lock in. Theming, design. As much as I can analyze and appreciate the design and break it down and dance about it, right? Appreciate how fucking good Elden Ring is. I'm not 100 writers with $100 million worth of programming resources and asset purchasing power. I'm not making a game anywhere near Elden Ring. I'm impressed when I play someone's web browser game that they made by themselves. I'm like, damn. But I can try my hardest to make the best game I can and keep making better games until I make a game that, you know, people are like, damn, this is a good game. But I shouldn't use just my favorite game, Elden Ring and Demon Souls, as like a basis, because there are so many other better games. Like I said with the Sims thing, just generalizing and saying Sims is a girl's game. It's like I've been programming my games and been like, damn, it would be really cool to do something like the Sims do it, right? It's like if I thought that sexist way of like, that's a girl's game, I wouldn't even have that point of reference to include a cool mechanic into my game, right? Of how like you can simulate NPCs and walk around a certain way, right? Like that's the specialty of Sims. So if I want to make something a little more realistic, simulations are the best thing to do. So if I'm trying to like simulate a city, Sims is the best game to probably learn the AI from. It's the best one, right? So it's like you shouldn't limit yourself with like girl games and shit like that, but it's more than just that. It's like all things. Just be willing to try it. Keep an open mind, please. If you're watching this, I beg of you, human creatures. Fucking god damn it. This guy's kicking my ass. Anything with a brain, even if you're an alien somehow tapping into this broadcast a bajillion years in the future. Jesus. Fuck. Yeah, I'm probably just rambling. I doubt they would speak English. They would be watching. Imagine they find this footage and they think it's just like rough. You think this really happened? They're like, damn, ancient times were crazy. That motherfucker's fighting dogmen in crumbling temples at the end of time. Again with the like Diablo cutscene quality. That shit looks so real to me as like a kid. And then watching it back, I'm like, I don't think there's anything even that close. God damn it, it's the spacing. It's such a fucking small difference. I'm rolling like back right instead of back. That's the one difference that keeps killing me. Because I'm rolling a little bit to the right, I'm rolling earlier into the attack, so it fucks me. It's actually this. Instead of rolling this way, I roll this way. Why does that matter? Well, if the swing is starting on this side of the room and going across and around, right? You could see the problem, right? That diagonal roll is going to be earlier in the attack swing. So the one going this way is going to get you killed, where this one, you probably have the timing to do a second roll. So it's a very small difference. And it's hard to catch in the moment. It keeps fucking killing me. It was the same thing for Melania until I like learned the positioning of like where she's gonna move in accordance to you. So you should probably just like stand in certain positions. Melania was crazy. I was just like walking backwards. I understood that boss so well. I was like reading her mind. It was a little nutty. I was like, she's gonna do this, that, and the other thing after I do this. And then I would hit her and she would immediately do the three things. And it was like, and then I'm gonna do this, and then she's gonna do these two things or the other thing, and then she did the other thing. And I'm like, okay, well now I know how to react to that. The flowchart was so real with Melania, it was painful to learn, but we need to get it down. That's what I'm saying, but like if you want to be a game designer, you have to play these things because you will experience and you will like burn the flowchart into your mind, and it's going to be so many different flowcharts and you'll have so much inspiration. It's like, oh wow, so many unique things. You could take like one of these bosses, break them down, and make an entire game based off of them. And then they did. They made Bloodborne based off of like one Eldritch Abomination. Like, what if Dark Souls but old god? That's it. What if Dark Souls but like cryptid horror? It's actually not. I mean, we're in a crypt right now. This is cryptid. I'm a cryptid by definition. I'm running around crypts, consuming strength and power from the corpses inside. I'm a ghoul. I'm a fucking ghoul. Oh my god, you fucking ghoul. That's crazy. Calling someone a ghoul as an insult. I feel like there are certain things that like we say is like, haha, that's funny, it's not insulting. But then if you were genuinely caught that, your feelings would be hurt for the rest of your life. If someone in front of your peers that you respect embarrassed you by calling you a name like that, like, oh, you fucking ghoul, what is wrong with you? You'd be like, oh, damn. Oh, shit. That would hurt. Even me, Mr. I don't give a fuck. I'm like, even imagining, I'm like, ooh, that sucks. That's gotta sting. Being called a, what is it? But like a child. Another example, I heard the Game Grumps talking about this recently, is like if a child were to call you like butt face or something, like something that's not insulting, if like you heard it or heard it describing someone else, but if like someone genuinely called you that, you'd be like, what the fuck? Like, just for a second, you would actually have to think about what you did. Even if it was but for a moment, brief. You'd be like, am I a butt face? Like, why am I even fucking humoring this? Where did the dog man go? Okay. Yeah, I think it's a power in the unspoken. Calling someone a fucking moron, like myself, it's just so powerful. When you, like, call it as you see it. Someone's racist, someone's homophobic, someone's sexist. Like, you know what? I try to be nice, but you're a fucking moron. I don't know if they'll know how to respond if they don't just get super angry. I think that first part should disarm them. It's a crucial part. Make it apparent that, like, you wouldn't call them something like that, even if you're a dick all the time. If it's not in your vernacular, right? You don't normally call them that. Not an insult. So it's like they'll actually have to think for a second. Like, oh fuck, am I? I'm telling you to insult people? No, that deserve it. Go read my YouTube description, and it'll make sense. But no, like Elon Musk is surrounded by a bunch of people who wouldn't call him an idiot because they're scared of their jobs, right? It's like the best way to describe it. His whole thing is based on, like, he wants to be perceived as smart, so he couldn't do a bunch of failures in a row for hours until he succeeded, because all of those failures would serve to ruin his intellectual image, which is, again, actually backwards. If you fail a lot, it teaches me, or it shows me, that you're willing to learn from your experience, right? You're like, oh, okay, like, adversity and failure is fine. I'm gonna learn through it, right? If you just keep facing failure. But if you are sheltered, you might never know that you need to fail, and you might be scared of it. And it's like, oh, I'm scared, I don't want to do it, ah, and you don't even know why. Because you're a pussy. That's okay. You don't know why, though. You don't know why you're a pussy. Because your upbringing. And your weak parents. No, I'm just kidding. Non-confrontational ass bitch. Scream at somebody. Let it out. Who cares? Don't get violent. Don't hurt anybody. Make sure it's healthy. Scream at something that can take it. Like me. Leave a hate comment. Tell me to go fuck myself. I'll read them. I'm human. Whatever. That's the most... I don't know. I'm the first YouTuber, I think, that will tell you that. Legitimate. Leave a hate comment, please. But no, I actually do want to know if I'm wrong. It's like the best feeling to be corrected, because then I can be like, well, I'm learning. I could blame my past self, a completely different me. Well, as long as, you know, you actually practice the knowledge. It's easier to practice what someone else preaches. So when someone else corrects you, even though you feel embarrassed, that's why I say speak out. You might feel like a dick, but it's better than not saying anything and allowing the evils of the world to persist. I know it's dramatic, but I mean, that's the whole point of these games, right? Don't be complacent. What is it? Shakespeare. 'Tis nobler, what is it? In the mind to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, or take arms against a sea of trouble and by opposing end them. There we go. There we go. It was, you could have swore I had that written down somewhere. God damn. But no, I played a lot of Mabinogi, and that there's a mission where you're doing Shakespeare quests, and they do the soliloquy, right? They do Hamlet, and they do his whole thing. Because again, it is a poignant, it is a potent point. Life and death, right? He's debating suicide, which is a hot topic, and it's very sad. But that is the point of that whole speech. That's what the whole point right there. Is it nobler in the mind to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune? What the fuck does that mean? It means, should I stand up for myself against all of, like, the atrocities of the world? Is it noble? Or is it noble? Right? Is it... He's essentially saying, should you just lay down and die and take it, or stand up and fight against it? Right? That's it. To sleep, perchance to dream is the next thing. And then to dream and the heartache of 1,000... whatever. Like, I don't remember the rest of that. You got me on that, alright? I don't know Shakespeare that good. I just played a game where they quoted him a lot. But... again, it is in Dark Souls, the point is made very well of, like, the meaning of life and death is literally the whole point. So of course, a to be or not to be fucking speech about suicide will come up, or could be a good thing to bring up in relation to like the characters' stories, because it does relate. Look, I dodged it that time because I went straight back. Anyway, right? Again, there's actually a prince character in Demon Souls who kills himself. It's sad, but you help him achieve his goal of finding his father, who's the main bad guy of the game, and the whole time he's denying everything. The prince is like, there's no way my father is this evil. And the prince is a really good dude. And again, it's like Hamlet. He's actually a really good dude in terms of his goals. He just wants his kingdom to prosper and all the people to live well, right? That's the Prince of Boletaria. That's his story. But when he gets to his throne room, he can't believe what happens. He finds his father, and his father is a demon. So his father betrayed everything that he was raised to believe, right? The demons are bad. You shouldn't, like, oh, we barely got hit by that. It's so close. Look how fucking low his health is. Anyway, that's like the story of Hamlet almost, but not really. There's it because his father's already dead. That's the plot twist of Demon Souls. He gets to the throne room and it's a demon there. It's not his father. His father's essentially a puddle somewhere. So then this was an image of himself that he left to defend the kingdom. So he finds his father is a ghost and he has to confront the spirit of his father, right? And then what happens is you help him through his quest, and at the very end of the game, right before the final boss room in Boletaria, he turns into an invader. He goes against himself. It's like a very depressing thing. When you die and become a spirit, he's alive the whole time. You have to keep him alive. So he's alive, right? Which is why I think you have to stay alive and do a deathless run. But he's alive and he invades with you into this world from beyond the fog. He's returning home to Boletaria, and then you survive all the way to the end, and then he drops to his knees and allows himself to die. And then in the next room he invades you as a spirit. He falls to his own despair. No one beats him here. He does not die in combat. He just gives up. It's the saddest. It's one of my favorite characters in Dark Souls. And it's like the story of Hamlet. He's asking you to be or not to be with his quest and the existence and the way it ends, right? It's like the whole point of his existence is Boletaria, and this whole I'm almost getting choked up. But no, the whole point of his existence is Boletaria, right? He's supposed to inherit it, right? If he just took up arms against the Sea of Trouble and by opposing ended it, whoa, you lightning bastard from outside killed me. He would have replaced his father. All he had to do was fight this ghost of his father. It wasn't even his father, it's a demon. He fights this ghost with you, and then he inherits Boletaria, and he can undo all of the wrong his father did. But he gives up. He falls to his knees and he allows himself to die. And then he becomes a spirit, an evil spirit, in the next room defending his father, because again, it goes into the Hamlet thing of, the reason he doesn't do it is because it's in this sleep of death what dreams may come, which is something you may have heard before, but it's saying, well, the reason I shouldn't kill myself is, what if things get worse when I die? What if this mortal flesh and all that we know isn't the worst thing that could ever happen? It's like the devil you know and the devil you don't know. That's Hamlet's soliloquy, right? That's the point of that speech. But that is a character in Demon Souls. So I know it is a topic that they want you to think about. A prince is the most like noble and heartfelt guy. He's the first NPC that you meet pretty much in Demon Souls. He's one of the first quests you probably would do because he's the basic simple quest. He's a dude in trouble asking for help. He's like in a predicament. And all you need to do is jump down, kill some bad guys, and he's like, thank you. He's like, you're the bomb, dude. You're the hero. I thank you. And then he gives you a reward and moves to the next thing. And he's like the most generic hero to help. He's the prince, though. And it's like again, it's like Hamlet, right? He's the prince. He should be the one doing it. But he's not taking arms against the Sea of Trouble. He doesn't understand and when you're talking to him, he makes it evident. He's like, this can't be the state of things. My father wouldn't have allowed this. He's like a Nepo baby, kind of like Mikola. He's like, I only got to travel the world and see all these beautiful kingdoms that we conquered because of my father being a nice person. So he like believes the lie that his father is nice. right? Like America, like Gwyn, like Gwendolyn, and Gwyn Novir, who traveled beyond and married in the other realms and shit and believed that their father is good. Again, it's like the same story being told. But it's like why I love Demon Souls. It's like that character is like a really like well-written modern Hamlet. I know it's stupid to say, but like it really does follow the themes. And when again, it like it parallels, and I wouldn't be surprised if he based it off of that. With the names, like the way the naming conventions and stuff that he does for his characters, it's very like, what is it? Something upon Avalon, or what is it? Where the fuck is Shakespeare from? I'm not gonna pretend to be smart. I just know that that would be the naming convention. Let's look it up. All of that other shit was off the dome. You saw. I just have to look for my Chrome and it wasn't there. Anyway. What the fuck was I about to look up? Where is Shakespeare from? Where's Shakira from? Where's Shanghai? No, where's Shadow Moon? Or where's Shadowfang Keep is a funny. Stratford upon Avon, which means like a river, a flat bed of water, like a walkway street upon the river, right? It's like street upon the river, but forward. So it's like a river street upon the river, but it's like a watery path. The only thing, well, I'll show you the thing. Mabinagi Avon. Look. This is why video games are beautiful. They actually recreated all of this is water. It's like a really shallow water. It's the only reason when I went to find out what the fuck Stratford upon Avon meant, I was like, oh, that makes sense in the game now. A town in the central England on the river Avon, right? The river is Avon, so it's like a street on the river, right? The ford, street, straightford, so it's just street on the river, which is the river is Avon. So straightforward, Stratford upon Avon, street on the river. That's it. So, but the naming convention, Stratford upon Avon, it sounds so fancy. And then Shakespeare, William Shakespeare being the bard and stuff. Again, the only point of reference I have is actually a video game, but then I looked into it from here, and also a little bit of high school English class. Pay attention in school, kids. It might help you with Elden Ring lore. But yeah. It's like a bittersweet story. Again, with one of those things of like, if you don't finish their story, they get the good ending. If you progress him all the way to the end of the game, he actually finds out his father is a demon. But it's not really his father. His father just left a demon in his place, and that's why everything went to shit. It's fucked up. But it's like again, the sins of the father. His father did all these terrible things and made him a nepo baby, but did he deserve? It's almost, yeah. Do you feel bad for Elon Musk, the nepo baby? That's the Boletaria quest. You're like, no, I don't want it to be that. I was liking the Boletaria guy, but it's like it's asking you to be a better person. It's fucked up. It's kind of what I said before. It's like when you alienate people and you don't want to talk to them and you call them pieces of shit all the time, they're of course going to be like off-put and not want to talk to you. But I mean, some people definitely deserve it, and some people aren't saying it when they need to, is the problem. But you shouldn't alienate yourself away from people that you need to talk to, right? Have the brave conversations if you can. Not everyone can. Not everyone's a fighter. And that's because remember, sometimes it gets violent and it's scary to talk about things because you don't want to get hurt. And I'm okay with that. I'm like, don't talk about things if you're going to talk to a lunatic about it and they're going to potentially hurt you. Holy slime. Am I wrong though, Orange? It's like, it's better to not talk to the lunatic and just don't get hurt. He's crazy anyway. Why are you trying to convince a crazy person? Don't go to the violent person, but you should learn how to defend yourself with like martial arts if you can, or get a weapon or firearm if you weren't raised in a martial arts household, because there are crazy people with weapons, And it's like, I'm not like, oh, get a gun rights. It's like, no, just protect yourself and be careful because there are fucking lunatics in the world. I got the last bit, but yes. Okay, thank you. But it's like, just be careful. Care for yourself, and then the other people care for you, right? And just try to make that grow if, you know, you want to. God damn it, I want to strangle this dog, man. Jesus Christ. It looks like I'm safe there, and then I trick myself. It's not even his fault. But no, there's a character in Demon Souls who's a prince, and his whole thing is he's the prince of the kingdom you're going into, like Boletaria. But he's supposed to be kind of like a Hamlet-esque character, because the way his story concludes is that he kills himself, which is sad. I probably demonetized and unshared a million times already, so I'll just say it like that. Because it's sad, but it is the kind of story that Dark Souls tells. You get him all the way to the end of the game. He's talking about how good his father is, how the kingdom shouldn't be like this in this state, how when he gets back to... It's like the... Do you know who my father is? But he's actually a good Nepo baby. Like, he's actually a good guy trying to do good things. He just came from a bunch of conquered kingdoms, but he didn't conquer them. He went to research their heritage to just learn more about the world, and then he found out his home was attacked, so he's returning home. But the home that he's returning to is the one that conquered all those places because of his father, and it's like the America thing. Like, his dad is actually not a good guy, he just believes it because he's a Nepo baby and got to benefit from all of the good while being sheltered from all of the evil and hardships, right? So, anyway, he gets all the way to the end of the game, which is crazy to say that, but it's the end of his storyline. And it's like the Hamlet soliloquy of like to be or not to be, right? That's his whole point, is like, should I live or should I die, is what he's asking. To be or not to be, right? That's it. That's the question. Why is it the question? Is it nobler in the mind to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, to take arms against the sea of trouble and by opposing on them, to sleep perchance to dream? I'm trying to remember it. I think the faster I go, the more I remember it. And to dream and the heartache and other earthly horrors that flesh is heir to. I remembered. It's something like that. I fought with Hamlet, okay? Hamlet and me are homies. So I heard him debate this many times. But anyway, it's like he's essentially saying like, should I kill myself? I shouldn't. I'm scared to even kill myself, because what if life beyond death in the spirit realm is worse, right? So it's like, what dreams may come after death, the sleep of death? So he's asking like these very poetic, of course, questions, but the character represents that. Like, he is the prince, like Hamlet, and he does end up killing himself, but then again, Miyazaki, what dreams may come, what horrors of the world beyond flesh show up? Him, right? He literally is a horror beyond flesh, an invading spirit after he dies. So that's what happens. He dies and he just falls to his knees and he's like, I can't believe this is the outcome of my father, my kingdom. This is like what I'm heir to. This is terrible. So he falls to his knees and then he dies and dusts into a spirit. And then in the very next room, he comes walking out as a phantom invader and then invades you. So it's like, in that sleep of death, the nightmare that came is worse than the life he lived. Now he's part of the demons he was trying to end. Even though he was a good guy in life, he understands his heritage and all this stuff, and he's like, well, now people have to go. He sides with his father, which is bad, and he becomes a demon. So it's like, it's this crazy twisted story for this prince, but it's like Miyazaki, a Japanese man, interpreting the English stories, and like he said, is what it's based off of. The nightmare was the player all along. Yeah, what dreams may come. We're the dream, baby. No, we're the nightmare as well. But it is like, we're just trying to help. It's what it feels like. We're just trying to help this guy get to his father, right? If you never played the game before, you wouldn't know that that's going to be the outcome for him. But it's like, you are taking up arms against the sea of trouble, the endless sea of enemies literally in your way to the prince, or the king, and you're helping the prince, in between the prince. So it's like, you are helping him in the metaphorical sea, right, of the enemies. And it's again, it goes perfectly with the thematic Not even thematic ties. That's narrative. That's story driven, baby. That's the story that it's based off of, which is Hamlet. And it's just one character in the whole game. And he's an optional quest that you could skip and accidentally fucking kill him. And then you miss that whole thing. None of those interactions happen because you killed him. Not even let him die. You can jump down to him and attack him and fucking kill him like a lunatic, like the dung eater. So it's like, that is the Dark Souls will let you make those mistakes. They don't care if you kill NPCs. They're like, well, you're evil, right? It's nuts. But that's why Demon Souls is such a crazy game. It's like, there's a beautiful quest about life and death, and and like, as someone who struggled with suicidal thoughts as a young person, diagnosed, right, with anxiety and all these things, it meant a lot to me to see it represented in a game. But it was a video game. It's crazy. It wasn't a book, it wasn't a movie, it was a game, and it meant a lot. So it's like, again, it's video games, baby. We got it all. But it's got music. You got some of the biggest composers in movies and in just music in general making songs for these things. Again, it's like, the more you go into it, there's so many things, but the more you analyze these stories for like the meta of stuff like that, it is crazy. But yeah, it is rough, and I feel for anyone suffering. I guess maybe that's why I am the way I am. I don't even want to be this way. If I could be fucking stupid and live an easy life, I would. I just work at the grocery store and be happy. But I know the trauma, it made me the man I am. I don't know. It's like that sometimes. But again, it's why these stories are meaningful. I love the stories, and that character is a really important character to me. His armor set was one of the coolest armor sets in the game to me, and it was the moment of the game design breakthrough in my brain, right? Like, I was doing something in the game, helping this prince, and then he died, right? And I was like, oh no, I didn't want him to die. And then he gave me his armor set, and I was like, I don't want this anymore. Like, it was weird. He gave me his shield and weapon that I wanted the whole time, and then it made me not want it. But it wasn't the game making the weapon bad, like the stats were bad and it just was a bad weapon. The emotional toll that the weapon's existence has on me now. It was like, here's a sad story and a reminder of what you've done. It's like, oh no. So it's, again, that's why I can analyze these stories in so much depth, because I had a long time to think about what I've done. But, and like how it's like, you really think about it. If I didn't help him all the way to the end, he would still be alive. We would kill the king and he would be alive, right? And it's like that thing of like, are you as bad as Marika? Would you just do the same thing like Mikola? Would you allow everyone to be immortal in your golden order despite showing how death is essential? Or would you allow death to take hold, even as scary as it is, with bug entities from beyond space, right? The most eldritch entity. It's like, would you accept the nightmares, right? Again, they show you, it's a visual design, that's why Estelle is so scary. She's supposed to represent the horrors beyond the stars. Like, what if there is life beyond the stars? What if it's monstrous and wants to kill you, right? It's, would you accept that death? What if it's the natural order of things, right? That's the survival of the fittest. It's scary, but it poses these like metaphysical, oh, I pressed the wrong button. I just pressed the wrong button that time. I don't know how the fuck I lived. Damn it, dude, he like delayed that attack. But it's so good. I love Dark Souls, and that's why I'll keep dying to these goddamn bosses. Right? Would you be so scared of death that you would betray a friend and seal them at the end of time, despite them being as loyal as like a dog? Essentially, would you betray your dog? Is what they're asking you. That's how you know America's the bad guy. Would you betray your dog and seal them at the end of time to stop death from taking hold? Even though that's a bad thing, stopping death. Would you do that? Because that's what America did. And it's like, it's again the running theme of like the person in charge is perpetuating something fucked up that they want because of selfish desires. Originally it was a king and his kingdom, and then they made it a little more godly with Gwyn. Holy fuck. Oh my god. And his kingdom and his age of fire, which is just his kingdom. Or America, right? They get a little more on the nose with it, where it's like the kingdom is the age, right? The golden age of the Erd Tree. It begun right at the beginning of it all. It's like right when the Erd Tree started, when they renamed it from, when they renamed the Crucible to the Erd Tree, right? It's like, why did I heal? Lore is so good, but it is sad. It is, again, the stories are dark fantasy. They're grim dark, right? Like some of the most fucked up shit that can happen to people happens in these games. So it's not like I would recommend this to a child to play through, but it's like, again, if you want to be a game designer who wants to make meaningful games, I do recommend doing a no level playthrough, because it's not about your skill. It's about understanding how the game is designed, which then becomes a skill, and that skill is game design, right? You want to be a game designer. You want to learn from the best. Well, this won Game of the Year. People wanted the DLC to win Game of the Year over Baldur's Gate. As someone who played Baldur's Gate, that's wild, but still, understandable now. I love Baldur's Gate, but because I've played D&D and I know that it's like a different team. It's not Wizards of the Coast game dev that have been there for like 100 years. They can't work like Miyazaki and make a very meaningful, like, oh, every item is placed to have a significance to like you as the player in relation to your character, in relation to the story, and everyone else's characters, right? Like everything is important. Why it's there, who's there around it, where it is at all. It's like it's like what it is, with the shape of it, the color, every fucking thing is important. That is design, and that is like a masterful design. They're crazy with it. Again, they have a lot of people, and I wish I could become even remotely as good as this, but like, the more I'm playing it, I'm like, damn, I'm appreciating it. And it's not about like, oh, I'm getting good as a player. I'm getting better at fighting these things, and it's a skill thing, and I want you to be good at play testing your game. It's not just about being able to play test your game, because you can make it as easy as you want, and maybe you don't want to do a Dark Souls game, but it's like understanding how things tie together thematically, right? And trying to understand like symbolism, right? I know it sounds super condescending, but it's like the way that they incorporate symbolism into every fucking piece of the environment, into the character design. Probably his pose right here, right? Like this is like oh yeah, it is a reference. It is a reference, actually. It's a Berserk reference. So it's like shit like that. They tell you stories. I have never read Berserk. I just know that from like Zully the Witch. But it's like, or like a YouTube short or something. So I'm not gonna take credit for that. Okay, I've never read Berserk, but I know like saying Mikola looks like what is it? I died from the damage over time. What the fuck was his name? Yeah, I've never read Berserk, so I don't even know the character's name. Griffith. There we go. It took me a second. Let me look it up though. Griffith. Okay, it is Griffith. So it's like that, right? Mikola is based off Griffith. Visual, right? And then thematically of what you're playing as in the game, right? It's based off Griffith, because that would be Miyazaki's design. That would be where Mikola goes in the game story, what he does in relation to your player's story, where he is located in the game and the significance of that. That's all Miyazaki. Nothing to do with George R.R. Martin. So it's like those kinds of thematic ties. That is based off Berserk, because Miyazaki read Berserk, so that makes sense. But, and here, this is the other thing. Ready? Where is it? Dog, Dark Souls 3, Bridge Dog, right? Berserk Dog Demon. So the Bridge Dog Bridge Dog from Dark Souls 3 based off Berserk Dog. Right? So it's like, yeah, there are visual designs and stuff. So it's like you have to know the difference between what's the lore and the narrative that was written, or like, what's the lore? What is the story written long ago that has nothing to do with the game story? Right? Like, if you just take away the video game entirely, what happens up to that point? That's the lore, right? And what isn't implied, or you take away all video game knowledge, right? I know that sounds crazy, but it's like all gameplay knowledge, like why Mikola is related to Mogwin, it's all related to it in the game, right? Like, we know he gets kidnapped and all that shit. Griffith, exactly. So, exactly. I don't know if that's a reference to Berserk, but again, I've never read it. But I can understand and break down these concepts because it's like, well, the symbolism of people who do know those stories, it helps them with the visuals and the parallels be like, oh, I know Mikola is evil because I read Berserk and he is the Griffith of this game. And it's like the same ambiguous, like, Griffith is selfish, right? Are you selfish? You might not view him as evil. So it's like a bunch of crazy ass questions like that. But again, it gets into philosophical design and beautiful storytelling and narrative questions and, you know, the human experience and art. Dare I even say video games becoming art? Because all I've compared them to is art, are like different art forms and different media, right? Visuals of comics, music ties, right? Narrative ties and ancient religious imagery, right? There's so many things that you could do with this. Cutscenes, showing you movies. You don't even have to play the fucking game. You go watch all the trailers, right? Watch someone beat it and you're like, damn, you can have an idea of what's going on here. It's like, again, I never have to even read Berserk to understand that that was a Berserk reference, right? It just, someone needs to explain that one character Griffith to me and then be like, oh, that's like why Mikola is the way he is. I'm like, oh, that is definitely a Berserk reference, even though I've never read it. Everyone who has read Berserk, played the games, say that that shit is a reference. So it's like, I'll just take everyone's fucking word for it, right? The people who do know, the masters of Berserk, like Miyazaki. But then you don't have to know Berserk to be like, well, that's just visuals enforcing a thematic tie. Well, I don't know the Malekith armor dog reference of Berserk, but I'm sure it has something to do with his existence in here, right? Why he is the way he is, which is really cool. Because again, that, like, the Sun Petal Grove that we saw, that was Melania. Like, there's a Magic the Gathering card called the Sun Petal Grove or something that looks like the Scarlet Rot. And originally it was like, well, this has nothing to do, like, Melania has nothing to do with the sun, so this has nothing to do with her. But then if you go to her boss room after realizing Radagon's her dad and the heir to the Sun Kingdom, and the moon powers come from her mother, it's like, well, she's a mixture of life and death, which would be life feeding off death, putrescence, right? It's like it keeps feeding into itself. She would have giant hair, like the flames of the giants, which worship the sun, and then the grove being covered in sunlight now ties it all together, right? It's like visuals in the boss room. There is sunlight associated with that boss, visually. It's so good. And it's like, originally what we thought was like, oh, well, that just must be a visual tie. It's like, no. You cut back a couple layers into the secret lore, and it all makes sense, even from the inspiration. So it's like, again, that's why I think Mikola's a bad guy. I've never read Berserk, but everything I was saying, I was like, dude, Mikola has to be doing this, that, and the other thing. Like, I've never read Berserk. There's also direct tributes to Berserk authors in this game. Yeah, exactly. Like, aside from 100 visual tributes and Miyazaki saying he's a fucking fan, yeah, he doesn't hide from it. That's the difference between, like, being a master and not, right? If you if you don't attribute your works and you don't tell people like where you learned it from and who you studied under and stuff, you're pretty much like a fraud, I dare I say, right? You're just plagiarizing people's work because you're not like attributing who actually solved it. And then if you're not doing it in a formative, like a new formative way, you're not changing it up, well, you're just regurgitating something that already exists. So it's like the visuals of Berserk being here, awesome, but Miyazaki doesn't hide away from the fact that he's a fan of Berserk, right? So it's like, that's awesome, but it's like we're not left wondering. But here, this is another thing. I would constantly say Mikola is the god of love but abandons his sister. This is before the DLC, and I was like, everything that he's done seems selfish, right? If he is in Mogwin's like palace and Moog loves them, that would leave me to believe that the god of love compelled them somehow, even if it wasn't Mikola, right? The god of love within Mikola has to have something to do with this. There's love in this story, right? And that's like the thematic ties. You trust your eyes. It rhymes. But again, Mikola doing selfish things and betraying people, every time I would describe what they were doing, like they would have to be compelling Moog to betray everyone that they've loved, Melania who loves them, right? Because why isn't Melania brought to the Shadow Realm? Now we know that Mikola is evil. I'm gonna say it, but it's because of the things I've said in the last stream yesterday. Aside from him death isn't something to be afraid of, right? He abandons his sister, who's supposed to be life and death, to create his new order, because he's trying to replicate what his mom did, Marika, who got rid of death entirely to make her order. So it keeps going back to like Mikola is the Marika, Radagon, and Melania is like the compelled, right? Which mirrors her father's Radagon story, even if it's willingly or not, which we know it's probably willingly based on how their powers work, because Radon would have just willingly complied if they could just do it, right? But I think it's the greater will thing. Again, it's like Radon's willpower, which is what this society is based on, prevents him from being compelled, which is why he needs to be stuffed in Moog's body, because Moog could be compelled. Damn it, dude, that looks so clean too. So it's like, again, it keeps tying thematically and narratively back to these characters. Their reasoning makes sense, but then, yeah, it's like, I thought Mikola had to be evil, because I was like, he's left nothing but a trail of death in his wake, and he's trying to abandon Saint Trina, which is the goddess of sleep and love. It's like everything that we've ever heard about Mikola implies that they're evil. I don't know where people get this good idea from, but then again, it goes back to the believing the Golden Order's lies. The Golden Order says that Mikola is the Golden One, the chosen, they're the good one, right? But then Mikola betrays the Golden Order. So they're like, no, fuck Mikola. And then Mikola still goes on to become a god. Like, again, there's so many reasons why I think Mikola is bad, but that alone, the people who uphold you and say that you're destined, you even betrayed them, the people that love you, right? You could just compel them to change their fucking mind. Why are you killing them? Why are you at war, right? That's the whole question of Mikola. Why is Mikola having all of his followers kill anyone? They're, one, immortal, and two, compelled by love. None of it makes sense, unless Mikola is a piece of shit selfish person and doing everything out for themselves. They disregard every other person because, and then it goes back thematically, if they are the god of love forced into them, they are forced to love themselves, right? So it, above all. So what happens when you love yourself more than anyone? You're like a sociopath. It's pride, right? And that's why I'm like, it's more of a symbolic allegory for like Lucifer and the fall of an angel. than it is like a god story. And it makes sense why these are the same stories that they ended up using in the Bible that they based Elden Ring off of. The Red King, the White Queen. It's crazy, but it is good. It's like, again, it's not maybe either. It's the game expressly tells you that Mikola did all of these things. Even in the cutscene, we've tied it together. When you beat the game and you get the DLC cutscene at the end, Mikola says, like, Radon, and this is left up to interpretation, but it's one of those, the question gives you the answer. Mikola says, Radon, I want you to be my promised consort. Please, join me, so we can become a god, right? What's the very next thing we see, timeline-wise, after that flashback?
Peggy 16.
Is this the DLC? No. First of all, that Lindell totally looked like the DLC cutscene, which is crazy. This is the next thing that happens regarding Radon. He's not corrupted yet. He's not a zombie. He's a grown-ass giant, right? And look at his poor horse. He's just hanging out. Radon is fighting a war against the blade of Mikola. So, we know two things. Mikola said, Radon, I want you as my promised consort. And then the next thing we see is him throwing hands with his with Mikola's empire. So it's safe to assume the question has been answered by the game. The reason they're fighting in the trailer. Again, the question is posed to give you an answer. Radon said no. And then the game happens. Radon gets corrupted. He has to be killed to enter the DLC. So does Moog. It all plays out from there. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get a drink. But yeah, again, I'm understanding the lore more and more now. It's like my brain is expanding, but it's so much and so many thematic ties that the looping symbol, like everything looping back into itself and like it being a Venn diagram and each ring depicting like a god. Beautiful. Like, I don't know if we'll get another game like Elden Ring in 100 years. I'll be right back, guys. We have no choice but to succeed. All right, we're locking in. I won't mute the mic though, because I do want to ramble. It does seem to help when I talk about random bullshit, but it's not really random. It is all ending up related to. I'm somehow tying it together with the boss and the lore. Well, I mean, it's a broad game, open world. It touches on a lot of themes, right? And I guess that's why it's so masterfully crafted. Each ring represents a different god or a power, right? Saint Trina and love. You got the Dark Moon. We don't even know what the fuck entity. Maybe Estelle. Who knows? The Eye from Beyond the Void. Whatever the fuck Eye. I think someone's calling me, but I can't go right now. Oh. It's alright. I think it's about groceries, which is fine. Mistakes were made. I may have been trying for a new opening. And also, if it procced blood fast enough, we would have got the phase 2. But it's okay. This is the problem. Look, if I sit comfortably, right, and I sit normally, look at where the camera's at. It's like just out of frame, dude. It's so fucking annoying. I have to like sit back and sit forward, or like sit the chair back so that I'm further back physically, but then at the edge of the chair, like lean forward so that like I'm over the controller and desk. It's a little weird. It's uncomfortable, and it hurts my neck. I wonder what just sitting up straight's gonna do. Posture check, gamers. I believe in you. I never really understood the saying, I believe in the me that believes in you, right? Like the I believe in you, even if you don't believe in yourself. I was like, how the fuck are you gonna believe in someone that doesn't believe in themselves? I never understood that. I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? They don't believe in themselves. They've given up. Why do you believe in them, right? And like, I felt like an asshole, but I genuinely did not understand. I was like, that does not make sense to me. Until doing this. Never give up. Because I definitely want and wanted to give up many fucking times. But it's like, you know, willpower, the whole point of the game. Just power through it. That one, I wasn't getting choked up. I smoked a minute ago. But oh, it's like, I believe in your potential. If I can do this, I know you can. So I believe in you. And then if you don't believe you can do it, I know for a fact you can do it. So believe in me. I believe in you, right? I know for a fact, and I know you could do it. If I could do it. Right? Fuck what anyone else tells you. I'm right. No. About you. I know you. You know your son now. I'm just kidding. I have no idea who you are. But no, Orange Buster I do know. We hung out. I do know some of you. Some of you are friends and family I watch. But you already know I'm crazy. People are like, oh my god, you're saying crazy things on the internet. Are you scared of people knowing? I'm like, I've already said all this shit to everyone I know. I get into arguments all the time, but we still love each other, you know? We hang out on holidays. Wish each other happy birthdays and shit. It's great. We call each other, send each other memes. It's fine, right? It's like, again, healthy arguing. You don't have to be like evil to argue. In fact, you should argue against things that are wrong so that you can help people people you love see the truth, right? Not the evils of complacency coming back. Like, it's like we're stuck in an endless loop on this boss and in our dialogue. I'm dead. I actually think I know a way around that, which is the thing I already have equipped. I just forget to use. Oh, I fucked myself. I was giving an example, or no wonder. This does nothing for me. Now it helps. I love that though. Aren't you embarrassed of your digital footprint? No, because it matches my real footprint. I know what I'm about. And when it's 10 toes down, I'm standing on business. I don't give a fuck. I forget the words. Something like that. Big Staffer, that's what the song's called. I was like, what the fuck is the song called? It was a meme for a while. Everyone loved it. It was a really good song, but then it was like overplayed and everyone stopped listening to it. I feel like that is the curse of every song nowadays. And then I dare I say not video game music, because again, it's designed to listen to forever. Because they know you're gonna be fighting this fucking boss for hours. And they're like, well, they might be in there for 10 minutes, they might be in there for an hour. It needs to be loopable. It needs to be so good. It's crazy when you say it, but it needs to be so good that they don't want to stop hearing it. That is the requirement for video game music. This shit needs to be so good that they don't want to turn it off, but it also needs to play non-stop for like 10 hours straight if they get stuck here. It's fucking, when you say it like that, it's like, imagine asking any artist being like, can you write a loop that's so good that it's like an album people can listen to for hours and hours non-stop. It's like some masterpieces, right? Some bops, but they get overplayed or they get overshadowed by something else. Video game music, it doesn't have that luxury. Except if you're in RuneScape and you can change the music dynamically. And also you can change it manually, which is the cool thing. It, like, wherever you go it changes, but then you can also like use the music you've discovered to just play whenever. It's like an iPod. It's RuneScape's music system is actually fucking fantastic. It's like, oh, you like that song? Well, you just listen to it forever. And then you can go back to dynamic. And then you can go back. It's talking about game design. RuneScape knows what the fuck they're doing when it comes to that stuff. Fuck all the monetization shit. They can go fuck themselves. But like, actually. Also, it's strange that YouTube will demonetize you for talking about. I don't know about demonetize you. It definitely hurts your algorithm. Everyone knows that by now. But for talking about suicide. But it's like, what if it's like, again, my struggle with suicide? Am I getting punished for my own mental health? I'm not gonna think about it too hard. Because it's like they just can't tell the difference. It's automated, you know? It's like a robot. It's not going to be able to know exactly. So I'm not going to blame a robot. But it is a little weird. I needed to roll when he looked at me. I know that sounds stupid, but when he turned his head and his shoulder was like hunched up and he was like looking over his shoulder, that is when I should have rolled, not when he started moving the blade. Very counterintuitive, because most attacks you gotta roll when they swing at you, but the other one you have to roll a bit earlier so that you roll through the first one and you have enough time to dodge the second one if you're not out of range. Fuck. If I ever make a Dark Souls game, I can't make it this hard. I don't know if I would want to. I understand, but it's because of, like, again, the theming. They're trying to teach you about death, so they're really trying to kill you. That's why it's so punishing. People are like, damn, it's so hard. I'm like, yeah. They're like, damn, it's trying to kill you so often. I'm like, yes. Like, oh my god, I get so frustrated when I die. Like, yep. That's the point. That's why they made it like that. Not just to piss you off, but it's part of the story. Would you give up? Your character is a physical representation in the world, right, of you, like I was saying, but like you are your player's actions. Miyazaki knows that. It's like I keep saying, this guy slashed me, right? He keeps hitting me with the ranged attacks. I'm dodging through shit, but like my character technically. But how we perceive it, like while we're playing, just as humans, like everyone does this. You think, or maybe not everyone, but 90% of people, it's just like how we phrase things. Or a better way to phrase it is the fact that anyone, right, phrases it like, I'm the one doing this, instead of, it's the character. If every human was like, it's the character, right, then it's like, it wouldn't even be a topic. But again, it's like, I'm like trying to find a way to phrase it. All of art is trying to do that, right? Make you feel something from a perspective, right? Whether it be the artist perspective, first person, third person, right? There are perspectives in writing, and even in portraits, and like in video and different media, and again with comics and just different imagery, different ways of telling stories. Games is just the natural progression of that, right? You can just put a comic on the wall. You can put every single form of media in one boss room. You can enter with a cutscene. You got movies. There's a comic book panel on the back. And there's just a wall of text. The boss doesn't shut the fuck up like Castlevania style. Or me. But no, it actually you could just literally put every single form of media in a boss room. Then there's like a joke podcast going on in the background. Yeah, right? Like the two characters in game are having a podcast conversation. Like again, you could just keep fucking around like that, but it really is just showing you the extent of how weird video games are. It's like you're kind of emulating a whole world, but we view it because of that. It's hard for our human brains to disassociate. We're like, this is me, I'm pressing the buttons. That's me in the game, because that's who I'm moving around. It goes back to like the Marika Radagon. I'll tie it into the lore with something new. Radagon being Marika is like the metaphorical, metaphysical thing. If they are the shaman. I'll just say, I'm not gonna say like, oh, 100% da da da. Like, I'm not even gonna say like I'm 1000% right, even though I have a bunch of fucking evidence to back me up. I'll still say like, well, still, who knows? Miyazaki, that's it. But when they say Radagon, the character, is Marika, they could also, again, have a double meaning, like people's dual identities, where you are like an arm of hers. right? She is using him, or like how they have like one body but two minds, so you could say that there are two heads to this one beast. Oh no, they don't turn into the Elden Beast. Never mind. The Elden Beast is like sent down at the very end of the game. So there. Well, I think he's just a giant. I don't know if he's a beast man. Please. I should lock in. We've rehashed all this a million times. It feels like I'm stuck in a loop with the lore. But it's like what Miyazaki wants with the Elden Ring. That's how I know I'm right. Because it's all looping back into itself. Fuck. But again, I don't want to say that I'm just 1000% right for this. I will joke like that. But I would have to actually like read every fucking item in the game again. And then, I mean, I played through it with the perspective, and it kind of does back my theory, but I would have to go. I went through and did like read like pretty much every. I have every legendary item except Grand Sax's weapon on my first character. We 100% of the game. Oh, fuck, we mistimed that. I shouldn't say we 100% of the game. We got. We went like everywhere though, in like every cave and shit. We did a lot in the base game, and I read like every item minus Grand Sax Bolt, which we have now on this guy. Bolt of Grand Sax? Yeah. We actually have way too much stuff for a level 1 run. Kind of disgusting. Because I knew I was gonna have to redo the game, and yet I still went out of my way to show off. That's all it is at this point. I like knew after beating Melania, well, most of these bosses are fucked. We have every boss killed and every ending quest done up to this point. And there's nothing more. That's it. I've almost done it all. Every boss, every cave. You mind doing something a little different there with that swipe? I'm trying to trigger, but I'm not getting close enough. There we go. Dude, roll into that move and move backwards left. You got this. Just roll backwards for that if you got the spacing. It might be a tomorrow victory. My neck is just hurting. Jesus Christ. It's from the way I was sitting. As soon as I pointed it out, it started hurting way more. Like almost without fail, that shit triggers it. Roll into the slam and then just move. If you're close enough, move backwards left. Or ready? Backwards left. Look at it, dude. It triggers almost like every time. Let's see. We go in, move backwards left. Backwards left. Close enough. In, backwards left. If you do get too close, he does like to do that. It doesn't matter which side of him you're on. Oh, he did the thing though. He still did the... Ooh. He still did what we were trying to trigger. If you want to be good at Elden Ring, go play Guitar Hero. I was the drummer in Rock Band. Shit was fun. And I suck at it. And I'm a drummer, which is even more humiliating. But whatever, it's fine. I don't suck at it. I knew people who played Rock Band a lot, and they were really good at it. I felt lame because I actually studied sheet music and how to play the fucking drums. I couldn't play drums in Rock Band for like a day. But it's fine. Just a funny little story about that. But actually, it's all about timing and spacing, but mostly timing. With good timing, you get proper spacing. Move in the right direction at the right time. Goes back to time and spacing connected. Towards him, away. Towards, back. Oh. I did it. I did the thing. We got him to his name. That's a success for today. No shot. No shot. It got to the E. Blade. Dude, that one was so close. Alright, I'm turning chat back on because I was locked the fuck in. Even though I was yapping, it was a distraction. It's gonna be like a 10-minute fight, but I do want to do this. Oh, I closed the fucking... Second, sir. Second, sir. Thank you. I mean, he didn't kill me. But then he did. But he didn't... When I asked for time, he gave me it. God damn, that was like a whole hour that went by. I didn't even notice. I thought it was like still 7 something into the stream. It's fucking 9 hours in. No wonder I'm so tired. I'm like, why do I feel so fucking tired? It was like an hour that went by. Holy shit. Well, I did take a break for a minute to like heat up some food and stuff, but like, god damn. God damn. No wonder I'm fucking exhausted. Alright, I'll do one last one and then we'll call it here. But I'm gonna turn chat off, even though I've been saying for a minute. I just keep turning it back on. Dude, I was like a pixel off of the left there. You know, if I went with the Jarhead build, I think I dodged that. Yeah, I definitely do because the distance is crazy, but I like the armor. Damn. I'm fucking tired. That was a really good attempt for the last one. I was debating parrying, but there's no parrying that shit. I just fucked up. Alright. GG's, everyone. What is it? The moral of today's story is acknowledge your mistakes and try to learn from them. That's how we killed Melania. And that's how I learn game design, because I'm not the best person, and that's what therapy is for, right? No, I was diagnosed with anxiety. I wasn't joking about that before. It'd be like that. So, I wasn't joking. But I hope everybody's having a good one. And if you're feeling anxious, things get better. And I'm not much of a praying person, if you couldn't tell from today, but I'll pray for you, damn it, if it makes a difference, if it makes you feel better. All right. GG's.